Prologue. The morning the bet became visible. Money has a strange relationship with time. At the beginning of a great investment, the money looks endangered. It sits inside a company that may not survive, beside a founder who may be wrong, pursuing a future that respectable people have already dismissed. The investment appears concentrated when diversification would be safer, patient when speed would feel more intelligent, and almost embarrassingly loyal when the crowd has begun to leave. At the end, the same investment looks inevitable. The failures disappear from the photograph. The desperate financing rounds become footnotes. The missed deadlines are remembered as the natural cost of ambition. Those who stayed are called visionaries, even if they spent years being described as reckless, compromised, naive, or lucky. By the time SpaceX entered the public market in June 2026, Antonio Gracias no longer looked like a man who had taken an extraordinary risk. He looked like a man who had always known. Success does that to memory. SpaceX priced its initial public offering at $135 a share. The company sold more than 500 million Class A shares in the base offering. After the underwriters exercised their option, it raised gross proceeds of approximately $85.7 billion. It began trading under the symbol SPCX. The scale of the offering matched the scale of the company that SpaceX had become. It was a launch provider, a satellite network, a defense and communications platform, and an institution through which Elon Musk continued to pursue ambitions that extended far beyond ordinary commercial planning. The prospectus also allowed the public to see something that had previously been visible mainly inside private markets. Interests associated with Gracias and Valor Equity Partners represented 6.7% of SpaceX's Class A shares. At the offering valuation, the position was worth roughly $68 billion. The number had the power to stop a conversation. $68 billion is difficult to experience as a number. It is easier to understand as capacity. It can finance factories, laboratories, satellites, data centers, universities, foundations, political influence, and generations of investment activity. It is not simply a fortune. It is the ability to shape institutions. The headlines reached for a clean origin story. During the financial crisis, when Musk had exhausted much of his personal liquidity and both Tesla and SpaceX faced existential pressure, Gracias had extended him a $1 million short-term loan. The story was soon presented as if that $1 million had purchased the SpaceX equity later worth tens of billions. Musk corrected the record. The loan did not carry equity. The ownership, he explained, came from many investments and from what he characterized as absolute support over 2 decades. That correction made the story better. A single check can be luck. A 20-year sequence of decisions requires a system. It requires an investor who can remain close to an unusual founder without becoming merely decorative. It requires capital that arrives at difficult moments. It requires a tolerance for public criticism and private uncertainty. It requires operational usefulness, because founders facing severe production, supply chain, and organizational problems do not need another spectator with a term sheet. They need people who can help. Gracias had spent his early career learning the physical language of business. He had bought and operated distressed manufacturing and technology-related companies. He had faced payrolls, plants, managers, costs, customers, and the gap between a spreadsheet and a factory. At MG Capital and later Valor, he developed a style in which investment judgment and operating intervention belonged to the same discipline. That background made him different from a capital provider who knew only the transaction. He could look at a company and ask not merely whether the market was large, but whether the organization could survive the journey into that market. He could ask where the bottleneck would move after the present bottleneck was solved. He could see that rapid growth often increases disorder faster than it increases managerial capability. He could understand that the most ambitious companies do not scale in a straight line. They lurch, break, reorganize, and learn. This was the terrain of Tesla. It was also the terrain of SpaceX. Gracias joined Tesla's board in 2007 and remained until 2021. For years, he served as lead independent director, occupying a role that required him to support a founder of unusual ability while also representing the interests of shareholders. He invested in SpaceX when private orbital launch remained a deeply uncertain proposition, and he later joined its board. Across the Musk ecosystem, Valor became an investor in companies that included Tesla, SpaceX, SolarCity, The Boring Company, Neuralink, X, and XAI. The relationship created extraordinary returns. It also created hard questions. How independent can a director remain when the founder is also a close friend, business partner, and source of repeated investment opportunity? When does a network become an advantage, and when does it become a dependency? What is the difference between loyalty and capture? How should an investor explain wealth that is shared across funds, limited partners, employees, and personal interests? And how much of any historic outcome can be repeated by someone who does not have the same access? Those questions belong in the story because the triumph is not less impressive when examined closely. It becomes more instructive. The public saw $68 billion in June 2026. It did not see the years required to earn the right to invest. It did not see the early manufacturing businesses, the legal education, the lessons from Japan, the first fund, the operational failures, the board meetings, the financial crisis, the rockets that did not reach orbit, the production lines that did not move fast enough, or the reputational risks of remaining attached to one of the most polarizing founders in modern history. A valuation can price shares. It cannot price the path that made those shares available. That path began long before SpaceX rang the opening bell. It began before Tesla became a public company, before reusable rockets landed vertically, before Starlink filled the sky, and before Valor became known as a gateway into companies ordinary investors could not reach. It began with formation, a family, a city, a young man's curiosity about enterprise, and a decision to learn ownership from the inside. It began with the making of Antonio Gracias. Chapter 1. The $1 Million Bridge. There are moments when capital is used to create growth. There are other moments when capital is used to purchase time. Time for one more launch, time for one more financing, time for a production line to improve before the creditors lose patience, time for a founder to prevent an ambition from becoming an obituary. In 2008, time was becoming expensive for Elon Musk. The financial system was entering its worst crisis in generations. Credit tightened. Risk appetite collapsed. Investors who had once competed to fund possibility began protecting cash and reducing exposure. This was dangerous for established businesses. For companies attempting to reinvent the automobile and commercial spaceflight, it was nearly fatal. Tesla needed money. SpaceX needed money. Musk had committed much of the fortune he had earned from earlier ventures to both companies. The mythology that later gathered around him can make their survival feel preordained. It was not. At the time, the world saw an electric car company struggling to industrialize a costly product and a rocket company that had failed repeatedly to reach orbit. Musk's personal financial position also tightened. Public court filings later described him as relying on loans from friends after exhausting his available cash. One of those friends was Antonio Gracias. The $1 million advance was not an investment round. It did not include an equity grant. It was a short-term bridge offered when liquidity had become personal, not merely corporate. That distinction is essential, but it does not make the moment small. Capital communicates. A check written during prosperity says, "I believe this can grow." A check written during distress says, "I believe you can survive." A personal loan made when failure is possible says something stronger. I am willing to occupy the uncertainty with you. A bridge does not create the destination. It allows the traveler to reach it. The $1 million became important not because it directly purchased the later stake, but because it demonstrated character inside the relationship. Gracias did not discover Musk at the moment of universal approval. He knew him when Musk's companies demanded more belief than evidence. He was present when the cost of loyalty was visible and the payoff was not. This is where the economics of trust begin. Trust is often described as a moral quality. In business, it is also a productive asset. It reduces friction. It speeds decisions. It gives one party confidence that the other will remain engaged after the contract is signed. It can create access to information, people, and future transactions. But trust only becomes valuable when it is tested. Anyone can appear loyal when the stock rises. Anyone can be enthusiastic when a financing is oversubscribed. The meaningful moments arrive when the company misses, the press turns hostile, the market closes, or the founder calls with a problem that cannot be solved by a congratulatory message. Gracias's loan occupied such a moment. It also reflected his background. He had learned through distressed and operationally difficult companies that enterprises often die from timing rather than from the absence of value. A business can possess talented people, useful technology, and real demand, yet fail because cash obligations arrive before the operating system matures. The financier who understands only terminal value may miss the immediate problem. The operator sees payroll next Friday. The bridge is therefore a recurring instrument in the Gracias story. Sometimes it is literal money. Sometimes it is governance. Sometimes it is the willingness to enter a factory, help identify a bottleneck, recruit a leader, or reassure other investors. The bridge is anything that allows a valuable but unstable system to cross from one state into another. This does not mean every distressed founder deserves rescue. Most do not. Many companies run out of money because the idea is weak, the economics are poor, the market is absent, or management refuses to learn. The investor's task is not to romanticize crisis. It is to determine whether the crisis is evidence of terminal weakness or the temporary cost of building something unusually difficult. In 2008, that distinction was hard to make. Tesla's Roadster had attracted attention but exposed the difficulty of turning a prototype into a repeatable product. SpaceX had attempted 3 Falcon 1 launches without achieving orbit. Each failure consumed capital and credibility. Musk was trying to lead 2 capital-intensive companies at once, while financial markets were breaking around him. The conservative answer was obvious. Step back. Gracias did the opposite. The loan was repaid. The relationship remained. Over the following years, Valor invested repeatedly in Musk's ventures. The value came not from converting debt into equity, but from being invited to keep making decisions. That is how relationship capital compounds. First, an investor proves reliable when reliability is costly. Then the founder shares more. The investor sees the operating reality earlier. The investor becomes useful. The next opportunity appears before it reaches a broad auction. Each successful collaboration increases the probability of another. Access alone does not guarantee return. It can also magnify error. Being close to a founder can create overconfidence, silence dissent, and turn friendship into a substitute for diligence. But when access is paired with independent judgment and operational competence, it can become one of the most powerful advantages in private markets. The world later celebrated the outcome. In 2008, there was no outcome to celebrate. There was only a founder running out of money, an investor willing to lend him some, and a bridge extending into the dark. Chapter 2. 3 Failures and a 4th Flight. Before SpaceX became a public company worth more than many nations' annual economic output, it was a small organization trying to prove that a privately financed rocket could reach orbit. The ambition was enormous. The vehicle was comparatively modest. Falcon 1 was a 2-stage liquid-fueled rocket designed to place small payloads into orbit at lower cost than traditional systems. Its existence challenged an industry shaped by governments, major defense contractors, long development cycles, and expensive launch infrastructure. The first launch failed in 2006. A fuel leak led to a fire shortly after liftoff. The second, in 2007, flew farther but still did not reach orbit. The third, in August 2008, failed after stage separation. The rocket carried, among other payloads, the ashes of people whose families had paid for a memorial flight. The loss was technical, financial, and emotional. Failure in a software company can produce an error message. Failure in rocketry produces fire, debris, and a public record of the event. It also consumes hardware that took months to build and cannot be recovered for another attempt. By the third failure, SpaceX's margin for error had narrowed sharply. The company had enough resources for another serious attempt, but not an unlimited series. A 4th failure could have ended the enterprise. This is the kind of moment that reveals the true structure of an investment thesis. When an investor first backs an ambitious company, the thesis is often described in positive language. The market is large, the technology is differentiated, the team is exceptional, the economics improve with scale. Those statements are necessary, but incomplete. A real thesis must also contain a theory of survival. How many failures can the company absorb? What must be learned before the next attempt? Which errors are correctable? What evidence would cause the investor to stop? And if the company succeeds technically, will it still have enough capital to turn success into a business? Gracias's early operating experience made these questions familiar. Distressed companies teach that failure is rarely singular. One missed shipment causes a customer problem, which causes a cash problem, which delays a supplier, which reduces production, which creates another customer problem. Disorder compounds. The same is true in frontier technology. A launch failure is not only an engineering event. It affects employee morale, customer confidence, supplier relationships, insurance, schedule, public perception, and the willingness of investors to finance the next vehicle. SpaceX's 4th Falcon 1 launch took place on September 28, 2008. The rocket reached orbit. SpaceX became the first privately funded company to place a liquid-fueled rocket into Earth orbit. The achievement did not instantly solve every problem. It did something more important. It changed the category of the company. Before the flight, SpaceX was an organization claiming that its approach could work. After the flight, it was an organization that had done it. Proof changes the cost of capital. It changes recruiting. It changes negotiations with customers and government agencies. It gives supporters evidence that their conviction was not merely emotional. Yet even proof arrives inside a broader timeline. The global financial crisis was accelerating. Lehman Brothers had failed less than 2 weeks earlier. Markets were convulsing. Technical success did not automatically create abundant cash. This is why a company can be right and still be near death. Investors often imagine that truth wins quickly. It does not. A superior technology can remain underfunded. A strong product can arrive before the market. A founder can solve the engineering problem and still lose to the financing schedule. The gap between being correct and being solvent is where many great companies disappear. The fourth flight established possibility. The next task was endurance. SpaceX received a major NASA contract later that year, a development that helped provide the commercial and institutional foundation the company needed. The contract was not charity. NASA had its own strategic reasons for supporting commercial cargo capability. But for SpaceX, the timing was transformative. The sequence would later be compressed into legend. 3 failures, 1 successful launch, a government contract, survival. Living through it was less clean. Engineers had to diagnose failures under pressure. Employees had to continue working without certainty. Investors had to decide whether previous losses represented evidence against the company or tuition paid for knowledge no competitor could buy. Musk had to keep 2 fragile enterprises alive simultaneously. Gracias's importance cannot be measured by claiming that he caused the fourth flight. He did not. The engineers built the rocket. The operating team executed the launch. Musk created and drove the mission. The investor's role was to help ensure that the attempt remained possible. That is a quieter contribution, but private capital is often most valuable when it protects the possibility of work that only others can perform. Chapter 3. Christmas at the Edge. The end of 2008 has become one of the defining passages in the Musk mythology. Tesla and SpaceX were both under pressure. Musk's liquidity was strained. The financial crisis made outside capital scarce. Decisions that might have been separated in a healthier market collided inside the same narrow window. The danger was not simply that one company might fail. It was that the effort to save one would weaken the other. Capital allocation becomes most revealing when every option is painful. If there is enough money for all projects, the allocator appears generous. If there is enough time for all priorities, the leader appears strategic. Scarcity removes the disguise. Musk had to decide how much of his remaining capacity to direct toward Tesla, how much toward SpaceX, and how to persuade others to participate when the macroeconomic environment argued for retreat. Gracias occupied a rare position. He was not an outside observer studying one company in isolation. He had exposure to the ecosystem and a relationship with the founder. He could see that the risk was correlated across the ventures. The same person, reputation, and network connected them. He could also see that success in either company would change how the market understood Musk's ability to execute. This kind of cross-company visibility can be an advantage, but it also creates concentration. Traditional portfolio theory warns against tying too much capital to one founder, one technological worldview, or one network. The warning is sensible. A founder can be wrong across multiple businesses. A personal scandal can damage every affiliated company. A capital crisis can spread through related entities, yet the same network. Engineering talent moves between problems. Reputational success attracts capital. Suppliers learn to work at unusual speed. Investors develop pattern recognition across companies. The founder's capacity to recruit, persuade, and endure becomes a shared asset. Gracias was not merely betting on separate securities. He was betting on a system centered on a human being. That is more dangerous than ordinary diversification and potentially more valuable. Tesla survived through a financing completed at the end of December 2008. SpaceX had achieved orbit and secured the NASA commercial resupply contract. Neither company was safe in the permanent sense, but both crossed the immediate chasm. The Christmas week survival story matters because it shows that business history often turns on timing measured in days. A financing that closes 1 week later may not close at all. A customer contract awarded after the payroll date may arrive too late. A technical milestone reached after investors lose confidence may not repair the damage. We like to explain historic companies through strategy. Often they survive through sequence. This is one reason operational investors pay attention to calendars. They understand that value exists inside time. Cash conversion, inventory turns, development schedules, debt maturities, customer payments, and financing closes are not administrative details. They are the geometry of survival. Gracias's early career in troubled businesses would have taught him this repeatedly. A company may be worth more than its liabilities in theory and still be unable to meet Friday's obligations. It may have a full order book and no working capital. It may own good assets and possess bad timing. The lender who provides a bridge is not guaranteeing eventual success. The lender is preventing timing from making the decision prematurely. By the end of 2008, the companies had survived the immediate crisis. That survival created a powerful psychological effect. Founders and investors who endure a near-death experience together often form relationships that are difficult for later participants to replicate. They share a memory of what the world looked like before the victory. That memory can produce trust. It can also produce blind spots. People who survive together may excuse behavior they would challenge in someone else. Gratitude can complicate governance. Shared adversity can turn a business relationship into an identity. A director may feel that questioning the founder betrays the history that made the company possible. The strongest version of loyalty must therefore include the capacity to disagree. Support that never says no is not governance. Friendship that cannot tolerate challenge is not durable. The future would test whether the Musk-Gracias relationship could maintain that balance. For the moment, survival was enough. The companies had not won. They had earned the right to continue. Chapter 4. The Investor Who Stayed. Private markets reward a trait that public markets often make difficult: the ability to remain. A public investor can sell in seconds. Liquidity is a gift, but it also creates temptation. Every price movement asks for a decision. Every headline offers an excuse to leave. In private companies, the investor is often forced into a longer relationship with reality. Gracias did not stay beside Musk because he lacked alternatives. By the late 2000s, he had an established investment firm, operating experience, and a growing network. He stayed because his judgment continued to support the relationship. The word "continued" matters. Conviction should not mean making one decision and refusing to update. It should mean repeatedly examining the evidence and choosing again to remain. Each financing round is a new decision. Each board meeting adds information. Each missed deadline, successful launch, executive departure, production milestone, lawsuit, and customer contract changes the probability distribution. The investor who stays intelligently is not frozen. He is learning. A board member or active investor sees information that outsiders cannot fully reconstruct from press releases. He observes how the founder responds after failure. He sees whether the organization tells the truth about problems. He learns which executives can operate under pressure. He watches whether a technical breakthrough can become a repeatable process. The public sees outcomes. The insider sees behavior. Behavior under stress is one of the best predictors of whether a company deserves additional capital. Does the team search for causes or scapegoats? Does the founder become more precise or more theatrical? Do leaders conserve cash without destroying the capability required for recovery? Can the organization learn faster than the problem changes? Gracias's value to Musk also depended on behavior. Did he appear only when the company was fashionable, or did he engage when the work was unpleasant? Could he recruit, analyze, govern, and help solve? Did he understand the difference between advising a founder and trying to become one? The investor-founder relationship is easiest to damage through ego. Active investors often believe their capital entitles them to operational control. Founders often believe their vision exempts them from accountability. The productive middle requires respect for distinct roles. Musk was the builder. Gracias was the capital partner, director, and operator investor. Their strengths overlapped but were not identical. Over time, Valor's repeated investments in Musk-related companies became one of the defining features of the firm. Critics could describe the strategy as dependence on a single relationship. Supporters could describe it as the rational expansion of a proven edge. Both interpretations contain truth. The investment industry celebrates repeatability. A firm is considered more valuable when it can produce returns through a process rather than through one lucky outcome. But repeatability does not always mean finding many unrelated companies through the same screening method. Sometimes it means understanding one extraordinary network more deeply than anyone else. Gracias's network edge was not merely friendship. Friendship without competence would have limited value. The edge came from combining trust with operating capability and institutional capital. That combination created an invitation loop. A successful investment increased Valor's resources. Resources allowed the firm to support larger opportunities. Operational work increased its usefulness. Usefulness strengthened trust. Trust improved access. Access produced the possibility of another successful investment. The loop was powerful but not invulnerable. If Musk's companies had failed, Valor's concentration would have looked reckless. If governance failures produced catastrophic consequences, proximity would have become liability. If the firm could not build an identity beyond one founder, the relationship that created scale might also limit the institution. The investor who stays must therefore know why he is staying. Loyalty is not the thesis. The thesis must survive without sentiment. Chapter 5. When belief becomes expensive. Belief is cheap before it requires sacrifice. Entrepreneurs hear expressions of support constantly. Investors say they love the vision. Board members praise the team. Friends predict success. The language costs nothing until the company misses a milestone and asks for more time, more money, or more reputation. Then belief receives a price. For Gracias, the price included capital, attention, and association. Remaining close to Musk meant accepting exposure to companies that were technically difficult, financially demanding, and publicly controversial. It also meant accepting that the relationship itself would be examined. The market often treats conviction as a personality trait. In practice, conviction is a budget. An investor can believe only to the extent that he has liquidity, time, credibility, governance capacity, and emotional endurance. This is why great bets are usually made by people who have prepared before the opportunity appears. Gracias could support difficult companies because he had built an institution capable of doing so. Valor developed funds, operating teams, investment committees, and relationships with limited partners. The firm's ability to write checks came from other people's confidence that Gracias and his colleagues would exercise judgment on their behalf. Every act of conviction, therefore, contained a chain of trust. Musk trusted Gracias. Gracias trusted the company and its people. Valor's investment committee trusted the thesis. Limited partners trusted Valor. Employees trusted that management would allocate resources responsibly. The visible friendship at the center depended on an invisible institutional structure around it. This is another reason the phrase turning 1 million into 68 billion can mislead. It reduces a network of capital providers, operators, employees, engineers, customers, government agencies, and decades of work into the image of one man placing one bet. Narrative loves singular heroes. Enterprise is collective, yet individual judgment still matters. Institutions do not decide by themselves. At critical moments, a person must say yes, no, not yet, or more. The quality of that judgment depends on the questions asked before the decision. Enterprise to survive. What evidence exists that the team can learn? Which risks are technical, which are financial, and which are human? What would invalidate the thesis? How much additional capital might be required if the schedule slips? Is the founder merely persuasive, or does he convert pressure into progress? Can the investor add enough value to improve the odds? These questions distinguish conviction from hope. Hope says the future will be favorable. Conviction says the future is uncertain, but the expected value justifies the cost of remaining involved. Gracias's career would become a case study in high-conviction investing. But before it became a case study, it was a series of invoices paid before the result was known. The next chapters move backward, away from rockets and public markets, to the experiences that taught him how to re-add those invoices. Chapter 6. Detroit Beginnings. Antonio Gracias was born in Detroit in 1970, into a family whose story crossed continents before it entered American business. Published accounts describe his mother as Spanish and his father as a physician from Goa, India. The family later lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That background placed Gracias inside several worlds at once: immigrant ambition, Midwestern practicality, professional discipline, and the commercial energy of a family that understood work as both economic necessity and personal expression. His mother's influence appears repeatedly in accounts of his early life. She operated a retail business, including a lingerie store and a mall, and allowed her son to observe entrepreneurship at close range. A child watching a small business sees something different from a child learning business only through books. He sees that customers are not abstractions. He sees inventory arriving, employees needing direction, rent coming due, and reputation being built through thousands of small interactions. At a technology conference decades later, Gracias recalled the way his mother cared about employees and community.
The lesson was not simply that business could create money.
It was that enterprise created obligations. This idea would later appear in Valor's stated values: excellence, humility, integrity, and responsibility. The words sound institutional, but values are often older than the institutions that adopt them. They begin in households, in repeated observations of how adults behave when no audience is present. The family also encouraged his interest in investing. Reporting has described his mother helping him buy approximately $300 of Apple shares while he was in middle school. The amount was small. The education was not. A first investment creates a new way of looking at the world. The child no longer sees only a product. He sees the company behind the product. He begins to ask why customers care, whether the organization can grow, and what ownership means. Apple in that era was not the near unassailable institution it would later become. The personal computing industry was young, volatile, and filled with competing visions. Buying the shares could not have taught Gracias a complete investment process. It could have taught him something more basic. Technology companies can begin as uncertainty and become infrastructure. Detroit and Grand Rapids offered a second education. Michigan's economy was shaped by manufacturing. The region understood factories, supply chains, labor, quality, cyclical demand, and the consequences of industrial decline. Even for someone not working directly on an assembly line, the physical economy was visible. This mattered because Gracias would later build his firm around the belief that operating knowledge creates investment advantage. He did not emerge from a world where value was imagined as purely digital. He understood that products must be made, moved, financed, sold, and serviced. Manufacturing also teaches humility. A presentation can be changed in minutes. A production system resists rhetoric. Materials arrive late. Machines fail. Tolerances matter. A quality problem can hide inside thousands of units. A small process error can become an expensive recall. The investor who respects physical systems becomes less impressed by easy projections. He asks how growth will actually happen. Gracias's family background also complicated the simple mythology of self-creation. Like many successful people, he benefited from support, education, and examples. He also had to translate those advantages into action. The child who bought Apple shares did not know he would one day hold board seats in companies building electric vehicles and rockets. But the pattern had begun. Curiosity about technology, respect for enterprise, and a willingness to view ownership as participation rather than observation. Chapter 7. Georgetown and the Wider World. Gracias attended Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service, where he earned a joint bachelor's degree and Master of Science in Foreign Service with honors in international finance and economics. The choice of school is revealing. The School of Foreign Service trains students to think across borders, institutions, governments, and markets. It treats capital not as a self-contained game, but as something shaped by law, culture, politics, security, and history. This perspective would become increasingly valuable as the companies around Gracias grew. Tesla required global supply chains, government incentives, manufacturing sites, and regulatory relationships. SpaceX operated at the intersection of commercial markets, national security, telecommunications, export controls, and geopolitics. An investor who understood only finance would see part of the system. International education also teaches that institutions behave differently across countries. A technology may be technically universal while its commercial adoption remains political. A factory can be efficient and still be vulnerable to trade restrictions. Capital can move quickly until regulation, war, or currency risk changes the route. At Georgetown, Gracias encountered finance as a global language rather than merely a Wall Street profession. He studied how capital flows influence development and how corporate structures distribute power and risk. The education did not produce a conventional career path. Gracias would later attend law school, but he did not become a traditional attorney. He worked at Goldman Sachs, but he did not remain a career investment banker. He took pieces from each environment and combined them into an operator-investor model. The School of Foreign Service also reinforced the value of networks. Alumni networks are often described cynically, as if relationships are merely instruments. The stronger version is more reciprocal. A network becomes valuable when its members continue to exchange information, opportunities, and support over time. Gracias remained connected to Georgetown. He later served on advisory bodies and, with Sabrina Gracias, supported students affected by the war in Ukraine through a $5 million family foundation gift. The institution that helped widen his view of the world became one of the places through which he tried to act on it. There is a temptation to explain successful investors through a single intellectual formula. In reality, their judgment is assembled from multiple disciplines. Finance teaches how value is distributed. Economics teaches incentives. International affairs teaches power. History teaches that systems change. Operations teaches that plans encounter friction. Law teaches that relationships must be translated into rights and obligations. Gracias moved through all of these languages before building Valor. The result was not academic complexity for its own sake. It was the capacity to see a company as part of a larger system. That ability would later help him understand why the best technology does not automatically win. The winning organization must also obtain capital, recruit talent, navigate government, control costs, protect intellectual property, build supply chains, and survive long enough for customers to change their behavior. A rocket is an engineering object. A space company is a political and economic institution. The difference is where investors either make fortunes or lose them. Chapter 8. Lessons from Japan. Gracias also studied corporate structures and economic development at Waseda University in Tokyo. Before completing his master's work, he returned to Japan as a Nikko Securities Fellow. Japan offered a useful contrast to American financial culture. Its post-war industrial rise had been built through long-duration relationships among companies, banks, suppliers, employees, and government. The system had weaknesses, including rigidity and inefficient capital allocation, but it demonstrated the power of coordination, process discipline, and patient capability building. For a young investor interested in manufacturing and technology, Japan was a living laboratory. Japanese production systems had transformed global expectations of quality. Concepts associated with continuous improvement, waste reduction, supplier collaboration, and frontline problem-solving had changed the automobile industry. The lesson was not that every company should copy Japanese management. It was that small process improvements, repeated continuously, can create an advantage that appears almost magical to outsiders. The public tends to notice products. A reliable product is the visible consequence of invisible routines. Maintenance, training, quality control, supplier standards, feedback loops, and management behavior. When these routines are strong, excellence becomes repeatable. When they are weak, a company may produce one impressive prototype and fail at scale. This distinction would later define the hardest years at Tesla. The challenge was not proving that an electric car could be desirable. It was manufacturing large numbers of vehicles at acceptable cost and quality. The gap between invention and industrialization is where many celebrated technologies fail. Japan also provided a lesson in time horizons. Companies that invest in capability may look inefficient in the short run. Training, process redesign, and supplier development consume resources before they improve results. Financial owners focused only on immediate margin expansion can damage the very system that creates durable value. Gracias's later approach at Valor combined urgency with a longer view. The firm sought high-growth companies, but it emphasized operating infrastructure. Growth without systems is not strength. It is deferred failure. The Japanese experience likely reinforced another principle: respect for the people closest to the work. A manager who studies only reports sees lagging indicators. The employee on the line sees the problem as it forms. Organizations improve when information can travel upward without punishment. This is difficult in founder-led companies. Charismatic founders create speed, but they can also create fear. If every problem must be translated into language the founder wants to hear, the company loses reality. The investor director's role includes protecting the truth flow. He must help management distinguish urgency from panic and ambition from denial. Years later, when Gracias spoke about investing in complex systems, the influence of these early lessons was visible. He was interested not only in what a company sold, but in how its structure absorbed disorder. The more ambitious the company, the more important that question becomes. Chapter 9. The Lawyer Who Wanted to Own. Gracias earned his law degree from the University of Chicago. Law school offered a rigorous education in argument, evidence, structure, and consequence. Contracts are operating systems for relationships. They determine who controls decisions, who receives economics, what happens when expectations fail, and how parties exit. Investors who treat legal documents as an administrative afterthought misunderstand the transaction. A term sheet contains a philosophy of power: board rights, protective provisions, liquidation preferences, information rights, covenants, and transfer restrictions shape behavior long after the excitement of the financing round fades. The law converts trust into enforceable structure. It also reveals where trust is insufficient. Gracias did not use his legal education to pursue a conventional legal career. While still a young man, he began acquiring and managing businesses. This was a radical shift from advising owners to becoming one. The distinction matters. Advisors can make recommendations and move to the next matter. Owners inherit the result. They cannot escape a poor decision by producing a well-written memorandum. Payroll, customers, and creditors continue to arrive. Ownership changes the emotional texture of judgment. It punishes abstraction. A decision that looks elegant in a model may be impossible for the people expected to execute it. A cost reduction may improve the current quarter while destroying quality 6 months later. A clever financing structure may burden the company precisely when flexibility becomes most valuable. The University of Chicago is known for intellectual intensity and respect for markets. But Gracias's later career suggests he did not adopt a simplistic faith that markets are always right at every moment. His greatest investments depended on believing that the market misunderstood the future. The more useful lesson is that prices contain information without containing all truth. Markets can recognize risk and still misprice possibility. An investor's job is not to reject consensus automatically. It is to understand what consensus assumes. In Tesla's early years, consensus assumed that electric vehicles would remain niche, expensive, and operationally difficult. In SpaceX's early years, consensus assumed that private companies could not dramatically reduce launch costs or compete with established aerospace institutions. Those assumptions were not foolish. They were grounded in history. Beating them required more than optimism. It required new evidence and organizations capable of creating it. Law school taught Gracias how systems defend existing arrangements. Ownership taught him how systems can be changed. Chapter 10. Starting before permission. In 1995, while still in his 20s, Gracias founded MG Capital, the predecessor to Valor's operating and investment platform. Public biographies describe him acquiring and serving as chief executive of manufacturing and technology-related companies. The timing is significant. Most people at that stage are accumulating credentials. Gracias began accumulating consequences. Buying a troubled business is one of the fastest ways to learn what management actually means. The new owner inherits decisions made by others, neglected maintenance, weak controls, customer concentration, cultural resentment, debt, and promises that may no longer be affordable. The acquisition model can appear simple on paper. Buy at a low multiple, improve operations, grow earnings, sell at a higher value. Reality is less polite. The low multiple exists for a reason. The company may depend on one customer. The plant may require investment. The management team may be exhausted or divided. Financial statements may contain adjustments that disappear under scrutiny. Employees may have heard 3 turnaround plans already. The young owner must establish credibility quickly. He cannot rely on age or title. People follow when decisions improve reality. Gracias has described his early period as an operator as foundational. He and colleagues who later remained together at Valor developed skills by working directly inside companies. The firm's later ability to help high-growth businesses scale was not created in a branding exercise. It was built through contact with operational problems. Distressed investing also trains emotional control. The owner receives bad news in sequence. A customer delays payment. A machine fails. A manager resigns. The lender requests information. The first reaction is rarely the best response. The operator learns to separate signal from noise. What threatens the company today? What is unpleasant but survivable? Which problem is the cause and which is merely the symptom? Where will the bottleneck move after the present bottleneck is solved? These questions became part of Gracias's investment identity. Starting before permission also created a personal narrative that would resonate with founders. Entrepreneurs often distrust investors whose risk has been entirely professional. They can sense when the person across the table has never signed the check, delivered the bad news, or faced the possibility that the plan may fail. Gracias could speak as someone who had owned and operated. That gave him credibility later, when Valor asked ambitious founders to accept operational help. Assistance is easier to receive from someone who understands the humiliation and pressure of needing it. Chapter 11. The Factory Floor Education. The factory floor is an unforgiving teacher. It does not care about the elegance of the acquisition thesis. It does not accept adjusted earnings as payment. It reveals whether the organization can convert materials, labor, information, and time into something a customer will pay for. Gracias's early companies were not glamorous. Public reporting has connected his investment history with manufacturing businesses and traditional consumer operations, including restaurant franchises and a ski resort. These environments were far from the frontier technology that later made Valor famous. They were excellent preparation for it. A restaurant franchise teaches unit economics, labor scheduling, inventory, customer experience, and local management. A ski resort teaches seasonality, capital maintenance, safety, weather risk, and fixed cost leverage. A manufacturing company teaches throughput, quality, scrap, working capital, and supplier dependence. Each business is a different machine. The investor who has operated several machines becomes less likely to confuse revenue growth with value creation. Growth can consume cash. It can expose weak systems. It can increase returns and defect simultaneously. It can make a company look successful until the balance sheet reveals the cost. This insight became central to Valor's later focus on high-growth technology companies. The firm did not approach growth as an uncomplicated good. It approached growth as pressure. Pressure reveals structure. A company with strong systems becomes more valuable as demand rises. A company with weak systems becomes more chaotic. Orders accumulate. Employees improvise. Quality slips. Managers add people without redesigning work. The company appears larger while becoming less controlled. Gracias later used the language of entropy to describe this phenomenon. As systems grow, disorder tends to increase. Exceptional companies do not eliminate disorder. They build the capability to absorb, organize, and learn from it faster than competitors. The factory floor showed him what that capability looks like in practice. It is the supervisor who knows the true constraint. It is the data that arrives soon enough to change today's decision. It is the culture that reports defects before they become scandals. It is the leader who can distinguish urgency from random motion. It is the capital plan that funds the next stage without starving the current one. By the time Gracias began investing in companies like Tesla and SpaceX, he had already learned the central paradox of scale. The company grows by becoming more complex, but it survives by making complexity manageable. That was the real education behind the bet of a lifetime. Chapter 12. From MG Capital to Valor. Investment firms are usually introduced through assets under management, fund size, or returns. Those numbers describe scale. They do not explain identity. Valor's identity grew from a specific sequence. Gracias first acquired and operated companies. The team learned through industrial and technology-related businesses. It then converted that experience into an investment platform designed to help other companies manage growth. Public descriptions differ on the precise moment when the Valor name formally emerged. Valor itself traces its founding to 1995, linking the firm directly to Gracias' earlier operating work. Other institutional biographies refer to the launch of later funds or the formal firm during the early 2000s. The larger point is consistent. Valor did not begin as a conventional venture capital firm chasing fashionable software. It emerged from ownership and operations. The name carried an explicit statement of values. In a 2002 memo, Gracias summarized the firm's commitments as excellence, humility, integrity, and responsibility. These words are easy to display and difficult to operationalize. Excellence can become perfectionism that slows decisions. Humility can become passivity. Integrity can become a slogan used after incentives have already rewarded the wrong behavior. Responsibility can become so broad that no one knows who is accountable. Values become real only when they change what the organization does under pressure. For an investment firm, excellence means rigorous analysis and relentless improvement. Humility means updating when evidence changes and respecting operating knowledge wherever it resides. Integrity means representing risk honestly to investors and founders. Responsibility means remembering that fund capital belongs to institutions, families, pensions, endowments, and other beneficiaries whose names may never appear in a headline. Valor's operating model sought to make those values concrete. The firm built teams capable of working with portfolio companies on manufacturing, procurement, data, talent, finance, and growth. The investor was not meant to disappear after the closing dinner. This approach created a strategic difference. A traditional buyout firm often purchases control, installs governance, uses leverage, improves cash flow, and exits within a defined period. A traditional venture firm often purchases a minority position, supports recruiting and strategy, and waits for the founder to scale the company. Valor occupied a hybrid position. It invested in growth while bringing the habits of private equity and operations. It could back a founder without pretending that vision alone would industrialize the company. The model was particularly suited to businesses where software met the physical world. In such companies, growth creates manufacturing, logistics, hardware, regulatory, and capital challenges. The company needs investors who understand more than customer acquisition. Tesla was an almost perfect test. SpaceX was an even harder one. Chapter 13. Capital with work clothes. Money is a commodity until it arrives with capability. A founder raising capital may receive several offers with similar prices. The meaningful difference lies in what happens afterward. Which investor can recruit the executive who is missing? Who can help design the manufacturing system? Who can introduce a government customer, solve a supplier problem, or provide calm when the next round becomes difficult? Valor's answer was operational involvement. This does not mean investors should enter a company and begin issuing orders. Operational help is valuable only when it respects context. A private equity playbook applied mechanically to a frontier technology company can destroy what makes the company exceptional. The work begins with diagnosis. Where is the constraint? Is demand the problem, or is delivery? Is the company short of talent, or is existing talent badly organized? Is the gross margin weak because pricing is wrong, because quality costs are hidden, or because the company is buying components without scale discipline? Is management receiving accurate information? The answers determine whether the investor's involvement will create value or merely activity. Gracias's early experience gave him a particular sensitivity to bottlenecks. In any system, the slowest or least capable point limits the output of the whole. Adding resources elsewhere may increase cost without increasing throughput. This seems obvious in a factory. It is less obvious in a rapidly growing company, where every department can make a persuasive case for more people and money. An operator-investor asks what must improve first. At Tesla, the challenge shifted repeatedly. Product design mattered. Battery supply mattered. Manufacturing mattered. Financing mattered. Service infrastructure mattered. Each solved problem exposed another. At SpaceX, propulsion, launch reliability, production cadence, regulatory approval, satellite manufacturing, ground infrastructure, and capital intensity formed an interconnected system. The investor's job was not to know more than the engineers. It was to help the organization allocate attention and capital around the work. This is what capital looks like in work clothes. It is less glamorous than announcing an investment. It is also more defensible. Capital can be matched by another fund. A reputation for being useful under pressure takes years to build. Chapter 14. The Discipline of Scale. The phrase high growth sounds celebratory. Inside a company, growth often feels like a series of emergencies. The number of employees rises faster than culture can be transmitted. The number of customers rises faster than support systems. The number of products rises faster than quality control. The number of suppliers rises faster than procurement discipline. Financial reporting becomes less reliable precisely when the company needs better information. Growth is not simply more of the same. It changes the nature of the organization. A founder who could approve every important decision at 50 employees becomes a bottleneck at 500. A finance team designed to close the books once a month cannot manage daily cash decisions across global operations. An informal culture that worked through personal trust must become a system without losing its energy. Gracias became interested in companies that could master this transition. His later description of pro-entropic investing captured the idea that great businesses can benefit from rising complexity. They enter industries where scale, data, capital, engineering, and network effects create disorder that weaker competitors cannot manage. The phrase pro-entropic can sound abstract. The operating meaning is simple. Choose markets where complexity will increase. Back leaders capable of organizing that complexity. Build systems that improve as the environment becomes harder. If the company succeeds, the same disorder that threatens it becomes a barrier to entry. Consider electric vehicles. Building an attractive car is difficult. Building batteries, software, factories, charging infrastructure, service networks, and supply chains at global scale is vastly harder. The complexity deters competitors and compounds the advantage of the company that learns fastest. Consider space launch. Designing a rocket is difficult. Reusing it reliably, launching frequently, integrating payloads, operating satellites, managing spectrum, and serving millions of communications customers creates a system few organizations can replicate. The investor who understands this seeks businesses in which operating competence becomes more valuable over time. But the strategy requires honesty. Complexity does not automatically create a moat. Sometimes it creates an unmanageable company. The difference lies in whether learning compounds faster than disorder. Metrics help, but they are not enough. An investor must study organizational behavior. Do teams solve root causes? Can leaders simplify priorities? Does information move quickly? Are mistakes hidden or examined? Can the company recruit people stronger than the current team? Does the founder redesign his own role as the organization grows? Scale is not a destination. It is a continuous renegotiation between ambition and control. Chapter 15. The Operating Partner as Translator. Founders and financial investors often speak different languages. The founder speaks in products, missions, and technical constraints. The investor speaks in returns, risk, ownership, and liquidity. The operator-investor must translate without weakening either side. He must explain to the founder why cash discipline protects the mission. He must explain to limited partners why temporary inefficiency may be necessary to build durable capability. He must help engineers understand that commercial deadlines matter without pretending that physics can be negotiated. Gracias's role around Musk often required this kind of translation. Musk's companies pursued goals that sounded disproportionate to their resources. Tesla did not merely intend to sell a sports car, it aimed to accelerate a global transition in transportation and energy. SpaceX did not merely intend to win launch contracts, it aimed to make humanity multiplanetary. Mission can inspire extraordinary effort. It can also justify unlimited spending if not connected to milestones. The translator asks, what is the next proof point? What must be true before the company deserves another $1 billion? Which investment creates capability, and which merely postpones accountability? How can the mission be divided into stages that capital markets can finance? This approach does not reduce ambition. It gives ambition a path. The most valuable investors often create temporal bridges between the founder's long-term vision and the market's shorter attention span. They help the company survive quarter by quarter without allowing quarterly pressure to destroy the destination. Translation also works inside governance. A board must understand technical risk without becoming an engineering committee. It must challenge management without taking over operations. It must prepare for failure without communicating defeat. The quality of these conversations depends on trust. A founder will not expose the real problem to a director he believes is waiting to seize control. A director cannot perform his duty if management presents only optimism. Gracias's long tenure around Musk suggests that he became a trusted translator. Whether he challenged enough in every instance is a separate question, and critics of Tesla governance would later argue that personal ties weakened independence. Both ideas can be true. A director can be deeply useful and still face legitimate questions about distance from the founder. Chapter 16. The Invitation Loop. Private investing has a hidden marketplace. The visible market consists of deals presented by bankers, brokers, and founders. The hidden market consists of opportunities offered first to people who have earned trust. Gracias's relationship with Musk became one of the most valuable invitation loops in modern finance. Valor participated in Tesla financing before the public market recognized the company. It invested in SpaceX. It later entered other Musk-related ventures, including Solar City, the Boring Company, Neuralink, the Twitter acquisition, and XI. The pattern was not simply that Gracias knew Musk. Many people know successful founders. The pattern was that the relationship produced repeated economic participation. This occurs when three conditions align. First, the investor has capital available when the founder needs it. Second, the investor can make decisions quickly because he understands the people and the system. Third, the founder believes the investor improves the probability of success. Each completed transaction strengthens the next. The investor accumulates information, reputation, and financial capacity. The founder reduces the cost of searching for trustworthy partners. The loop can create extraordinary advantage, but it carries a danger. The investor may stop testing the relationship because the relationship itself has become too valuable to threaten. A fund manager who depends on access may hesitate to challenge the founder. A board member may avoid difficult questions. An investment committee may interpret past success as proof that the next deal deserves approval. This is why institutional process matters most when the relationship is strongest. The firm must be able to say no without losing its identity. It must distinguish the value of the network from the merits of the specific investment. It must ask whether terms compensate for risk, whether conflicts are properly disclosed, and whether limited partners understand the concentration. An invitation is not an obligation. The best relationship capital expands choice. It should not eliminate judgment. Chapter 17. Becoming an institution. An investment firm built around one person's judgment faces a succession problem from the beginning. If the founder is the brand, the network, the final decision maker, and the source of trust, what remains when he steps away? Valor's growth required it to become more than Antonio Gracias. The firm added partners, operating professionals, engineers, data scientists, growth specialists, and investment staff. It created committees and capabilities. By the end of 2025, public reporting described the firm as employing approximately 125 people and managing tens of billions of dollars in regulated assets. Scale changes an investment firm just as it changes a portfolio company. A small partnership can rely on conversation. A large institution requires documented process, risk systems, compliance, reporting, and delegation. The founder must transmit judgment without turning it into a rigid checklist. This is especially difficult because great investing contains tacit knowledge. An experienced investor notices details he may not be able to explain immediately: the way a founder answers a question, the quality of a customer reference, the tension between two executives, the difference between a temporary miss and a broken model. Institutions try to capture this judgment through memoranda, meetings, postmortems, and apprenticeship. Valor's operating culture provided one mechanism. Team members did not learn only by reading investment cases. They worked with companies. They saw what happened after the decision. Feedback is the foundation of institutional learning. If the people who make the investment never observe execution, they can confuse luck with skill. If the people who operate never understand the original thesis, they may optimize the wrong objective. A strong firm connects the decision to the result. The SpaceX position created a new scale of institutional challenge. A stake valued at roughly $68 billion could dominate how outsiders understood Valor. The firm would need to show that it had built a repeatable organization rather than merely occupied a fortunate seat beside Musk. The bet of a lifetime can build an institution. It can also become a shadow the institution spends the next generation trying to escape. Chapter 18. Before the myth. When Gracias first entered Elon Musk's orbit, Musk was not yet the world's most famous industrialist. He was part of a young network of technology entrepreneurs formed around online payments, software, and the first internet boom. Gracias's route into that network passed through people associated with Confinity and PayPal, including David Sachs. MG Capital invested in the payments company that became part of PayPal. When eBay acquired PayPal in 2002, the transaction created wealth, reputations, and a network of founders and investors who would finance one another's later ventures. The phrase PayPal Mafia eventually made the network sound coordinated. It was less a conspiracy than a community forged through shared intensity. People who had built and defended a difficult company together possessed information about one another that ordinary resumes could not provide. They knew who could recruit, who could sell, who remained calm, who learned, and who performed under pressure. Musk stood out even inside that group. He had already helped build Zip2, had become central to the company that evolved into PayPal, and had demonstrated a willingness to pursue large outcomes. After the eBay sale, he did not retire into passive wealth. He committed much of his capital to a rocket company and became the driving investor behind an electric car startup. From a traditional wealth preservation perspective, the decision was irrational. He concentrated personal capital in two hardware businesses with enormous technical and financing risk. From a founder's perspective, the decision was coherent. Musk believed the problems mattered enough to justify concentration. Gracias had to decide whether this concentration reflected recklessness or rare commitment. The distinction is difficult because the behaviors look similar before the result. Both the visionary and the gambler appear willing to risk more than conventional people consider prudent. The investor must examine the quality of thought beneath the risk. Does the founder understand first principles? Can he recruit extraordinary talent? Does he learn from technical failure? Can he attract capital after setbacks? Is the mission connected to an economic engine? Does the founder's intensity create progress or only exhaustion? Musk's record offered evidence on both sides. He was capable of unusual technical engagement and persuasive force. He could also generate conflict, miss schedules, and demand performance that strained organizations. Gracias did not need Musk to be easy. He needed him to be exceptional in ways that mattered more than the difficulty. Chapter 19. Recognizing the founder. Investors often say they back founders. The phrase can conceal a weak process. Charisma is not competence. Confidence is not truth. Intelligence is not leadership. A founder can be brilliant and still destroy value through poor judgment, inability to delegate, ethical failure, or refusal to adapt. Recognizing a rare founder therefore requires more than admiration. Gracias's operating background gave him a useful test. Can this person convert pressure into organizational learning? Musk's companies repeatedly faced pressure. Early Tesla struggled with product costs, supplier complexity, manufacturing, and leadership transitions. SpaceX suffered visible technical failures. In both cases, Musk absorbed detail and demanded iteration. The strongest founders possess a high rate of learning. They can enter unfamiliar domains, build mental models quickly, and ask questions that expose assumptions. They do not merely set vision, they alter the speed at which the organization understands reality. But learning speed has a shadow. A founder who processes information faster than colleagues can become impatient with explanation. The organization may begin waiting for his answers rather than developing its own judgment. The founder becomes both the source of acceleration and the central bottleneck. An investor who recognizes the founder must also recognize the system required around him. That system includes executives who can translate vision into execution, directors who can challenge without creating paralysis, and capital providers who understand that exceptional people still need constraints. Gracias became part of that system. He could speak the language of ownership and operations. He was willing to remain close. He understood that a founder-led company cannot be governed exactly like a mature corporation, but he also understood that scale creates obligations the founder cannot personally satisfy. The relationship was not based on one moment of recognition. It deepened through repeated exposure. Gracias saw Musk's behavior across companies, crises, and years. This kind of longitudinal judgment is one of private markets' greatest advantages. Public investors often see management through prepared calls and occasional meetings. A director sees how the person behaves when the plan fails. The price of that advantage is emotional involvement. The more history the investor shares with the founder, the harder it becomes to evaluate him as if he were new. Recognition must therefore remain active. The question is never simply, is this a great founder? The question is this founder still increasing the expected value of the institution he leads, and are the risks surrounding him being managed honestly? Chapter 20. Tesla before consensus. Tesla was incorporated in 2003. Its early strategy centered on a premium electric sports car that could demonstrate desirability before the company attempted broader markets. Musk became the company's leading investor and chairman. Valor invested approximately $2 million in 2006, according to later reporting, and Gracias joined Tesla's board in May 2007. At the time, electric vehicles were not an obvious institutional bet. Battery costs were high. Charging infrastructure was limited. Established automakers had scale, dealer networks, manufacturing expertise, and regulatory influence. Earlier electric car efforts had struggled to reach mass adoption. Tesla's thesis required several things to become true at once. Battery performance had to improve. Consumers had to accept a new powertrain and buying experience. The company had to develop software, electronics, safety systems, and manufacturing capability. Capital markets had to finance years of investment. Governments had to support or at least permit the transition. Suppliers had to work with a small, demanding company. The market had to believe that an electric car could be desirable rather than merely responsible. This was a chain of dependencies, and any weak link could stop the company. Why invest? Because if the chain held, the value would not be limited to one car. Tesla could participate in a restructuring of the automobile industry. This is the structure of an asymmetric investment. The probability of failure may be high, but the outcome under success is vastly larger than the initial market assumes. The investor must avoid two errors. The first is rejecting the opportunity because failure is possible. The second is ignoring failure probability because the upside is exciting. Gracias's experience with distressed companies likely made him comfortable evaluating situations where survival and value coexisted. Tesla did not need to be safe. It needed to be mispriced relative to its potential and capable of reaching the next proof point. Board service gave Gracias direct exposure to that progression. He would see leadership changes, financing pressure, product launches, manufacturing problems, government loans, the 2010 IPO, and the long transition from niche automaker to global producer. The journey would create enormous wealth. It would also place him inside one of the most scrutinized governance environments in corporate America. Chapter 21. The board seat. A board seat is often treated as evidence of status. In a difficult company, it is an assignment in structured uncertainty. Directors owe duties to the corporation and its shareholders. They select and evaluate leadership, oversee risk, approve major transactions, and ensure that management is accountable. In a founder-led company, these responsibilities become complicated by the very qualities that make the founder valuable. Musk was not a conventional chief executive. He was inseparable from Tesla's identity, capital story, product ambition, and recruiting power. Removing or constraining him could damage the company. Failing to constrain him could also damage the company. Gracias served on Tesla's board for 14 years. From September 2010 until April 2019, he served as lead independent director. Tesla's filings described responsibilities that included shaping agendas for independent directors, communicating with Musk, acting as a liaison, raising issues with management, and engaging with shareholders. The role required him to occupy two positions at once. He had to understand Musk closely enough to communicate effectively. He had to remain independent enough to represent shareholders. Critics argued that the first position compromised the second. Gracias and Musk had business and personal ties. Valor invested across Musk's companies. Musk invested in Valor funds. The relationship created economic opportunities for both sides. Those facts do not prove that Gracias failed his duties. They do establish why scrutiny was inevitable. Independence is not only a legal classification, it is a psychological capacity. Can the director ask a question that threatens the relationship? Can he oppose a transaction that benefits the founder? Can he separate gratitude from duty? Can he disclose conflicts fully and recuse when appropriate? Can he tolerate being disliked for a decision made on behalf of shareholders? A director may meet formal independence standards and still lack this capacity. Another may have personal history with the founder and still challenge him effectively. Outsiders can rarely observe every conversation, so process and disclosure become critical. Gracias's board tenure produced evidence of value. He brought operating and supply chain expertise. He helped guide the company through financing and public market transition. He acted as an institutional bridge around a founder who could be difficult to govern. It also produced a permanent governance question. Can a close friend be the lead independent voice? The answer is not simple. That is why the question matters. Chapter 22. Governing the Ungovernable. Founder-led companies often create a false choice. Either the board supports the founder completely, or it is accused of destroying innovation. Either the board imposes mature company discipline, or it permits behavior that would be unacceptable elsewhere. The strongest governance rejects this binary. It protects the founder's ability to create while protecting the institution from the founder's weaknesses. This requires precision. Not every missed deadline is a governance failure. Ambitious technical programs miss deadlines because the work is hard. Not every intense management style is abuse. High standards can be necessary. Not every related party relationship is improper. Networks can create real value, but none of these realities excuses weak controls, misleading disclosure, unmanaged conflicts, or disregard for law. Gracias's role at Tesla placed him near recurring tensions involving executive compensation, board independence, related companies, production promises, and Musk's public conduct. The board's challenge was intensified by results. As Tesla's value increased, critics of governance could be dismissed as people who failed to understand the company. Strong returns create a halo around process. They make it easy to assume that whatever produced the outcome must have been correct. This is dangerous. A good outcome can arise from a poor process. A risky governance structure can survive for years before producing harm. Conversely, a strong process can produce a bad outcome because uncertainty cannot be eliminated. Directors must evaluate decisions before the future is known. The best question is not, did the stock rise? It is, given the information available, did the board identify conflicts, obtain independent advice, document its reasoning, and act in the corporation's interest? Gracias's defenders could point to the extraordinary growth of Tesla and his operational contribution. Critics could point to relationships they believed weakened the board's willingness to challenge Musk. A serious account must preserve both views. The broader lesson for investors is that founder quality and governance quality are not substitutes. A brilliant founder makes strong governance more necessary, not less. Chapter 23. The network becomes a strategy. By the end of the 2000s, the Gracias-Musk relationship had moved beyond a single investment. Valor had participated in Tesla. It invested in SpaceX in 2008. Gracias held board roles. The firms and people around Musk formed an expanding commercial network. Networks are often discussed as sources of information. At their most powerful, they become allocation systems. A founder creates a new company. Trusted investors receive early access. Experienced operators join. Prior employees become founders. Capital returns to the network after an exit and finances the next generation. Reputation reduces transaction costs. This pattern helped build Silicon Valley. It also created a private economy around Musk. The opportunity was not simply to buy shares. It was to become a recurring participant in a sequence of companies whose missions reinforced one another. Tesla advanced batteries, power electronics, software, manufacturing, and energy systems. SpaceX advanced rockets, communications, satellites, and aerospace production. The Boring Company explored infrastructure. Neuralink pursued brain-computer interfaces. X and XI connected communications, data, and artificial intelligence. The businesses were distinct, but they shared talent, reputation, capital sources, and a founder's worldview. Gracias and Valor became one of the institutions willing to underwrite that worldview repeatedly. The strategy created enormous optionality. If even a few ventures succeeded, they could justify losses elsewhere. It also increased correlation. A failure of leadership, reputation, regulation, or capital access around Musk could affect several positions at once.
This is the central trade-off of ecosystem investing.
Deep knowledge improves selection. Concentration increases consequence. The next part follows the relationship through Tesla's transformation, where operational help, board duty, wealth creation, and governance controversy became inseparable. Chapter 24. The Roadster and the Cost of Proof. The Tesla Roadster was both a product and an argument. It argued that an electric car could be fast, desirable, and emotionally compelling. It refused the idea that environmental benefit required aesthetic sacrifice. By entering at the premium end of the market, Tesla could charge more, absorb early battery costs, and use a small production run to learn. The strategy was intelligent, execution was brutal. Transforming a sports car platform into a reliable electric vehicle required coordination across batteries, power electronics, software, suppliers, safety, certification, and final assembly. Costs rose. Timelines slipped. Early customers waited. For directors and investors, the Roadster revealed the difference between product market insight and operating readiness. The market insight was strong. Some customers wanted an electric car because it was exciting, not merely efficient. The operating system was immature. This gap is common in frontier companies. The founder correctly sees the future and underestimates the machinery required to deliver it. Investors can respond in two destructive ways. They can ignore the gap because they love the vision, or they can treat the gap as proof that the vision is false. The productive response is to separate thesis from execution. If customers still want the product, the strategic thesis may remain intact. The work becomes building the capability to serve them at an economic cost. Gracias understood this distinction. His experience did not make Tesla's manufacturing problems easy, but it gave him a vocabulary for them. Cost overruns, supplier failures, quality issues, and process constraints were not mysterious. They were operating problems that required disciplined diagnosis. The Roadster eventually reached customers and created a base of credibility. It also consumed time and money. Proof is expensive, because the first product must carry the cost of learning that later products will inherit. An investor must decide whether the cost of proof is purchasing transferable knowledge or merely funding repeated mistakes. Tesla's later vehicles would show that the Roadster had purchased real capability. The company learned batteries, software integration, customer behavior, and the challenges of automotive production. But none of that was obvious while the invoices were arriving. The board had to govern inside the gap between present cost and future value. Chapter 25. The 2008 Financing. Tesla's survival at the end of 2008 depended on a financing completed under extreme pressure. The company was cutting costs, changing leadership, and trying to preserve a product roadmap while the broader financial system contracted. Employees and investors faced the possibility that a company with a compelling mission might fail before demonstrating its larger opportunity. This period shows why financing is not separate from operations. When capital becomes scarce, management changes behavior. Projects are delayed. Hiring stops. Suppliers demand tighter terms. Talented employees leave because uncertainty rises. Customers hesitate. The company's ability to execute deteriorates, which makes financing even harder. The cycle can become self-fulfilling. A rescue financing interrupts the cycle, but it also redistributes power. New money may demand better terms. Existing investors may be diluted. Founders may lose control. The board must balance survival against long-term ownership. Gracias's position combined financial exposure with board responsibility. He had to support a transaction capable of keeping Tesla alive while preserving enough of the mission and team to make survival meaningful. A company can be rescued into irrelevance. If financing terms remove incentives, if cuts eliminate essential capability, or if governance becomes paralyzed, the entity survives legally while the thesis dies economically. Tesla avoided that outcome. The financing closed. The company entered 2009 alive, but the experience established a pattern. Capital would remain a strategic weapon and recurring vulnerability. Musk's ability to raise money became part of Tesla's moat. So did the willingness of investors such as Gracias to participate through periods when the company's future was questioned. This was not charity. The investors expected return. The importance lies in their willingness to evaluate the company when fear had changed the market's price of possibility. The greatest opportunities often appear when two forms of uncertainty overlap: company-specific uncertainty and market-wide panic. The investor must distinguish between a lower price and a broken asset. Chapter 26. The Public Market Crossing. Tesla went public in June 2010. The offering raised capital, created liquidity, and subjected the company to a new form of accountability. Public markets offered access to a much larger pool of investors. They also imposed quarterly reporting, continuous price discovery, disclosure obligations, litigation risk, and relentless commentary. At the IPO, Valor owned approximately 5.25% of Tesla, according to public filings and later analysis. The position was worth about $83.5 million at the offering price. That figure was already a remarkable result from an early investment. It would become almost trivial compared with Tesla's later value. The public listing changed Gracias's role. He was no longer only a private company director helping a fragile enterprise survive. He became part of the governance system of a public corporation whose statements affected millions of investors. The discipline required is different. Private companies can negotiate milestones with a small group of informed investors. Public companies communicate with a broad market in which information moves instantly and unevenly. A founder's personality becomes part of the security. Musk's ability to attract attention benefited Tesla. His public communication also created risk. The board had to consider not only product and financing, but how statements, social media, compensation, and personal conduct affected the company. For Gracias, the listing demonstrated the power of patient private capital. Valor had invested before Tesla became legible to public markets. The return came from accepting illiquidity and operating risk in exchange for ownership at an earlier stage. This is the basic promise of private investing. It is also why access matters so much. By the time the public can buy shares, part of the uncertainty has been removed, and part of the value has already been created. The private investor earns return by financing the crossing. Chapter 27. Manufacturing Hell. Tesla's most important challenge was never whether it could build one compelling vehicle. It was whether it could build large numbers repeatedly. The Model S showed that an electric sedan could compete at the premium end. The Model X expanded the platform and created new complexity. The Model 3 was intended to move Tesla toward mass-market scale. The Model 3 ramp produced what Musk called manufacturing hell. Automation systems failed to deliver expected output. Production targets slipped. Employees worked extraordinary hours. Tesla burned cash while the market debated whether the company could industrialize its ambition. This was the environment for which Gracias's operating background had prepared him. Manufacturing crises are rarely solved by a single brilliant idea. They are solved through hundreds of coordinated improvements, redesigning workstations, correcting quality problems, changing suppliers, simplifying processes, modifying equipment, improving data, and focusing leadership on the true constraint. Public reporting and later accounts have described Gracias as working closely with Musk's companies during operational bottlenecks. The image of investors on factory floors became part of Valor's identity. The symbolism matters, but the work matters more. A board member cannot fix a production line through presence alone. He can help create urgency, bring resources, test explanations, recruit expertise, and maintain capital support, while the operating team improves the system. The Model 3 ramp also revealed the danger of scaling through heroic effort. Heroes can rescue a quarter. They cannot become the permanent operating model. If the company requires the founder and a small group of exhausted leaders to solve every crisis, scale remains fragile. The long-term task is converting extraordinary effort into ordinary process. Tesla eventually increased production and transformed its economics. The market rewarded the achievement dramatically. The investor lesson is not that missed targets do not matter. It is that the meaning of a miss depends on the rate of learning beneath it. A company that misses and improves may be strengthening. A company that misses and explains may be weakening. Chapter 28. Wealth, Loyalty, and the Tesla Return. By 2021, Gracias had earned an enormous personal return from Tesla. In testimony later discussed publicly, he estimated pre-tax gains approaching $1 billion. The number illustrates how early ownership in a category-defining company can transform an investor's life. It also illustrates why relationships become difficult to evaluate after success. Tesla validated Gracias's judgment, strengthened Valor's reputation, and deepened his bond with Musk. The return financed future opportunity and gave the firm credibility with limited partners and founders. Success creates resources. It also creates narrative lock-in. Once an investor has made a fortune beside a founder, he may interpret every disagreement through the history of that success. Skeptics appear to be repeating the mistake of earlier skeptics. Governance concerns appear timid. Valuation objections appear unimaginative. Sometimes that interpretation is correct. Tesla was doubted repeatedly by people who underestimated its technology, brand, and operating progress. Sometimes success makes the investor less capable of recognizing a new kind of risk. The discipline is to preserve gratitude without surrendering analysis. Gracias's loyalty to Musk became public and explicit. Musk, in turn, praised Gracias as a friend whose support continued when SpaceX appeared likely to fail. There is real beauty in that kind of relationship. Business literature often reduces people to incentives. Friendship can motivate courage that no contract can compel. But fiduciary institutions cannot rely on friendship alone. Limited partners need process. Shareholders need independent judgment. Employees need leaders who can distinguish personal loyalty from organizational duty. The Tesla return proved that the relationship had created extraordinary value. It did not answer every governance question created by that value. Chapter 29. Leaving the Tesla Board. Gracias did not stand for re-election when his Tesla board term expired in 2021. The departure ended 14 years of formal service during which Tesla moved from venture-backed uncertainty to one of the world's most valuable public companies. Tesla's own filings emphasized Gracias's management experience, operating knowledge, and supply chain expertise. Critics had long argued that his close ties to Musk weakened the board's independence. His exit occurred during a broader evolution in Tesla governance. A board departure can be interpreted several ways. It may reflect normal renewal, strategic focus, pressure, or a recognition that the company has entered a new phase. Public information does not justify inventing a private motive. What is clear is that Gracias's economic and personal relationship with the Musk ecosystem continued. He remained a SpaceX director. Valor continued to invest across Musk-related ventures. The end of one board role did not end the larger strategy. This distinction matters because formal titles can obscure the true source of influence. A board seat provides legal authority and information rights. Trust, capital, and network position can remain powerful after the title disappears. Gracias left Tesla's board with a record that supporters and critics could both use. Supporters could point to value creation of historic scale. Critics could point to a governance structure they believed had been too close to the founder. The full lesson is more useful than either verdict alone. An investor director can contribute meaningfully to an extraordinary company and still be subject to legitimate questions about independence. Results matter. Process matters. Relationships matter.
None cancels the others.
Tesla had already changed Gracias's fortune and Valor's trajectory. SpaceX would change the scale of both. Chapter 30. Investing beyond the spreadsheet. SpaceX was founded in 2002 around a proposition that looked unreasonable by the standards of its industry. A private company could build rockets more cheaply, launch more frequently, and eventually make life multiplanetary. The conventional spreadsheet struggled with this proposition. There was no clean, comparable company. Revenue depended on technical success, customer confidence, government contracts, launch cadence, and a regulatory environment shaped by national security. Capital requirements were large. Failure could destroy hardware, schedules, and reputation in seconds. Traditional valuation begins by forecasting cash flows. Frontier investing often begins by asking whether a new capability will exist at all. If reusable launch worked, the economics of access to orbit could change. If launch costs declined and cadence increased, new markets could appear. Satellite constellations, global communications, defense applications, Earth observation, and scientific missions would become more valuable because the cost and reliability of reaching space had improved. This creates a reflexive opportunity. Lower launch cost increases demand for launch. Increased demand creates more flights. More flights create learning and scale. Learning reduces cost further. The investor must see the loop before the financial statements can prove it. Gracias and Valor invested in SpaceX in 2008, at a time when the company had not yet established a long record of reliable orbital launch. This was not a mature cash flow investment. It was a judgment about people, technical direction, market structure, and the value of persistence. The spreadsheet still mattered. Capital requirements, dilution, ownership, and downside could not be ignored. But the model had to be subordinate to the system. A model built from historical launch economics would undervalue a company attempting to change launch economics. This is one of the hardest problems in investing. The past supplies data, but the investment depends on a break from the past. The solution is not to abandon analysis. It is to analyze the mechanism of change. What cost declines are physically possible? Which components can be reused? How does launch frequency affect fixed cost absorption? What customer demand becomes viable at a lower price? What regulatory or infrastructure constraints remain? How much capital is required before the loop becomes self-reinforcing? Gracias's operating background made him well-suited to these questions. Reusability was not only an engineering achievement, it was a production and asset utilization strategy. An aircraft that flies once and is discarded would be economically absurd. Rockets had historically behaved closer to that model because recovering and refurbishing them was extraordinarily difficult. If SpaceX could change the operating assumption, it could change the industry. Chapter 31. The Fourth Flight and the NASA Contract. The September 2008 success of Falcon 1 proved that SpaceX could reach orbit. The NASA Commercial Resupply Services contract awarded later that year provided a path toward revenue and institutional legitimacy. The contract's importance extended beyond its dollar amount. NASA was not simply a customer. It was a validator with technical depth, public visibility, and strategic importance. Winning its business signaled that SpaceX had moved from private experiment toward national capability. For investors, a major institutional customer can reduce one risk while increasing another. It reduces market risk by creating revenue visibility. It increases execution risk because the company must perform under demanding standards and public scrutiny. SpaceX had to build larger vehicles, demonstrate reliability, and integrate with a complex government customer. The company could not survive on vision alone. This is where operating systems become investment assets. A company that wins a contract but cannot deliver may be worse off than one that never won it. It adds cost, distraction, and reputational exposure. A company that delivers acquires knowledge, credibility, and a reference customer competitors cannot easily reproduce. SpaceX's work with NASA became part of the learning engine that later supported crewed missions, launch dominance, and broader government relationships. The investor's return came from recognizing that contracts could become capability, not merely revenue. This distinction is important in government markets. Some companies become dependent contractors, optimized for procurement rather than innovation. Others use government demand to finance technologies that later create commercial advantage. SpaceX did the latter. The NASA relationship also shows why public and private capital are not opposites. Government programs can create markets that private companies then transform. Private investors can accept risk and move faster than traditional structures. The interaction can produce capabilities neither side would create alone. Gracias's international finance and institutional background likely helped him understand this broader system. SpaceX was not simply a startup with a product, it was becoming part of national infrastructure. Chapter 32. Reusability and the Compounding Machine. The most visible symbol of SpaceX's strategy became the sight of a rocket booster returning to Earth and landing vertically. The image looked like science fiction. The economics were industrial. A reusable booster changes the relationship between hardware and revenue. Instead of consuming the entire launch vehicle, the company can spread manufacturing cost across multiple missions. Each successful reuse provides operating data. Higher cadence improves fixed cost absorption, workforce experience, supply planning, and customer confidence. Reusability therefore compounds across several dimensions. The asset is used again. The organization learns again. The customer receives more schedule options. The company generates more data. Competitors face a moving target. This is the kind of system Valor's pro-entropic framework was designed to appreciate. The company becomes stronger as complexity rises because each mission increases its information advantage. But reusability was not valuable merely because a booster could land. The booster had to be refurbished economically, integrated into a reliable launch schedule, and accepted by customers. A technical demonstration becomes a moat only when it changes unit economics at scale. SpaceX achieved that transition through repetition. The lesson for investors is that a breakthrough should be evaluated as a process, not a moment. Can it be repeated? Can it be measured? Does repetition lower cost or improve quality? Does it create proprietary data? Does the organization capture the economic benefit? A spectacular prototype attracts attention. A repeatable system creates value. Gracias's position allowed him to observe the system from inside. He could see not only the landings, but the capital allocation, production, customer demand, and organizational learning around them. That informational advantage was a form of return before the shares became liquid. Chapter 33. Starlink and the Second Engine. Launch services created the foundation of SpaceX. Starlink expanded the economic imagination of the company. A launch provider sells transportation to customers. A satellite network uses launch capability to build a recurring service business. The vertical integration was strategically powerful. SpaceX could manufacture satellites, launch them on its own rockets, replace and upgrade them, and sell connectivity to customers around the world. The launch business became an internal advantage for the communications business. Starlink, in turn, created steady demand for launches. Each side reinforced the other. This structure also changed the company's addressable market. Launch revenue depended on the budgets and schedules of governments, satellite operators, and commercial customers. Broadband and communications could reach households, businesses, aircraft, ships, emergency responders, and defense users. The scale of the opportunity increased dramatically. So did the complexity. SpaceX had to manage satellite production, orbital deployment, ground stations, spectrum rights, user terminals, customer service, international regulation, network capacity, and cybersecurity. The company moved from aerospace manufacturing into telecommunications and consumer operations. This was entropy at industrial scale. A weaker company might have been crushed by the number of systems involved. SpaceX used its launch advantage and engineering culture to integrate them. For investors, Starlink illustrated the value of owning a capability platform rather than a single product. The rocket did not merely generate revenue, it enabled businesses that would have been uneconomic under traditional launch conditions. The same logic appears in other great companies. A logistics network enables commerce. A cloud platform enables software businesses. A payment network enables marketplaces. The most valuable asset often creates adjacent markets. Gracias and Valor were positioned before the full platform became visible. This is how extraordinary private market returns develop. The original thesis expands because the company creates options that were not priced at entry. Chapter 34. The Board at the Frontier. Gracias joined SpaceX's board around 2010 and remained a director through the company's public offering. A SpaceX board seat involved issues unlike those at an ordinary growth company. Technical failure could cause loss of life, national security consequences, environmental damage, or the destruction of expensive customer payloads. Government relationships mattered. Export controls mattered. Mission assurance mattered. Capital allocation stretched across rockets, engines, launch sites, satellites, communications infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and long-term Mars ambitions. The board had to understand enough to oversee risk without pretending to replace engineers and mission leaders. It also had to govern a founder whose voting control and public identity were central to the company. The SpaceX public filing in 2026 showed how concentrated control remained. Musk retained overwhelming voting power through Class B shares with enhanced votes. Public shareholders could participate economically without controlling the institution. This structure is common among founder-led technology companies. Supporters argue that it protects long-term vision from short-term market pressure. Critics argue that it weakens accountability. Gracias's role existed inside that tension. As a trusted director and major affiliated investor, he could influence through relationship and expertise, even where formal voting power remained with Musk. The value of the role depended less on winning votes than on shaping decisions before they became votes. Board effectiveness is often invisible for this reason. The most important intervention may be a private conversation, a question asked early, or an executive introduced before a crisis. The invisibility also makes evaluation difficult. Outsiders see outcomes and disclosures, not the full process. The investor lesson is that governance in controlled companies relies heavily on character. Legal rights matter, but when one founder controls the vote, minority investors depend on the founder's judgment and the willingness of trusted directors to challenge him. That is a different risk from ordinary market risk, and it must be priced honestly. At the moment of SpaceX's IPO, interests associated with Gracias and Valor represented an enormous concentration of value. Concentration creates fortunes because the best outcome is not diluted by dozens of mediocre positions. It also destroys fortunes because the worst outcome is not diluted either. Investment culture often celebrates concentrated winners after the fact. It rarely recreates the emotional experience before the result. The concentrated investor watches one company's technical, regulatory, financial, and leadership risks affect a large portion of the portfolio. He must decide whether to add, hold, distribute, or sell. He must explain the exposure to partners and investors. He must resist both panic and worship. Gracias's concentration in the Musk ecosystem was not a single security position. It was a cluster of correlated relationships and companies. Tesla, SpaceX, XAI, Neuralink, and The Boring Company shared a founder, network, and elements of reputation. The success of the cluster validated the strategy. It also created key person and network risk. A disciplined, concentrated investor needs 4 protections. First, deep knowledge. Concentration without informational advantage is bravado. Second, liquidity planning. The investor must survive without being forced to sell at the wrong moment. Third, thesis clarity. He must know what evidence would change the decision. Fourth, governance. The larger the position, the more dangerous it becomes to confuse access with control. Gracias possessed the first 2 in unusual measure. Valor's long relationship provided information, and institutional capital allowed patience. The continuing debate concerns the third and fourth, whether the firm could challenge the founder independently enough, and whether the relationship itself became too central to the thesis. Concentration is not courage by itself. It is courage combined with a probability judgment. Chapter 36. The Ecosystem Bet. By the 2020s, Gracias and Valor were connected to nearly every major company in Musk's orbit. The pattern can be interpreted as a series of independent investments. It can also be understood as one ecosystem bet. The ecosystem thesis held that Musk could repeatedly attract talent, capital, attention, and technical ambition to companies operating at the frontier. Each company provided information and capability relevant to others. SpaceX contributed launch, satellite communications, infrastructure, and later a platform into which XI and X were integrated. Tesla contributed manufacturing, energy, robotics, software, and data. X contributed distribution, identity, and real-time information. XAI contributed models, compute demand, and an artificial intelligence layer. Neuralink and The Boring Company extended the range of technical experimentation. The strategic vision was enormous. The conflict risk was equally large. Related companies can transact on terms that benefit one entity more than another. Talent may be shared or redirected. Investors in one company may not own the others. A founder can allocate attention according to personal priorities, rather than the interests of each corporation. These issues became more important as the ecosystem grew. The 2026 SpaceX filing disclosed substantial relationships among affiliated businesses, including compute arrangements and the integration of XAI. Such transactions could create synergies. They also required careful disclosure and governance. Gracias sat at the intersection of the network as investor, director, operator, and friend. That position created information and influence unavailable to most investors. It also made conflict management part of the investment case. The bet of a lifetime was no longer only a bet on rockets. It was a bet that one founder-centered ecosystem could organize several of the century's largest technological transitions without collapsing under its own complexity. Chapter 37. The Prospectus. Private companies can become famous while remaining financially opaque. Customers see products. Employees see parts of the operation. Secondary market investors see selected data. The public assembles fragments from tender offers, regulatory records, lawsuits, and reporting. An initial public offering changes the information regime. When SpaceX filed its registration statement in May 2026, the company had to describe its business, financial condition, risks, ownership, related party relationships, governance, and offering structure in a public document. The filing did not reveal everything. No disclosure system does. It revealed far more than the market had previously possessed. For Gracias, the prospectus transformed a private relationship into a public number. The ownership table showed the scale of interests associated with Valor. Public reporting calculated that Gracias and Valor-related entities held 6.7% of the Class A shares, making the group the second-largest disclosed holder after Musk at the offering. The number surprised people who had followed SpaceX for years. Why had the stake become so large? Because ownership had been accumulated across time, rounds, funds, and vehicles. Early investment provided a lower entry price. Continued support maintained exposure. Valor's growing capital base allowed participation at larger scale. The relationship provided access to opportunities that ordinary investors could not obtain. The prospectus did not say that a $1 million loan had purchased the stake. It showed the result of a multi-year institutional strategy. This is why ownership tables require careful reading. Shares may be held by funds, special purpose vehicles, family entities, employees, or affiliates. A named person may be deemed a beneficial owner because of control over an entity without possessing the entire economic interest. The general partner may receive management fees and carried interest, while limited partners own most of the capital. Headlines simplify this structure because complexity weakens the emotional impact. The correct explanation is less dramatic and more impressive. Gracias did not stumble into a single personal holding. He built a platform capable of repeatedly financing one of the most valuable private companies in history. Chapter 38. The Mathematics of the Stake. At an offering price of $135 per share, SpaceX entered the public market at an equity value of roughly $1.8 trillion, depending on the share count and the convention used in the calculation. A 6.7% Class A position at that scale produced a headline value near $68 billion. The arithmetic appears simple. Ownership percentage multiplied by equity value equals stake value. The economics are more complicated. First, the reported percentage applied to a share class and ownership structure described in the prospectus. Companies with multiple classes can distribute economics and voting power differently. SpaceX's Class B shares carried enhanced voting rights, allowing Musk to maintain control even after selling Class A shares to the public. Second, the offering price was a transaction price at a particular moment. The market price could rise or fall immediately. A paper value changes with every trade. Third, major shareholders are often subject to lockups or contractual restrictions. They may be unable to sell for a defined period. Fourth, selling a position of that size would affect the market. Headline value assumes all shares can be valued at the quoted price, but liquidating billions of dollars requires time and planning. Fifth, the value was not all personal wealth belonging to Gracias. Valor funds represented limited partners. Employees and other stakeholders may participate in economics. Fees, carried interest, taxes, and fund agreements determine how value is ultimately distributed. These qualifications matter because financial literacy requires distinguishing control, beneficial ownership, economic ownership, and liquidity. Yet qualifications should not erase the achievement. Even if Gracias personally owned only a fraction of the headline value, the result represented extraordinary value creation for the capital associated with Valor. The relevant question is not whether he could withdraw $68 billion the next morning. The relevant question is how an investment organization built access to an asset that the market valued at that amount. Chapter 39. The greatest loan story that never happened. The internet prefers stories with clean causality. A man lends $1 million. The borrower survives. The lender receives shares. The shares become worth $68 or $90 billion. The story resembles a financial fairy tale. Courage is rewarded with a return beyond imagination. The viral version was wrong in a crucial way. Musk said that the short-term loan carried no equity.
Gracias's ownership resulted from many investments over 2 decades. Why did the incorrect version spread so easily?
Because it compressed complexity into a single moment. It gave the audience a number it could compare. It suggested that wealth comes from one heroic act rather than from a long institutional process. It also satisfied a cultural appetite for secret origin stories. People want to believe that every empire began with one overlooked decision. Sometimes it did. More often, the decisive moment matters because it sits inside years of preparation. The loan was still symbolically important. It demonstrated trust when liquidity was scarce. It may have strengthened a relationship that later created investment opportunities. It became evidence of the kind of supporter Gracias was. But the financial result came from a sequence: meeting the network around PayPal, building operating skill, creating MG Capital and Valor, investing in Tesla, serving on boards, investing in SpaceX in 2008, continuing to invest through later rounds, building funds large enough to maintain ownership, and remaining trusted as the company grew. The accurate story is not $1 million turning into $68 billion. It is $1 million revealing a relationship that helped make $68 billion of associated value possible. That difference is the entire book. Chapter 40. Paper wealth and real power. The phrase paper wealth is often used dismissively, as if ownership is unreal until converted into cash. That is too simple. A valuable equity position creates borrowing capacity, reputation, influence, fee income, recruiting power, and future opportunity. It can support philanthropy, attract limited partners, and finance new investments without being fully sold. The wealth is conditional, but it is not imaginary. For an investment firm, a major public holding also creates strategic questions. Should the firm distribute shares to limited partners? Should it sell gradually and recycle capital? Should it retain exposure because the company still has extraordinary upside? How should it manage concentration risk after the investment becomes liquid? What portion of the value should be realized to protect the institution? These decisions can be harder than the original investment. Buying requires conviction when others are uncertain. Selling requires independence when success has become part of identity. An investor can become emotionally anchored to the price at which the company first became visible. He may refuse to sell because every earlier sale would have looked premature. He may also sell too quickly because the number feels impossible. The correct decision depends on expected future return, risk, liquidity needs, tax, fund obligations, and portfolio construction. There is no universal rule. The SpaceX stake also created power beyond portfolio management. Valor's association with the company strengthened its ability to raise funds, attract employees, and gain access to other frontier businesses. Founders want investors who have helped companies survive and scale. Success is a credential with compounding effects. The danger is that the institution begins selling the credential rather than repeating the work that earned it. Chapter 41. The largest IPO. SpaceX's June 2026 offering was extraordinary even before considering individual shareholders. The company priced 555,555,555 Class A shares at $135 each in the base transaction, raising approximately $75 billion. The underwriters exercised their option for additional shares, bringing gross proceeds to about $85.7 billion. The scale reflected investor demand and the capital ambitions described in the filing. SpaceX was no longer only a launch company. It had become a broad platform spanning launch, satellites, communications, defense relationships, artificial intelligence, and future infrastructure. The IPO also represented a transfer of uncertainty. Private investors had borne technical and financing risk for years. Public investors now purchased exposure at a far higher valuation with more evidence but less asymmetry. This does not mean the early investors had taken all the risk and the public received none. SpaceX still faced competition, execution challenges, regulation, capital intensity, governance risk, and the uncertainty of its most ambitious projects. It means the nature of the risk had changed. Early investors asked whether the company could reach orbit and survive. Public investors asked whether a company already valued near $1.8 trillion could justify and exceed that value. The first question concerned existence. The second concerned expectations. Gracias and Valor had earned their return by entering before existence was assured and remaining while the market's estimate of possibility increased. Chapter 42. When the world finally agrees. A private investment becomes publicly celebrated at the moment the world agrees with it. That moment can be psychologically dangerous. The investor receives praise for courage after courage is no longer required. The media reconstructs the past as a straight line. New investors imitate the visible position without access to the original price, information, or relationship. The lesson is not to buy whatever the successful investor owns today. The lesson is to study how he became capable of owning it early. Gracias prepared through operating experience. He entered networks before their value was obvious. He brought capital and work. He remained engaged through crises. He accepted concentration. He built an institution that could keep investing. He benefited from extraordinary founder performance, favorable policy and market developments, technological progress and timing. Luck participated. It always does. The mature investor does not deny luck. He builds a process that creates more opportunities for luck to matter and enough resilience to survive when it does not. The $68 billion figure was a scoreboard at one moment. The more durable asset was the system of judgment, access, and capability behind it. The next part extracts that system without pretending it can be copied mechanically. Chapter 43. Back the person and audit the machine. The first lesson of the Gracias story is often expressed as back great founders. That is true and insufficient. A founder is not an investment by himself. The investment is a founder operating through a company, a market, a capital structure, a team, and a set of constraints. The investor must evaluate the person and audit the machine. The founder analysis asks, can this person learn faster than the environment changes? Can he recruit people who are exceptional in domains he does not control? Does he tell the truth about setbacks? Can he translate mission into priorities? Does intensity create progress or fear? Will he adapt his role as the organization scales? The machine analysis asks, are unit economics improving? Where is the bottleneck? Can the company finance the path to proof? Does each cycle create data and capability? Are customers becoming more committed? Does the capital structure preserve incentives? Can the company survive a delay? Gracias's advantage came from combining these two analyses. He did not treat Musk's personality as a substitute for operational diligence. He also treated present operating disorder as proof that the founder's vision was false. The balance is difficult. Investors who focus only on the person can become cult followers. Investors who focus only on current metrics can miss transformation. The great decision requires a view of what the person can make the machine become. Chapter 44. Earn the right to see the deal. The second lesson is that access is earned before it is monetized. The most valuable private investments are not always available to the highest bidder. Founders choose investors based on trust, speed, reputation, capability, and history. Gracias earned invitations by becoming useful across years. For an aspiring investor, this means the path to great deals begins long before fundraising. Build competence in a domain. Help people without demanding immediate economics. Tell the truth when agreement would be easier. Respond during difficult moments. Develop a reputation for discretion. Make decisions with enough speed that founders can rely on you. Bring relationships, operating knowledge, and judgment that improve the company. This sounds soft compared with valuation models. It is one of the hardest forms of investment advantage to replicate. A model can be copied. Trust cannot be downloaded. The danger is treating access as entitlement. An investor who believes his relationship guarantees participation may become careless. Every investment still requires terms, diligence, conflict analysis, and a clear reason to commit capital. Earn the right to see the deal. Then earn the right to say no. Chapter 45. Invest through the valley of doubt. Every ambitious company enters a valley between early excitement and durable proof. The prototype has worked, but scale has not. The market exists, but unit economics remain weak. The founder has attracted talent, but the organization is breaking. Competitors and critics become louder because the company is visible enough to attack and immature enough to be vulnerable. This is the valley of doubt. The investor who entered early must decide whether to provide more capital. New investors may wait for evidence. Employees may lose confidence. The founder may respond to pressure by becoming either more focused or more erratic. Gracias's career was defined by willingness to invest in this valley. The playbook requires 3 disciplines. First, preserve liquidity before the valley arrives. Conviction without reserves creates forced selling. Second, identify leading indicators. Revenue and profit may lag. Technical reliability, customer retention, production yield, launch cadence, or learning speed may show whether the company is strengthening. Third, define kill criteria. The investor must know what would cause him to stop. This last discipline protects conviction from becoming identity. The fact that Gracias's most famous bet succeeded should not obscure how many companies fail in the valley. The lesson is not always stay. The lesson is stay when evidence supports staying and leave when the thesis breaks. Chapter 46. Bring more than money. Money opens the relationship. Usefulness keeps it open. Valor's operating model demonstrates how an investor can create value after the transaction. Help the company measure the right constraint. Recruit leaders before the gap becomes a crisis. Build reporting systems that reveal reality. Improve procurement without damaging supplier relationships. Create a capital plan that includes delay. Prepare the organization for the next financing before cash becomes urgent. Support the founder while building a team that can operate without constant intervention. The challenge is to help without becoming noise. Portfolio companies do not need investors creating projects to prove their relevance. They need resources aligned with the company's priorities. The best operating partner enters through invitation, diagnoses before prescribing, and leaves stronger internal capability behind. This form of value creation also improves investment access. Founders talk to one another. An investor who helps during a difficult ramp becomes more attractive than one known only for price negotiation. Gracias's repeated invitations within the Musk network show the compounding return on usefulness. Chapter 47. Friendship and Fiduciary Duty. The most complicated lesson concerns friendship. Friendship can create courage, truth, and endurance. It can also create bias. Gracias's friendship with Musk was economically productive. It supported trust during crises, enabled repeated investment, and strengthened coordination. The relationship also attracted scrutiny because Gracias served in fiduciary roles while participating in a network of personal and financial ties. Investors and directors can learn from both sides. Do not pretend that human relationships disappear inside institutions. They shape decisions whether acknowledged or not. Disclose material relationships. Use independent committees when conflicts arise. Obtain external advice where necessary. Document reasoning. Recuse when personal interests prevent objective participation. Create space for dissent. Measure the relationship by whether it can survive a principled no. A friend who supports every decision is not necessarily loyal. He may be afraid to risk access. A friend who challenges a dangerous decision may be protecting the relationship's deepest purpose. Fiduciary duty is not the enemy of friendship. It is the structure that allows friendship to coexist with other people's capital. Chapter 48. The Bet After the Bet. The final lesson is that a historic investment creates a new problem. What does the investor do next? A $68 billion associated stake can finance generations of activity. It can also freeze the institution in the past. Every new investment will be compared with SpaceX. Every fund will be marketed through the old Victory. Team members may imitate the outcome rather than the process. Gracias and Valor must therefore convert the result into institutional capability. The firm has expanded into frontier areas including defense technology, advanced computing, artificial intelligence, health, energy, and industrial systems. Its portfolio has included companies such as Anduril, Zipline, Crusoe, and other businesses operating where software meets physical infrastructure. The strategic question is whether Valor can reproduce its edge without depending entirely on one relationship. Can the firm identify a new generation of founders? Can partners other than Gracias earn comparable trust? Can operating capability scale without becoming bureaucracy? Can the investment committee challenge celebrity founders as rigorously as unknown ones? Can the firm preserve humility after an outcome that makes humility difficult? The future of Valor depends on these questions. The future of Gracias's legacy does too. A great investor is not ultimately measured by the largest number attached to one position. He is measured by the quality of the institution, people, and decisions that remain after the number becomes history. Chapter 49. The Inner Circle. Proximity to power changes the person who possesses it and the way others perceive him. Gracias spent decades near one of the most influential entrepreneurs in the world. That proximity created wealth, information, and access. It also placed him inside controversies extending beyond ordinary investment management. He assisted around Musk's acquisition and restructuring of Twitter, later renamed 10th Public Reporting, described him as participating in efforts to reduce costs and reshape operations. Supporters viewed the intervention as a necessary response to an overextended company. Critics argued that the rapid cuts damaged capabilities, employees, and governance. The same operating instinct can be understood differently depending on the observer. Private equity describes decisive cost action as restoring accountability. Employees may experience it as instability and loss. A company can be genuinely overstaffed and still execute layoffs badly. It can need speed and still require process. The investor-operator's challenge is to distinguish between eliminating waste and eliminating the organizational memory required to function. Association meant that these dissenters understood Valor. The firm was no longer simply a private investment partnership. It was part of a visible network that influenced companies, communications, and government. Power magnifies the importance of methods. Chapter 50. Public Service and Public Scrutiny. In 2025, Gracias became involved in the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency effort and took a role in cost-focused work involving the Social Security Administration, according to public reporting. The work drew support from people who believed government systems needed urgent modernization and criticism from lawmakers, employees, and whistleblowers concerned about access, process, privacy, and the effects of rapid change. A biography focused only on investment returns would omit this chapter. A full biography cannot. The episode placed Gracias's operating philosophy into a fundamentally different environment. A private company has owners, customers, employees, creditors, and regulators. Government agencies serve citizens under constitutional, statutory, and administrative constraints. Efficiency is important, but it is not the only objective. Due process, continuity, equity, security, and public accountability also matter. Methods that work in a controlled portfolio company may not transfer directly to public institutions. The experience raises a broader question about successful business leaders entering government. Does private sector competence translate, or does confidence in one domain create overreach in another? The answer depends on humility. The leader must learn the institution before redesigning it. He must understand that constraints may exist to protect rights rather than merely preserve inefficiency. He must distinguish legacy bureaucracy from lawful process. Public information does not allow a final verdict on every decision associated with Gracias's role. It does establish that his influence had moved beyond finance and into contested questions of state capacity. That expansion became part of the risk and meaning of his legacy. Chapter 51. Philanthropy and Responsibility. Gracias's public life has also included philanthropy and institutional service. He has served the Aspen Institute, Georgetown University, the University of Chicago, and other educational and civic organizations. The Gracias Family Foundation has supported students affected by the war in Ukraine and research aimed at major health challenges. In 2022, Antonio and Sabrina Gracias committed $5 million to support Georgetown students affected by the war in Ukraine. The fund helped with tuition, housing, travel, health insurance, and emergency needs. The Family Foundation also committed $3 million to University of Chicago research seeking new approaches to heart disease. These gifts reflect a view of capital as responsibility rather than only reward. Philanthropy does not erase business controversy. It should not be used as moral accounting, in which donations purchase exemption from scrutiny. It still matters. Wealth creates choices. A person can preserve it, display it, reinvest it, distribute it, or direct it toward institutions that outlive him. The allocation reveals values in a different form.
Gracias's support for education is consistent with his own story.
Institutions widened his perspective, connected him to networks, and provided intellectual tools he later used in business. Supporting students extends that possibility to others. The most meaningful philanthropy often resembles patient capital. It funds capability rather than publicity. It helps people and institutions survive a period of uncertainty long enough to create their own future. The bridge appears again. Chapter 52. What the story does not prove. One extraordinary success can produce dangerous lessons. The Gracias story does not prove that concentrated investing is always superior. It does not prove that friendship with a founder substitutes for diligence. It does not prove that every company with a grand mission deserves patience. It does not prove that governance concerns are irrelevant when the stock rises. It does not prove that operational intensity excuses harm. It does not prove that late investors can reproduce early returns by buying at a much higher valuation. It does not prove that a $1 million rescue loan will create access to a fortune. Survivorship bias is powerful. We study the investor who stayed beside the company that survived. We do not build books around every loyal supporter of a founder whose company failed. The correct lesson must include base rates. Most startups fail. Most rockets are not businesses. Most founders do not become Musk. Most concentrated portfolios do not create historic fortunes. Most relationships do not provide access to multiple category-defining companies. The outcome was exceptional because the conditions were exceptional. A reader should not imitate the size of the bet without understanding the quality of information, access, capital reserves, and operating capability behind it. Chapter 53. What the story does prove. The story does prove that useful capital can earn extraordinary access. It proves that operational experience can improve investment judgment. It proves that some of the greatest returns are created before a company becomes easy to explain. It proves that survival financing can matter as much as growth financing. It proves that relationships compound when supported by competence. It proves that a founder's rate of learning may be more important than present perfection. It proves that time is an asset when the investor has enough liquidity and conviction to use it. It proves that public headlines can misunderstand the structure behind private wealth. It proves that value creation and governance questions can coexist. It proves that the best investment stories are not really about money. They are about judgment under conditions where money may disappear. Chapter 54. The Return on Belief. Belief is not a financial metric, but every financial model contains it. A forecast assumes that customers will arrive, employees will execute, technology will work, capital will remain available, and leaders will make reasonable decisions. The numbers are belief translated into cells. Gracias's career shows what happens when belief is paired with work. He didn't merely believe in Musk. He invested, governed, operated, recruited, and remained. Musk didn't merely receive support. He built companies capable of turning support into value. Valor's limited partners did not merely provide money. They entrusted the firm with the right to make concentrated decisions on their behalf. Engineers, employees, customers, and public institutions added their own forms of belief. The $68 billion figure represented the market's temporary price for the result. The deeper return was a network of capability that did not exist before the risk was taken. That is the return on belief when belief earns the name. It is not optimism. It is commitment made accountable by evidence. Part X. The Bet of a Lifetime Masterclass. The biography of Antonio Gracias is valuable because it contains a practical curriculum. The following chapters separate the underlying methods from the extraordinary outcome. They are not a formula for reproducing the SpaceX return. No such formula exists. They are a framework for making better decisions when capital, people, technology, and uncertainty collide. Chapter 55. The Anatomy of an Asymmetric Bet. An asymmetric investment is one in which the possible gain is many times larger than the capital at risk, while the probability of success remains difficult to estimate. The phrase is often abused. Investors describe any exciting company as asymmetric because the upside sounds large. True asymmetry requires more discipline. The first condition is a bounded loss. An equity investor can lose the capital committed, and in some structures may face follow-on obligations, reputational cost, or liability. The investor must know the full loss boundary. A supposedly small investment can become dangerous when it requires repeated rescue capital, or when debt and guarantees extend beyond the original check. The second condition is an open-ended gain. The company must be capable of creating a market, not merely taking a small share of an existing one. SpaceX did not offer a conventional opportunity to earn a modest margin on launch services. If it changed the cost and cadence of access to orbit, it could enable new demand and build adjacent businesses such as Starlink. Tesla did not merely offer another automobile brand. If electric vehicles became a major share of transportation, the company could participate in a global industrial transition. The third condition is a plausible mechanism. An enormous addressable market is not a mechanism. The investor must identify how the company moves from its present state to the large outcome. The mechanism may include cost decline, network effects, data, scale economies, vertical integration, regulatory change, or a unique distribution advantage. Each link must be examined. The fourth condition is survival capacity. The most attractive theoretical payoff is irrelevant if the company cannot finance the path. Capital intensity, development time, customer concentration, and regulatory delays determine how many opportunities the company will receive to prove itself. The fifth condition is ownership. A historic company can produce a disappointing fund return if the investor enters at too high a price, suffers repeated dilution, or owns too little. The value of the company and the value of the investment are related but not identical. Consider a simplified example. An investor commits $10 million for 10% of a company valued at $100 million after the financing. The company has a 70% chance of failing, a 20% chance of returning 2 times capital, and a 10% chance of becoming worth $10 billion. Ignoring dilution, the outcomes are 0, $20 million, and $1 billion. The expected value appears exceptional. But reality adds complications. The company may require 3 additional rounds. If the investor does not participate, ownership may fall to 4%. If the company fails, the investor may have invested $30 million rather than $10 million. If the company succeeds, preferences and employee option pools may change the distribution. The expected value must be modeled across financing paths, not only terminal values. Gracias's SpaceX position benefited from repeated participation. The first investment created access, but maintaining the stake required capital and conviction. Many early investors in successful companies earn less than expected because they cannot or will not follow on. A serious asymmetric bet memo should answer 7 questions. What is the exact maximum capital exposure under realistic follow-on scenarios? What mechanism creates the outsized outcome? What milestones reduce the major risks? How long and how much capital may be required to reach those milestones? What ownership will remain after expected dilution? What evidence would invalidate the thesis? What portfolio size can absorb a complete loss without forcing bad decisions elsewhere? The final question is essential. An investor who cannot survive being wrong does not possess conviction. He possesses fragility. Asymmetry is created not only by the company but by the investor's structure: patient capital, information rights, pro rata rights, strong governance. And reserves improve the shape of the outcome. Leverage, short fund duration, and weak liquidity can destroy it. The bet of a lifetime is therefore not the largest bet. It is the bet whose upside is transformative, whose downside is survivable, and whose path can be financed long enough for truth to emerge. Chapter 56. How to Analyze a Founder Without Falling in Love. Founders are the most important variable in many early and growth stage investments. They are also the variable most likely to distort judgment. A charismatic founder can create emotional acceleration in the room. The investor begins imagining the future before testing the present. A famous founder creates an additional pressure. Access itself feels like validation. The investment committee may become more interested in participating than in understanding. The antidote is a structured founder analysis. Begin with learning velocity. Ask the founder to describe a major mistake and the specific system changed afterward. Weak answers focus on external causes. Strong answers show how the founder's model of the business evolved. The goal is not confession. It is evidence that experience changes behavior. Next, examine truth orientation. Does the founder surface bad news before being asked? Can he distinguish between a temporary miss and a broken assumption? Does the data used in the boardroom match the data used by operators? Great founders are optimistic about the mission and ruthless about present facts. Study recruiting. A founder's talent density is one of the best external indicators of quality. Exceptional people have choices. If strong executives repeatedly join and remain, the founder may possess a rare ability to create meaning and standards. If the organization depends on constant turnover and fear, growth may be consuming people faster than it develops them. Study delegation. At an early stage, founder control can be an advantage. At scale, the same behavior becomes a bottleneck. Ask which decisions the founder made last year that others make now. Ask which functions have leaders capable of disagreeing. A founder who cannot name areas of genuine delegation is not building an institution. Study resource allocation. Vision is revealed through budgets. Where has the founder concentrated money and talent? Which project was stopped? Can he explain trade-offs? A leader who describes every initiative as essential has not set priorities. Study personal economics. How much of the founder's wealth, identity, and liquidity are tied to the company? Extreme commitment can align incentives, as Musk's investments in Tesla and SpaceX did.
It can also create desperation. The investor must understand whether personal concentration improves courage or distorts risk-taking.
Study power behavior. How does the founder treat people who cannot help him? How does he respond to a board member who disagrees? Does he retaliate against bad news? Can he apologize? Power reveals character by removing the need to perform politeness. Reference calls should be designed around behavior, not adjectives. Do not ask whether the founder is brilliant. Ask for a time the founder changed his mind. Ask what happens when a senior employee misses. Ask how the founder behaves at 2 a.m. during a crisis. Ask which commitments were not honored and why. The founder analysis should include a shadow memo, the strongest case against the person. This memo should be written by someone who is not responsible for sourcing the deal. It should identify how the founder's greatest strength can become the company's greatest risk. For Musk, intensity could produce speed and extraordinary execution. The same intensity could create unrealistic schedules, organizational strain, and governance challenges. Cross-company vision could create synergies. It could also create conflicts. Public communication could attract customers and capital. It could also create legal and reputational risk. The goal is not to find a founder without flaws. Such a person does not exist. The goal is to determine whether the company's systems, board, and team can convert the founder's strengths into value while containing the predictable damage of his weaknesses. An investor should leave the analysis able to complete this sentence. We are backing this founder because of these specific, observed capabilities, and we are protecting the company from these specific, observed risks. If the sentence cannot be completed without adjectives such as visionary, genius, magnetic, or relentless, the work is not finished. Chapter 57. Evaluating Frontier Technology Before the Numbers Are Ready. Frontier technology presents a special problem. The company may be building a product whose economics cannot be observed in historical data because no one has built the capability at scale. The investor must evaluate evidence that is technical, organizational, and commercial before conventional financial metrics become reliable. Start with the physical or scientific constraint. What is currently impossible, too expensive, too slow, or too unreliable? The company must define the constraint precisely. A vague promise to transform an industry is not enough. Next, identify the breakthrough. Is it a new scientific discovery, a manufacturing method, software applied to hardware, a cost reduction, or a regulatory change? Determine whether the breakthrough is proprietary, reproducible, and economically meaningful. Then examine the development ladder. Frontier companies should have milestones that convert uncertainty into evidence. For a rocket company, the ladder may include engine tests, stage tests, launch attempts, orbital insertion, recovery, reuse, cadence, and customer missions. For a biotechnology company, it may include preclinical results, safety, efficacy, manufacturing, and regulatory approval. Each milestone should answer a specific question. A company that celebrates activity without reducing uncertainty is consuming capital rather than creating evidence. Evaluate the learning loop. How quickly can the company run an experiment, observe the result, and improve? SpaceX's ability to build, test, fail, and iterate became a competitive advantage. The organization did not avoid failure. It converted failure into proprietary knowledge. Evaluate the cost curve. Frontier technology becomes valuable when performance improves and cost declines enough to unlock demand. The investor should model the drivers of cost rather than accepting a single future number. Materials, labor, yield, utilization, energy, maintenance, and volume all matter. Evaluate manufacturability. A laboratory result is not a production system. Ask whether critical inputs are available, whether tolerances can be maintained, whether quality can be measured, and whether suppliers can scale. Many technologies fail, not in science but in industrialization. Evaluate the regulatory path. The absence of current regulation is not the absence of risk. Successful technology often attracts new rules. Determine which agencies control approval, whether national security is involved, and whether the company has credible relationships without depending on political favoritism. Evaluate market creation. Who is the first customer, and why will that customer act before the market is mature? NASA's demand gave SpaceX a customer with both need and technical competence. Premium buyers gave Tesla a segment willing to accept early cost and infrastructure limitations. Evaluate the financing path. The company should know what each round buys. A financing plan that says general growth is weak. A strong plan connects capital to milestones that change valuation and reduce risk. Finally, evaluate second-order markets. The most valuable frontier companies often create capabilities that enable businesses not included in the original forecast. Reusable launch enabled Starlink. Battery and software capability expanded Tesla beyond one vehicle. The investor should value optionality without pretending every option will succeed. A frontier technology investment memo should contain 3 models. The technical model explains how the capability works and what could prevent it. The operating model explains how the capability becomes repeatable. The economic model explains how repeatability creates cash flow and strategic power. If any one of the 3 is missing, the investment is an incomplete story. Chapter 58. Ownership is the return. Investors spend enormous time studying companies and too little time studying what they will actually own. A brilliant company can be a poor investment when the price, terms, dilution, or structure are unfavorable. The return belongs to the security, not to the admiration. Begin with the cap table. Identify every class of stock, option, warrant, convertible instrument, and preference. Model the fully diluted ownership, not the simplified percentage in a presentation. Understand liquidation preferences. A preferred shareholder may receive capital before common holders in a sale. Participating preferences may allow the investor to receive the preference and then share in remaining proceeds. Seniority among rounds can change outcomes dramatically at modest exit values. Understand anti-dilution provisions, pro rata rights, information rights, board rights, and transfer restrictions. These terms determine whether the investor can maintain ownership and influence as the company grows. Model dilution across scenarios. Assume the company raises more capital than management expects. Assume employee option pools expand. Assume a down round. Determine what ownership remains under success and under struggle. For a fund, understand the distinction between gross and net return. Management fees, carried interest, expenses, and taxes affect what limited partners receive. A $68 billion fund-associated position does not mean the general partner owns $68 billion personally. The SpaceX story illustrates the importance of vehicles. Valor-related interests may be held through multiple funds and entities. Gracias may possess control or beneficial ownership for disclosure purposes, while limited partners own most of the economic capital. The general partner may receive a share of profits through carried interest and may also have direct or family investments. These distinctions are not technicalities. They determine who became wealthy and by how much. A useful ownership model should show original investment by round, price per share and valuation, shares acquired, ownership before and after each financing, pro rata participation required to maintain the position, preference stack, fund level allocation, general partner commitment, carried interest economics, lockups and liquidity restrictions, tax assumptions, and net distributions under multiple exit prices. Investors should also model governance ownership separately from economic ownership. Enhanced vote shares can allow a founder to control the company with a smaller economic interest. Public investors may participate in appreciation while having limited ability to change leadership or strategy. The correct question is never only, what is the company worth? It is, what do we own? What rights accompany it? What future capital is required? And what will we receive under each realistic outcome? Chapter 59. Operational due diligence that can see around corners. Financial due diligence explains what happened. Operational due diligence should explain what will break next. Begin with the value creation chain. Map the steps from customer demand to cash collection. Identify where time, quality, or information is lost. The goal is not to produce a decorative process diagram. It's to locate the constraint. In a manufacturing company, inspect yield, scrap, rework, downtime, changeover time, supplier reliability, and inventory accuracy. In a software company, inspect deployment frequency, uptime, support burden, retention, and infrastructure cost. In a service business, inspect utilization, scheduling, labor productivity, rework, and customer concentration. Do not rely only on averages. Averages hide unstable systems. Examine distributions and cohorts. One factory may be carrying another. One customer segment may create most of the support burden. One product may generate revenue while consuming cash. Walk the operation. The floor, warehouse, laboratory, or customer support queue often contradicts the presentation. Ask frontline employees what prevents them from doing better work. Compare their answers with management's description of priorities. Study the management cadence. How often are key metrics reviewed? Who owns corrective action? Are meetings used to make decisions or report history? A company that cannot convert information into action will struggle as complexity rises. Test the data. Select several orders, units, customers, or projects, and trace them through the system. Determine whether operational and financial records reconcile. Data quality is not an information technology issue. It is a management issue. Examine capacity in stages. Nameplate capacity is not practical capacity. Practical capacity is not profitable capacity. Determine the output the system can deliver at required quality and cost. Examine working capital. Growth can create a cash crisis when inventory and receivables expand faster than payables. Model the cash required for each unit of growth. Examine the next constraint. If management solves the current bottleneck, what becomes limiting? A production improvement may expose logistics. A sales acceleration may expose onboarding. A launch increase may expose satellite production or regulatory capacity. This is seeing around corners, understanding that the system will move. The final operational diligence report should not present 50 unrelated observations. It should identify the 3 constraints most likely to determine value, the resources required to address them, and the evidence that management can execute. Gracias's operating edge came from this orientation. He did not ask only whether demand existed. He asked whether the company could convert demand into repeatable output without losing control. Chapter 60. Financing capital-intensive ambition. Capital-intensive companies are often judged by the standards of software businesses and found wanting. They need factories, equipment, inventory, testing, regulatory work, infrastructure, and long development cycles. Their failures are expensive and visible. Their cash flow can remain negative long after customer interest is proven. Yet capital intensity is not automatically a defect. It can become a barrier that protects the company once the system works. The investor's job is to determine whether capital is purchasing durable capability or merely covering recurring inefficiency. The analysis begins with a sources and uses map. Every major financing should be connected to specific milestones. How much capital is required for research? How much for tooling? How much for a facility? How much for working capital, customer support, launch infrastructure, or regulatory reserves? General categories such as expansion and corporate purposes are not enough for internal planning. Next, build a milestone ladder. Each capital tranche should move the company into a less risky state. A prototype proves technical feasibility. A pilot line proves manufacturability. A first customer proves demand. A repeat order proves satisfaction. Positive unit contribution proves the product can become economic. The financing plan should show which uncertainties are retired at each stage. Then model delay. Management plans are usually constructed around success schedules. Investors should build a delay case in which the main milestone arrives 6, 12, or 18 months late. The model must include additional payroll, facility cost, supplier commitments, and lost revenue. A company that survives only if the plan is perfect does not have a financing plan. It has a wish. Capital-intensive firms also need a financing mix. Equity is flexible but dilutive. Debt is cheaper but creates fixed obligations. Equipment finance can match payments to useful life. Customer deposits can finance working capital but create delivery obligations. Government grants and contracts can support strategic capability, although they may add compliance and schedule requirements. The right mix changes over time. Early technical risk is poorly suited to leverage. Once assets and contracted cash flows become more predictable, debt may reduce dilution. SpaceX's development path benefited from private equity capital and major government contracts. Tesla later used government lending, public equity, convertible debt, customer deposits, and retained operating cash at different stages. An investor should study the capital stack as a strategic system. Who has priority if the company struggles? Which covenant can create a default before the company becomes economically insolvent? What collateral is pledged? Can customer deposits be refunded? Will a government contract reimburse cost, pay on milestones, or require performance first? Can the company raise from insiders if public markets close? The history of 2008 demonstrates why inside support matters. When external markets become fearful, existing investors possess the best information and the strongest incentive to preserve value. A company with aligned insiders and reserves has more options than one dependent on a new investor appearing at the exact moment of crisis. Reserve planning should therefore begin at entry. A fund investing $20 million should decide whether it is prepared to invest another $20 million, $50 million, or nothing. The answer should be based on portfolio construction and milestone evidence, not emotional pressure during a rescue round. The company should also be honest about capital efficiency. Some founders describe every expense as essential to mission. The operator-investor separates spending that accelerates learning from spending that merely accelerates burn. Learning capital creates information or capability that persists. Maintenance capital preserves existing operations. Growth capital expands a proven system. Rescue capital prevents failure without necessarily improving the system. All four may be necessary. They should not be confused. The strongest capital-intensive businesses eventually reverse the relationship. What once looked like a burden becomes a moat. Factories, launch sites, supply relationships, data, certifications, and operating experience make entry difficult for competitors. The company can deploy capital at returns others cannot match because the capability already exists. That is the transition the investor is financing, from capital consumer to capability compounder. Chapter 61. Board Governance for Exceptional Founders. The board of an exceptional founder-led company must avoid two opposite errors. The first is domestication. Directors can impose so much conventional process that the company loses the speed, ambition, and risk tolerance that created its opportunity. The second is abdication. Directors can become so impressed by the founder that they stop governing. Strong governance preserves the founder's edge while building institutional protection around predictable risks. The board should begin by defining reserved matters. Which decisions require approval? Major financings, acquisitions, related party transactions, compensation, changes in control, large capital projects, and executive succession usually belong on the list. The goal is not to approve every operating choice. It is to ensure that decisions capable of changing the corporation's risk are examined independently. Board composition should match the company's constraint. A frontier manufacturer may need directors with engineering, industrial, safety, regulatory, capital markets, and human capital experience. Famous names without relevant competence add little. Independence must be evaluated beyond formal rules. Directors should disclose business, family, investment, and social relationships. A close relationship does not automatically disqualify a director, but it changes how conflicts should be managed. Independent committees and advisors can protect the process when the full board contains connected parties. The board should establish information rights in practice, not only in documents. Directors need timely operating dashboards, cash forecasts, risk reports, litigation updates, and employee or safety indicators. Management should not control the narrative by choosing only favorable metrics. A strong board culture rewards early bad news. Directors should ask management to bring unresolved problems before they become formal decisions. The board's response determines whether this will happen again. If directors use every disclosure as an opportunity to assign blame, management will learn to delay disclosure. Founder evaluation should be explicit. The board should review not only financial performance, but role design. Is the founder still the right chief executive? Which responsibilities should move to other leaders? What behavior creates organizational risk? What support or coaching is required? These conversations should occur before a crisis. Succession planning is not a prediction of departure. It is an acknowledgement that illness, accident, resignation, legal restrictions, or strategic evolution can change leadership suddenly. A company whose value depends on one person should treat succession as a core risk. Related party transactions require special care. When companies share a founder, director, investor, or service provider, the board should examine price, alternatives, fairness, and disclosure. The strategic logic may be strong, but the process must demonstrate that the corporation received appropriate value. The board also needs a policy for public communication. A founder with a large audience can create extraordinary distribution. He can also create securities, regulatory, customer, and employee risk through spontaneous statements. The policy should preserve authentic communication while identifying subjects that require review. Compensation deserves independent analysis. Exceptional value creation may justify exceptional reward. The board must connect reward to transparent, demanding, and legally sound milestones. The process is as important as the amount because shareholders must be able to trust that compensation was negotiated for the corporation rather than ratified for the founder. Gracias's Tesla tenure illustrates the difficulty. His closeness to Musk may have made him an effective translator and crisis partner. The same closeness created questions about independence. The lesson is not that friends cannot serve. It is that relationship risk should be treated as real and governed through stronger process. The ultimate test of a board is not whether it agrees with the founder. It is whether the founder is better, the company is safer, and the mission is more achievable because the board exists. Chapter 62. Concentration and the Mathematics of Survival. Concentrated portfolios create simple stories and complex risk. If one position becomes worth 100 times its cost, the investor appears brilliant. If the same position fails, the absence of diversification appears irresponsible. Both judgments may ignore the process. The correct concentration level depends on expected value, information advantage, correlation, liquidity, and the investor's capacity to survive a loss. Start with loss tolerance. A family investing personal capital, a pension fund, and a venture fund have different obligations. A position that can fall to zero should be sized so that the portfolio can continue operating without forced sales or broken commitments. Next, examine correlation. 10 companies can represent one bet if they depend on the same founder, technology, regulator, commodity, or capital market. Gracias's investments across Musk's ecosystem were economically distinct but carried shared key person and reputation risk. Then distinguish cost concentration from value concentration. An investment may begin as 3% of a fund and grow to 40% through appreciation. The manager did not originally risk 40%, but the portfolio now depends on the position. The decision to continue holding becomes a new concentration decision. A practical portfolio framework uses 3 measures. Capital at risk measures the amount invested and committed. Value at risk estimates the loss under adverse scenarios, including correlation and liquidity. Opportunity at risk estimates the upside sacrificed by reducing a winner too early. The third measure is why concentration decisions are hard. Selling a portion of a successful company protects the fund but may surrender extraordinary future return. One approach is staged de-risking. The investor can return original cost, create liquidity for obligations, and retain meaningful upside. Another is distribution in kind, allowing limited partners to decide whether to hold or sell. The best choice depends on fund agreements, market liquidity, taxes, and investor preferences. Concentration should also be governed through thesis checkpoints. The investment committee should revisit the position when it crosses defined percentages of fund value. The review should be conducted as if the fund were buying the position at the current price. Historical cost is psychologically powerful but economically irrelevant to future expected return. Ask, would we buy this exposure today? What portion of our current value depends on one founder or one regulatory assumption? What event could impair several positions at once? How much liquidity would remain after a severe decline? Are we holding because of analysis or because selling would feel like betrayal? The concentrated investor needs the emotional ability to reduce a position without repudiating the original thesis. A sale can be a portfolio decision, rather than a judgment that the company has failed. The greatest protection is not diversification by count. It is diversification by source of failure. Chapter 63. Relationship capital as a compounding asset. Financial capital is visible. Relationship capital usually appears only when it is needed. Relationship capital is the accumulated expectation that two parties will behave constructively under uncertainty. It grows through fulfilled commitments, honest communication, useful work, discretion, and fair treatment. The Musk-Gracias relationship demonstrates how this asset compounds. The first interaction creates information. A successful investment creates trust. A crisis reveals character. A board role creates deeper context. Operation working. Each stage lowers the friction of the next transaction. Relationship capital produces 5 economic benefits. First, access. The investor sees opportunities before a broad process. Second, speed. Parties can make decisions with less time spent establishing basic credibility. Third, information quality. The founder may share problems earlier with a trusted investor. Fourth, cooperation during distress. Existing relationships can organize rescue financing and operating support faster than new parties. Fifth, reputation transfer. Other founders, executives, and limited partners infer quality from the relationship. These benefits explain why $1 million bridge can matter far beyond its direct return. Relationship capital also has liabilities. It can become dependence. The investor may protect access at the expense of judgment. The founder may expect support without accountability. Other portfolio companies may believe resources are unfairly directed. Limited partners may receive insufficient transparency about conflicts. The relationship should therefore be governed by principles. No hidden economics. No assumption that friendship replaces documentation. No investment without a thesis independent of the relationship. No retaliation for principled disagreement. No use of confidential information outside agreed purposes. No expectation that past support guarantees future capital. The best relationships become stronger after a no because both parties understand that the decision was honest. For emerging investors, the lesson is to build relationship capital before asking for allocation. Help a founder recruit. Share relevant research. Introduce a customer. Review a problem. Do not perform generosity as a disguised invoice. Relationship capital is slow to build, easy to spend, and difficult to repair. It belongs on the investor's balance sheet, even though accounting cannot record it. Chapter 64. Liquidity, Exit, and the Courage to Sell. Investing literature devotes more attention to buying than selling because buying feels like insight. Selling feels like surrender. In private markets, exit planning should begin before entry. The investor needs to understand potential buyers, public market readiness, fund duration, transfer restrictions, and the company's likely need for additional capital. An IPO is not an exit by itself. It is a change in liquidity. Lockups may prevent immediate sales. The market may not support a large block. The investor may choose to remain because expected return is still attractive. A sale decision should consider 4 layers. The company layer asks whether the business continues to create value. The security layer asks whether the current price compensates for risk. The portfolio layer asks whether concentration and liquidity are appropriate. The stakeholder layer asks what the fund owes limited partners under its mandate and duration. These layers can point in different directions. The company may remain exceptional while the security is fully priced. The security may remain attractive while the fund needs distributions. The fund may be able to hold while a family investor needs diversification. Gracias and Valor faced these questions after Tesla became public, and again after SpaceX's IPO. The emotional challenge was amplified by relationship. Selling shares in a friend's company can be interpreted personally, even when it is rational portfolio management. Professional capital needs a pre-agreed language for liquidity. Founders should understand that investors eventually return capital. Investors should communicate sales thoughtfully and comply with legal restrictions. Neither side should treat a secondary transaction as abandonment. The courage to sell is not the opposite of conviction. It is the recognition that ownership is a means, not an identity. A useful exit discipline includes price ranges, concentration thresholds, liquidity needs, tax planning, and thesis triggers. It also includes an explicit review of reasons not to sell, so that the process does not become mechanical. The goal is not to time the perfect top. The goal is to convert part of a successful thesis into durable capital while preserving exposure when the future remains attractive. Chapter 65. Lessons for entrepreneurs seeking long-duration capital. Entrepreneurs often ask how to find investors like the one Gracias became for Musk. The better question is how to become a company that deserves long-duration capital. Begin with truth. Investors can tolerate bad news more easily than manipulated news. Report problems early, explain the cause, and show the learning plan. Trust built during a miss becomes more valuable than enthusiasm during an easy quarter. Build a milestone narrative. Do not present a distant mission without the steps that connect today to it. Explain what each financing will prove and how that proof changes risk. Choose investors for behavior, not only price. Speak with founders from companies that struggled, not only those that succeeded. Ask whether the investor answered calls, participated in difficult rounds, respected management, and behaved fairly during conflict. Understand the investor's fund. How much capital is available? What is the fund's remaining life? Can it invest in later rounds? What concentration limits apply? An investor may love the company and still be structurally unable to support it. Make operational help specific. Do not add an investor because the firm claims to have a platform. Identify the actual people who will help, the time they can commit, and the problems they have solved before. Protect governance. A supportive investor should still challenge. Define board roles, information rights, conflicts, and decision authority clearly. The relationship will be stronger when expectations are explicit. Preserve optionality in the capital structure. Avoid terms that solve today's financing by making tomorrow's financing impossible. Model dilution and preferences. Understand what happens under a modest exit, not only a heroic one. Build a second layer of leadership. Long-duration capital cannot protect a company whose founder must approve everything. Recruit people capable of owning major functions and telling the founder uncomfortable truths. Treat reputation as capital. Suppliers, employees, customers, regulators, and investors share information. A company known for honoring commitments receives more flexibility when conditions change. Create a board that can help before it has to intervene. Share unfinished problems. Use directors as thinking partners. A board that sees only polished presentations will be least useful during crisis. Finally, know what support cannot do. Investors can provide time, money, judgment, and introductions. They cannot make a weak product strong or substitute for management's responsibility. The company must convert belief into evidence. Musk earned continued support because his companies produced extraordinary technical and commercial progress. The relationship worked because the capital had something real to amplify. Chapter 66. Lessons for investors who want to be invited back. An investor's first transaction may be won through price. The next is won through reputation. To be invited back, act like an owner without acting like the founder. Prepare deeply before offering advice. Founders quickly learn which investors understand the company and which are repeating generic playbooks. Respond quickly during important moments. A delayed answer can be a decision, if more time is needed. And Getling. Private market access depends on discretion. Do not use a founder's difficulty as material for social status. Bring the right person. The best help may come from an operating partner, engineer, recruiter, customer, or another founder. The investor does not need to be the hero. Separate support from agreement. Explain disagreement clearly and privately. Do not surprise management in a board meeting unless the issue requires formal escalation. Do not create work to demonstrate engagement. Every request consumes management attention. Ask whether the information will change a decision. Participate in bad times according to the original understanding. If the firm cannot invest, say so early. Help organize alternatives where appropriate. Treat all stakeholders fairly. Founders observe how investors behave toward limited partners, employees, and other shareholders. Opportunistic behavior in one relationship reduces trust in another. Conduct postmortems. After success or failure, examine the decision process. What was skill? What was luck? Which warning signs were missed? Institutional learning requires honesty after the outcome. Build personal credibility and firm capability together. A founder may trust one partner, but the capital belongs to an institution. The firm should be able to support the relationship when the partner is unavailable. Most important, remain independent. An investor who needs the next invitation too much cannot serve the current company well. The ability to risk access is part of fiduciary courage. Chapter 67. Building an investment firm that outlives the founder. A great investment firm must convert individual judgment into institutional behavior without reducing it to bureaucracy. The process begins with a clear domain. Valor's domain evolved around operationally complex, high-growth companies, particularly where technology met the physical world. A domain focuses learning, networks, and operating resources. The firm then needs a decision architecture. Sourcing, diligence, investment committee, portfolio support, valuation, risk, and exit should be connected. The people who operate with companies should feed learning back into new investment decisions. Compensation must reward institutional contribution. If only deal originators receive status in economics, operating professionals and risk voices become secondary. The firm will chase transactions rather than build companies. Culture should be expressed through observable behaviors. Excellence may mean documented postmortems and preparation standards. Humility may mean inviting junior dissent and recording disconfirming evidence. Integrity may mean transparent valuation and conflict disclosure. Responsibility may mean aligning fund duration with the promises made to founders. Succession requires distributed relationships. Founders should know several partners. Limited partners should understand the team beyond the chief executive. Investment committees should function when the founder is absent. Data should support rather than replace judgment. Portfolio information can reveal patterns in hiring, burn, margin, and growth. The firm should use data to ask better questions, not to create false certainty. The institution also needs a concentration policy. Historic will dominate. The firm should define review thresholds, valuation process, liquidity strategy, and communication with limited partners before emotions become overwhelming. Finally, the firm must tell the truth about its edge. If the edge is one relationship, say so and manage the risk. If the edge is operating capability, demonstrate how that capability changes outcomes. If the edge is brand, understand that brand can attract deals without selecting the right ones. Valor's post-SpaceX challenge is to prove that the organization can create value across founders, sectors, and generations. The answer will determine whether the $68 billion stake is remembered as the firm's defining achievement or as the foundation of a durable institution. Chapter 68. The Ethics of Power and the Responsibilities of Success. Large investment success creates power that extends beyond the portfolio. The investor can influence companies, policy, philanthropy, media, and public institutions. His choices affect employees and communities that never agreed to the original investment terms. This creates responsibilities not captured fully by fiduciary duty. First is truth. Powerful investors should distinguish verified information from personal belief. Their statements can move capital and shape public understanding. Speed can create value, but people affected by decisions deserve lawful and fair treatment. This is especially important when private sector methods enter government. Third is conflict transparency. Networks produce value, but related relationships should be disclosed and governed. Power becomes dangerous when it operates through invisible obligations. Fourth is proportionality. Cost reduction, restructuring, and automation may be necessary. The method should consider the severity of the problem, the impact on people, and the capability the institution must preserve. Fifth is stewardship. Great fortunes create the ability to support education, science, health, and civic institutions. Philanthropy should be approached with the same seriousness as investment, clear objectives, capable partners, measurement, and patience. Sixth is humility. Historic success can create the belief that judgment transfers automatically across domains. It does not. The person who understands manufacturing may not understand public administration. The person who understands venture capital may not understand medicine. Expertise should travel with curiosity, not entitlement. Gracias's public roles in philanthropy show both the reach and the complexity of modern investor power. His story invites admiration for courage and operating skill, while requiring scrutiny of governance and public impact. That combination is not a contradiction. It is the mature way to study power. Epilogue. The return on belief. The $1 million was repaid. That fact should have ended the story of the loan. It did not end the story of the relationship. The relationship continued through financings, board meetings, production crises, launch failures, public offerings, controversies, and new companies. It survived long enough for private conviction to become public value. This is why the title remains true even after the viral version is corrected. The $1 million did not purchase the $68 billion of SpaceX value. It represented something that cannot be recorded on a cap table. The willingness to provide support when the future was least certain. That support became part of a relationship. The relationship created trust. Trust created access. Access created repeated opportunities to invest. The investments participated in extraordinary value creation. The sequence was not guaranteed. Musk could have failed. SpaceX could have exhausted its capital after another launch failure. Tesla could have collapsed under production and financing pressure. A major accident, regulatory decision, leadership failure, or market change could have altered the outcome. And B will have declined the first investment, refused a follow-on, sold early, avoided board service, or decided that the relationship created too much concentration. Any one of those choices might have produced a reasonable result and prevented the historic one. The outcome required a rare alignment. A founder with extraordinary ambition and learning velocity, an investor with capital, operating experience, and tolerance for uncertainty, an institution capable of following on, employees able to convert impossible schedules into real systems, customers and government agencies willing to support new capabilities, markets that eventually recognize the value. Time. The last element receives too little respect. Time is not passive. It imposes cost. It creates new risks. It tests relationships and institutions. To hold through time, an investor needs liquidity, governance, information, and emotional discipline. The public market placed a number on the SpaceX position in June 2026. It could not place a number on the years of uncertainty required to create it. Antonio Gracias' legacy will not be settled by one valuation. SpaceX's price will change. Valor will make new investments. Public scrutiny will continue. The governance debates will not disappear because returns were extraordinary. The firm's ability to outlive its founder remains unproven, as it is for every founder-led institution until succession occurs. But the central achievement is already visible. Gracias built a form of capital that ambitious founders wanted beside them. He combined ownership with operations. He turned trust into access without reducing trust to a transaction. He accepted concentration where he believed information and capability justified it. He remained close enough to help and, according to critics, sometimes too close for comfort. The complete story includes both the strength and the risk. A lesser book would turn him into a prophet who saw everything. Another lesser book would reduce him to a friend who benefited from proximity. The truth is more demanding. He prepared for the opportunity through years of unglamorous operating work. He entered the network early. He recognized unusual founders. He built an institution capable of investing repeatedly. He contributed during difficult moments. He benefited from access, luck, timing, and the labor of thousands of people. He accepted governance questions that came with being part of the inner circle. This is how great fortunes are usually made, not through one cause, but through several forms of compounding operating together. Capital compounds, knowledge compounds, reputation compounds, relationships compound, capability compounds. And sometimes, after years of appearing fragile, all of them become visible at once. That was the bet of a lifetime, not a single check, a lifetime of becoming the person who could make it, survive it, and remain. Around 1970, birth and family background. Antonio Gracias is born in Detroit, Michigan, to a Spanish mother and a father from Goa, India. Public reporting describes his father as a neurosurgeon and his mother as a pharmacist and entrepreneur. The family later lives in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The family background matters because it places Gracias at the intersection of professional education, immigrant ambition, retail entrepreneurship, and the manufacturing culture of Michigan. Early 1980s. First exposure to investing. According to later reporting, Gracias's mother helps him purchase approximately $300 of Apple stock while he is in middle school. The experience introduces him to ownership and technology investing before either becomes his profession. Gracias attends Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service. He earns a joint Bachelor of Science and Master of Science in Foreign Service with honors in international finance and economics. His studies include global finance, economic development, and the interaction of markets with political institutions. Early 1990s, Japan. Gracias studies corporate structures and economic development at Waseda University in Tokyo. He later returns to Japan as a Nikko Securities Fellow. The experience exposes him to Japanese industrial systems, long-duration corporate relationships, and process-oriented management. Early career, Goldman Sachs. Public biographies state that Gracias works at Goldman Sachs before founding his own investment platform. The experience adds transaction and capital markets exposure to his international and legal education. 1995, MG Capital and the Origin of Valor. While still a young professional, Gracias establishes MG Capital and begins acquiring and managing manufacturing and technology-related businesses. Valor's current biography traces the founding of the firm to 1995, because the operating team and methods developed at MG Capital became the foundation of Valor. Other public biographies refer to Valor's formal emergence or first major fund in the early 2000s. The difference reflects the distinction between the origin of the platform and the later institutional fund structure. Gracias earns his Juris Doctor from the University of Chicago Law School. The legal training complements his experience as an owner and investor, particularly in contracts, governance, transaction structure, and fiduciary responsibility. Late 1990s to early 2000s. Distressed and traditional businesses. MG Capital and the early Valor team acquire and manage manufacturing, technology, and traditional operating businesses. Public reporting has linked the portfolio to consumer operations such as restaurant franchises and a ski resort, as well as industrial companies. These investments give Gracias practical experience with labor, inventory, procurement, working capital, customer concentration, and turnaround execution. Around 2000 to 2002, PayPal Network. Gracias becomes connected to investors and operators around Confinity and PayPal, including David Sachs and Elon Musk. He invests in the business that becomes PayPal. eBay acquires PayPal in 2002 for approximately $1.5 billion. The network formed around PayPal later becomes one of the most influential communities in technology investing and entrepreneurship. 2002, Valor's values and first large institutional fund era. A memo dated December 2002 records the 4 values associated with the Valor name: excellence, humility, integrity, and responsibility. Public reporting also places the launch of Valor's first $100 million private equity fund around this period. 2005 to 2006, early Tesla investment. Valor participates in Tesla financing during its venture-backed period. Public sources describe Valor as one of Tesla's earliest institutional investors and place a roughly $2 million investment in 2006. Shareholder materials refer to participation in rounds beginning in 2005. May 2007, Tesla Board. Gracias joins Tesla's board of directors. He brings private equity, operating, manufacturing, and supply chain experience at a time when Tesla is attempting to move from product concept to a functioning automobile company. 2008, SpaceX investment and financial crisis. Valor invests in SpaceX as the company faces enormous technical and financing risk. Falcon 1 has failed in its first 3 launch attempts. During the financial crisis, Musk exhausts available personal liquidity and relies on loans from friends. Gracias provides a $1 million short-term loan. Musk later states that the loan does not include SpaceX equity. On September 28, Falcon 1 reaches orbit on its 4th attempt. In December, NASA awards SpaceX a major commercial resupply contract. 2009, Henry Crown Fellowship. Gracias becomes a Henry Crown Fellow of the Aspen Institute, part of a program focused on values-based leadership and community responsibility. June 2010, Tesla IPO. Tesla completes its initial public offering. Public filings show Valor holding approximately 5.25% of the company at the offering. The stake is worth about $83.5 million at the IPO price, according to later analysis. September 2010, Lead Independent Director. Gracias becomes Tesla's lead independent director. His responsibilities include coordinating independent directors, communicating with Musk, shaping agendas, and serving as a liaison with shareholders and management. Around 2010, SpaceX Board. Public reporting places Gracias's entry onto the SpaceX board around 2010. He remains a director through the company's 2026 IPO. Gracias is appointed to the U.S. Presidential Ambassadors for Global Entrepreneurship Program, a collaboration involving the White House and several federal agencies. 2016. Solar City Acquisition. Tesla acquires Solar City. Gracias had served as a Solar City director. The transaction later becomes the subject of significant shareholder litigation and governance debate. April 2019. End of lead independent director role. Gracias relinquishes the Tesla lead independent director role after a transition to board chair Robin Denholm. He remains a Tesla director. 2021. Tesla board departure. Gracias does not stand for re-election when his term expires at Tesla's 2021 annual meeting. His 14-year tenure includes the company's IPO, major product expansions, manufacturing crises, and an extraordinary increase in market value. He remains active within the wider Musk ecosystem and continues as a SpaceX director. 2021 to 2022. University Service and Philanthropy. Gracias joins the University of Chicago Board of Trustees and continues service with Georgetown and the Aspen Institute. The Gracias Family Foundation commits $3 million to research at the University of Chicago's Pritzker School of Molecular Engineering, focused on heart disease. 2022. Twitter acquisition and Ukraine scholarship support. Musk completes the acquisition of Twitter, later renamed X Gracias, and Valor participate in financing and operational work associated with the transaction and restructuring. Antonio and Sabrina Gracias, through the Gracias Family Foundation, commit $5 million to support Georgetown students affected by the war in Ukraine. The program funds education and emergency needs, including housing, health insurance, travel, and living expenses. 2023 to 2025. Valor expands. Valor continues investing in frontier technology, defense, computing, health, and industrial businesses. Public reporting describes major positions or investments associated with companies such as Anduril, Crusoe, Zipline, and other high-growth enterprises. Regulatory disclosures cited in reporting show a substantial increase in assets managed by Valor, from approximately $14.3 billion in 2023 to approximately $59 billion at the end of 2025.
Assets under management are not the same as firm revenue or personal wealth.
They measure assets over which the advisor reports regulatory management or influence. 2025. Government efficiency role. Gracias participates in the Trump administration's Department of Government Efficiency effort and works on cost and systems issues involving the Social Security Administration. The work receives support from advocates of government modernization and criticism from lawmakers, employees, and whistleblowers concerned about process, data, and public service consequences. February 2026. SpaceX and xAI integration. The SpaceX public filing later describes the integration of xAI into the broader SpaceX structure and substantial relationships involving computing and related services. The transaction expands the scope and complexity of the company entering the public market. May 20th, 2026. SpaceX files for an IPO. Space Exploration Technologies Corp. files a registration statement on Form S-1 with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. The filing describes the business, risks, capital structure, ownership, related party relationships, financial results, and planned Class A offering. June 3rd, 2026. Amended registration statement. SpaceX files a further amendment with offering information and updated disclosure. The proposed transaction attracts extraordinary demand and public attention. June 6, 2026. Musk clarifies the loan story. After viral posts claim that the 2008 $1 million loan purchased the SpaceX stake, Musk states publicly that the loan was short-term and carried no equity. He attributes Gracias' ownership to repeated investments and support over approximately 2 decades. June 11, 2026. IPO pricing. SpaceX prices 555,555,555 Class A shares at $135 each for a base offering of approximately $75 billion. The company grants underwriters an option for additional shares. June 12, 2026. Public trading begins. SpaceX begins trading on NASDAQ and NASDAQ Texas under the ticker SPCX. Public reporting based on the prospectus places the Gracias and Valor-related Class A interest at 6.7% and values it at approximately $68 billion at the offering price. June 15, 2026. Offering closes. The underwriters exercise their full option. SpaceX closes the sale of 638,888,888 shares and reports gross proceeds of approximately $85.7 billion. After the IPO, a new phase. The public listing converts part of Valor's private market success into a liquid, continuously priced holding. Gracias and the firm face a new set of decisions involving concentration, distributions, future investment, governance, public scrutiny, and institutional succession. The story remains unfinished. Section 1. Mission and problem definition. What precise problem is the company solving? A serious answer should describe the customer, the present cost or failure, and why existing solutions remain inadequate. Why does the problem matter now? Timing may depend on technology, regulation, customer behavior, infrastructure, or cost curves. A timeless problem can still be a poorly timed investment. Is the mission larger than the initial product without becoming vague? The company should show how the first product creates capabilities or distribution that support adjacent opportunities. What would the world look like if the company succeeds? This question tests whether success changes behavior, cost, access, or market structure rather than merely creating another vendor. What has prevented others from solving the problem? The obstacle may be science, capital, coordination, regulation, incentives, or organizational complexity. The answer should explain why the company can overcome it. Is the problem painful enough to change customer behavior? Interest is not demand. Determine what budget, workflow, or habit the customer will change to adopt the solution. Who experiences the pain and who controls the budget? The user, buyer, regulator, and beneficiary may be different people. Misalignment can lengthen sales cycles or prevent adoption. What is the narrowest credible initial market? A focused first market creates evidence. A company claiming that everyone is a customer may not understand its earliest buyer. What evidence shows that the problem is growing? Look for measurable changes in cost, volume, regulation, demographics, infrastructure, or customer urgency. What would make the problem disappear? A substitute technology, policy change, incumbent response, or customer adaptation may reduce the opportunity before the company reaches scale. Section 2. Founder quality. What has the founder built before? Prior outcomes matter less than evidence of learning, recruiting, selling, and operating under pressure. What difficult truth has the founder changed his mind about? The answer reveals learning velocity and whether identity is stronger than evidence. How does the founder respond when a target is missed? Study whether he searches for root causes, blames others, changes the target, or improves the system. Can the founder explain the business without slogans? Exceptional founders can move between mission, technical detail, unit economics, and organizational constraints. Which decisions remain unnecessarily centralized? A founder who cannot delegate will become the limiting factor as the company grows. Who can tell the founder no? Identify executives, directors, or advisors with enough trust and independence to challenge consequential decisions. How does the founder allocate time? The calendar reveals priorities more accurately than the strategic plan. What behavior causes strong employees to leave? Turnover interviews and references may reveal patterns that management does not acknowledge. What personal financial pressures affect the founder? Liquidity needs, pledges, divorce, debt, or concentrated wealth can influence risk and financing decisions. What is the strongest case that the founder should not lead at the next stage? The investment committee should confront the possibility before growth makes the question urgent. Section 3. Founder Integrity and Power. Does management disclose bad news before diligence discovers it? Early voluntary disclosure is one of the strongest indicators of trustworthiness. Are historical statements consistent with later facts? Compare prior projections, board materials, customer claims, and regulatory filings. How does the founder treat people with less power? References from former employees, suppliers, and service providers often reveal more than references from investors. Has the founder honored prior financing and compensation commitments? Broken promises can signal future governance conflict even when they were not legally enforceable. Are related party transactions fully disclosed? Hidden relationships can distort pricing, hiring, procurement, or strategic decisions. Does the founder use urgency to bypass controls? Some urgency is real. A pattern of last-minute pressure can be a method for avoiding scrutiny. What happens to dissenters? Healthy organizations distinguish disloyalty from disagreement. Is the founder's public persona consistent with internal behavior? A large gap can create cultural, reputational, and governance risk. Are personal and corporate resources separated? Review expenses, aircraft, property, employees, loans, and services involving the founder. Would the investment still be attractive if the founder's fame disappeared? This question separates product and economics from celebrity distribution. Section 4. Team and Organization. Which roles are world-class and which are merely filled? A complete organization chart can hide capability gaps. How long have key executives worked together? Shared history can improve coordination, while a newly assembled team may not yet have been tested. Who owns the operating plan? If every answer returns to the founder, the team may not possess real authority. Can the company recruit people stronger than the current leaders? Scale requires managers who are willing to hire their eventual successors. What is regrettable turnover? Separate total turnover from the loss of high-performing or scarce employees. How are priorities communicated? Ask employees at different levels to name the top 3 priorities and compare the answers. How are decisions documented? Documentation reduces repeated debate and helps the company learn from outcomes. What information reaches the board late? Delayed information may indicate fear, weak systems, or deliberate control of the narrative. How does compensation align with value creation? Incentives should reward quality, cash, safety, and long-term capability, where relevant, not only volume or valuation. What part of the culture will break first at double the current size? The answer should lead to specific investments in leadership, process, and communication. Section 5. Product and Customer Evidence. What does the product do measurably better? Performance should be expressed in cost, time, reliability, quality, access, or another customer-relevant metric. Which customer segment receives the highest value? The best initial segment may not be the largest market, but it should experience the strongest return. How long does implementation take? A technically strong product can fail commercially if adoption is too burdensome. Who champions the product and who can veto it? Enterprise sales often fail because the company understands the user, but not the procurement, security, finance, or regulatory gatekeeper. What do customers do when the product is unavailable? The alternative reveals the true competitor and willingness to pay. How much of demand is experimental? Pilots, letters of intent, and non-binding reservations should not be valued like recurring contracts. What percentage of customers expand after initial adoption? Expansion can indicate that value becomes clearer through use. What are the most common reasons for churn or non-renewal? The company should possess a specific, evidence-based answer. How concentrated is revenue and influence? A large customer can provide validation while creating pricing and survival risk. Would customers recommend the product if the founder were not involved in the sale? This tests whether product value can scale beyond founder charisma. Section 6. Technology and intellectual property. What is technically novel? Separate genuinely new capability from integration, design, branding, or a business model change. Which performance claims have been independently verified? Internal demonstrations may not reflect production conditions or customer use. What is the technology readiness level? Define whether the system is theoretical, demonstrated, piloted, certified, or operating at commercial scale. What failure modes remain unresolved? Frontier companies should know where the system breaks and how often. How quickly can the team run a learning cycle? Experiment speed can become a more durable advantage than the first technical lead. Which knowledge is patented, secret, embodied in people, or visible through use? Different forms of intellectual property require different protection. Can a well-funded incumbent reproduce the core capability? If so, identify the time, organizational, data, regulatory, or cultural advantage that protects the company. Does performance improve with scale? Some technologies gain cost advantages at volume. Others encounter physical limits or quality decline. A unique supplier can become both a partner and a strategic vulnerability. What technical assumption would collapse the thesis if false? The investment committee should state this assumption in plain language. Section 7. Manufacturing and Operations. What is current practical capacity? Do not use nameplate capacity. Measure sustainable output at required quality and normal labor conditions. What is first-pass yield? Rework can make reported output appear strong while destroying margin and schedule. Where is the present bottleneck? Management should identify the constraint with data rather than list every problem. Where will the bottleneck move next? A credible scale plan anticipates the system after the current constraint is solved. What is the cost of poor quality? Include scrap, warranty, returns, service labor, lost customers, and reputational damage. How much inventory is accurate, usable, and required? Book inventory may include obsolete, defective, misplaced, or excess items. How reliable are suppliers? Review on-time delivery, quality, financial health, geography, and switching cost. Which process depends on heroics? A system that requires exceptional effort every week is not yet a system. How does the company learn from incidents? Review root cause analysis, corrective actions, ownership, and closure discipline. What capital spending is required before the next revenue milestone? Facility and equipment needs should be linked to capacity, demand, and financing timing. Section 8. Unit Economics and Financial Quality. What is the contribution margin by product and customer segment? Company averages can hide a profitable core and an expensive growth layer. Which costs are being excluded from adjusted margin? Stock compensation, warranty, support, implementation, and central engineering may be economically real. How does gross margin change with volume? Identify purchasing leverage, labor efficiency, utilization, mix, and expected learning curves. What is the customer acquisition payback period? Use fully loaded acquisition cost and realistic retention assumptions. How much working capital does each dollar of growth require? Fast growth can produce a cash crisis when receivables and inventory expand. What portion of revenue is recurring, contracted, usage-based, or one-time? Revenue quality affects financing, valuation, and resilience. How accurate were prior budgets? Forecast error reveals management discipline and the reliability of the current plan. What is the monthly cash burn under the base, delay, and crisis cases? The company should know the runway under more than one scenario. Which obligations are not visible in ordinary debt totals? Review leases, purchase commitments, guarantees, minimum volumes, refunds, and contingent payments. At what scale does the core business generate cash? The answer should identify operational assumptions rather than a single future year. Section 9. Market and Competition. What market is the company actually entering first? The total addressable market should be separated from the serviceable and obtainable markets. How is the market growing without the company? A company should not receive credit for growth created entirely by industry expansion. What behavior must incumbents change to respond? Organizational resistance can be a stronger moat than technology. Who benefits from the company's failure? Competitors, regulators, suppliers, unions, local interests, or political actors may have incentives to slow adoption. What is the customer switching cost? Switching may involve data, training, hardware, certification, workflow, or reputation. What substitute could become good enough? The greatest threat may not match the product. It may solve the customer problem differently. How much pricing power has been demonstrated? List price is not pricing power. Study renewals, discounts, and customer behavior after increases. What part of the market rewards scale? Network, data, purchasing, utilization, brand, regulation, or distribution may create increasing returns. What part of the market punishes scale? Complexity, service burden, local regulation, or customization may reduce returns as the company grows. What does the market believe that the investment thesis rejects? A strong contrarian thesis identifies the consensus assumption and the evidence against it. Section 10. Regulation, Government, and Geopolitical Risk. Which licenses or approvals are required? Build a timeline that includes agency capacity, public comment, testing, and appeal risk. Which government entity is customer, regulator, funder, or competitor? These roles may overlap and create both support and conflict. How dependent is the company on incentives? Model economics if tax credits, subsidies, grants, or procurement preferences decline. What export controls apply? Frontier technology may face restrictions on people, software, and geographic expansion. What national security concerns could change the business? Ownership, data, supply chains, and foreign relationships can trigger review. Which political change would most affect the thesis? Identify exposure to elections, budgets, tariffs, industrial policy, and agency leadership. How does the company protect sensitive data? Government and critical infrastructure customers require controls beyond ordinary commercial security. What environmental or community approvals are needed? Facilities and launch sites can be delayed by local opposition, permitting, or litigation. Can regulation become a moat? Certification, safety records, and institutional trust may protect the company after the initial burden is met. What obligations accompany government money? Grants and contracts may include audit rights, domestic content rules, pricing terms, data rights, or mission requirements. Section 11. Capital Structure and Financing. How much capital has been raised and where did it go? Reconcile historical financing with assets, operating losses, acquisitions, and remaining cash. What does the next round need to prove? Capital should purchase a milestone that changes risk, value, or strategic options. How much additional capital is required under a realistic delay case? Frontier companies routinely underestimate the cost of time, which investors have reserves and willingness to follow on. Verbal support should be separated from committed fund capacity.
What rights do existing securities possess?
Review preferences, anti-dilution, pro rata, redemption, voting, consent, and information provisions. What is the fully diluted ownership after the proposed financing? Include the expanded option pool, warrants, converts, and expected near-term grants. What financing could create a control change? Debt covenants, preferred rights, or rescue terms may shift control before a formal sale. What assets can support non-dilutive financing? Equipment, contracts, receivables, inventory, tax credits, or intellectual property may create alternatives to equity. What is the downside recovery value? Estimate asset value after shutdown cost, senior claims, and the difficulty of selling specialized equipment. What fund duration mismatch exists? A long development schedule can conflict with an investor's need to return capital. Section 12. Governance and Conflicts. Who controls the board today and after the financing? Map appointment rights, observer rights, and founder control rather than relying on titles. Which decisions require independent approval? Related party transactions, compensation, acquisitions, and major financing should have clear process. What personal or financial relationships exist among directors? Formal independence may not capture social investment or family ties. How often does the board meet outside prepared presentations? Effective directors need access to unresolved problems and operating leaders. What information can directors obtain directly? The board should not depend entirely on the founder for risk, legal, or financial information. How are conflicts documented and resolved? Disclosure without a decision process is incomplete governance. What is the succession plan for the founder and critical executives? Key person risk should be addressed before illness, departure, or legal restriction. How are executive compensation and related awards negotiated? Independent advisors and committees may be necessary when the founder controls influence. What litigation or regulatory history reveals governance weakness? Repeated disputes may indicate culture or control problems, not isolated events. Can the board say no and remain functional? The answer is the practical test of governance. Section 13. Risk and Resilience. What single event could end the company? Identify technical, financial, legal, safety, cyber, and key person failure modes. Which risks are correlated? A geopolitical event, founder controversy, supplier failure, or market closure may affect several parts of the system at once. What is insured and what is self-insured? Policy limits, exclusions, deductibles, and claims history matter more than the presence of insurance. How long can the company operate if revenue stops? Include cash, restricted funds, debt service, refunds, and shutdown obligations. What is the incident response structure? Determine who has authority, how information is escalated, and how customers and regulators are notified. Which data or systems are irreplaceable? Backups are meaningful only if restoration is tested. What supplier or customer failure would create a chain reaction? Map second-order effects across production, cash, and reputation. How does the company protect safety under schedule pressure? Incentives and reporting channels should prevent urgency from suppressing risk. What crisis has the team already survived together? Past behavior provides evidence about coordination, truth, and endurance. What contingency plan exists for a closed capital market? The company should identify cuts, bridge sources, asset sales, or strategic alternatives before urgency arrives. Section 14. Valuation and return. What assumptions create the current valuation? Separate revenue, margin, multiple, market share, and probability assumptions. What does the investment return under a good but non-heroic outcome? A thesis that works only at the maximum imaginable exit is fragile. How much dilution occurs before the exit? Model expected rounds, option pools, and strategic issuances. What is the investor's net return after fees, carry tax, and time? Headline value can differ sharply from distributed value. What comparable companies are truly comparable? Business model, growth, capital intensity, governance, and margin structure should align. What value belongs to unproven options? Optionality should be identified and probability weighted rather than valued as certainty. What price would make the thesis unattractive? Investment discipline requires a walkaway value even for a great company. How sensitive is return to exit timing? A high multiple of invested capital can produce an ordinary annual return if realization takes too long. What liquidity discount is appropriate? Transfer restrictions, lockups, market depth, and block size affect realizable value. Would the committee buy the same percentage at today's price? This tests whether historical admiration is distorting current judgment. Section 15. Investment decision and post-close plan. What are the 3 reasons to invest? The committee should state the thesis in language that can later be tested. What are the 3 reasons not to invest? The strongest negative case should be included in the final memorandum, not hidden in diligence files. What evidence would cause a follow-on investment? Predefined milestones reduce emotional decision-making during future rounds. What evidence would cause the investor to stop? Kill criteria protect the portfolio from identity-based conviction. What operating help has management requested? The post-close plan should begin with the company's priorities, not the investor's desire to appear active. Who owns each value creation initiative? Every project needs a company leader, investor resource, timeline, and measurable outcome. What will the board review monthly and quarterly? Metrics should connect strategy, operations, cash, people, safety, and risk. What reserve is approved for future rounds? Portfolio construction should determine support capacity before crisis pressure. How will the investment be explained to limited partners if it fails? This question tests whether the decision is intellectually honest and mandate consistent. What must be true for this to become a bet of a lifetime? The final answer should connect founder, capability, market, capital, ownership, and time in one coherent mechanism. 1. Equity value versus enterprise value. Equity value is the market value assigned to common and preferred ownership after considering the company's share count and price per share. Enterprise value adjusts equity value for cash, debt, and certain other claims. When public reporting described SpaceX at an equity value near $1.8 trillion, the figure referred broadly to the market value of its shares at the offering price. It was not the same as revenue, cash in the bank, or the amount the company raised. A company can have a $1.8 trillion equity value and raise $75 billion because only a portion of its shares are sold in the offering. 2. Offering size versus company value. SpaceX priced 555,555 shares at $135 in the base offering. The multiplication is 555,555,555 + $135 equal to approximately $75 billion. That amount represented gross proceeds before underwriting fees and offering expenses. It did not mean the company was worth $75 billion. It meant the company sold a portion of its equity for that amount. After the underwriters exercised their option for 83,333,333 additional shares, the total sold reached 638,888,888 shares. 638,888,888, $135 equal to approximately $85.7 billion in gross proceeds. 3. Ownership percentage and stake value. If an investor group owns 6.7% of a company, valued at approximately $1.015 trillion, the stake would be worth about $68 billion. If the entire company value is higher, the relationship between share classes, issued shares, and the specific reported ownership percentage must be examined. Public reporting based on the prospectus calculated a roughly $68 billion value for the 6.7% Class A interest associated with Gracias and Valor. The calculation reflected the disclosed share class and the offering structure, not necessarily a simple 6.7% multiplication against every headline description of fully diluted corporate value. This is why investors should use the actual ownership table and share counts rather than multiply two numbers taken from separate articles. 4. Beneficial ownership is not the same as personal ownership. A fund manager may be listed as a beneficial owner because he controls voting or disposition through the general partner or management company. The underlying economic ownership may belong largely to limited partners. A simplified fund structure looks like this. Limited partners contribute most of the capital. The general partner contributes a smaller amount and controls investment decisions. The management company receives fees for operating the fund. The general partner may receive carried interest, often a percentage of profits after agreed conditions. The fund owns the portfolio shares. If the fund's position is worth $68 billion, the manager's personal economics depend on several components: his direct capital commitment, his ownership of the management company or general partner, the carried interest percentage, the amount of profit after returning cost and applying fund terms, allocations to partners and employees, taxes, and any direct or family holdings outside the fund. Without the fund agreements and full ownership records, no responsible observer can state that the entire $68 billion belongs personally to Gracias. 5. A simplified carried interest example. Assume, purely for illustration, that several funds invested a total of $3.2 billion in SpaceX and that the position is later worth $68 billion. Gross profit would be $68 billion to $3.2 billion equal to $64.8 billion. Assume the funds have a 20% carried interest structure after return of capital with no other complications. Potential gross carry would be 20% x $64.8 billion equal to $12.96 billion. That amount would not necessarily belong to one person. It could be allocated among the general partner, senior partners, employees, and other participants. Taxes and fund-specific terms would further change the result. Limited partners would receive the majority of the remaining economics. The example shows why a fund manager can create tens of billions of dollars of value without personally owning the entire stake. 6. Management fees are different from investment gains. A management fee is usually charged on committed capital, invested capital, net asset value, or another agreed base. It pays for salaries, offices, technology, legal, compliance, and operations. If a firm manages $59 billion of regulated assets, that does not mean it earns $59 billion. A 1% fee on the full amount would equal $590 million annually, but actual fee bases and rates vary by strategy, vehicle, and investment period. Some reported regulatory assets may not generate the same fee rate. Carried interest, not management fees, is usually the primary source of extraordinary personal wealth from a highly successful investment. 7. Paper value versus realizable value. A public market price provides a reference value. A large shareholder may not be able to realize that value immediately. Lockups can prevent sales for a period. Trading volume can limit the number of shares sold without moving the price. Securities laws and insider trading restrictions can limit timing. Board membership can create blackout periods and reporting obligations. A large sale can signal reduced confidence and affect the market. Taxes can reduce net proceeds materially. The result is a liquidity discount. The practical value of a large block may be lower than the simple quoted price multiplied by shares. 8. Why market value still matters. The limitations do not make public value meaningless. A liquid public security can be distributed to fund investors, pledged under appropriate arrangements, sold gradually, used in strategic transactions, or held as a continuing investment. Public pricing also creates a transparent measure against which fund performance can be reported. The IPO transformed SpaceX from an asset valued periodically through private transactions into one priced continuously by the market. If total capital invested were $3.2 billion and the position value were $68 billion, the gross multiple of invested capital would be $68 billion. $3.2 billion equal to 21.25 times. The figure is illustrative and depends on accurate aggregation of all relevant investments and the value attributed to them. Different funds may have entered at different prices and achieved different multiples. The internal rate of return depends on timing. A 21.25 times multiple achieved over 18 years is extraordinary, but produces a lower annualized return than the same multiple achieved over 10 years. The approximate annualized return for a single investment held 18 years can be estimated as to the power of 1. This equals roughly 18.5% per year. Over 15 years, the annualized result is roughly 22.6%. Over 10 years, it is roughly 35.8%. Actual fund IRR depends on the dates and amounts of every cash flow, not a single beginning and ending value. 11. Why later rounds can lower the blended multiple. Early shares may have increased hundreds of times in value. Later investments entered at higher valuations and earned lower multiples. The combined positions return is a weighted average of multiple entry points. This is not necessarily a weakness. Follow-on capital can preserve ownership and create more absolute profit even at a lower multiple. An investor should compare two strategies. Hold the original position and accept dilution. Invest additional capital to maintain or expand ownership. The second strategy can create greater total value if the expected return on the new capital remains attractive. 12. The cost of not following on. Assume an investor owns 10% before a financing and does not participate. New shares increase the fully diluted share count by 25%. The investor's ownership falls to 8%. If the company later becomes worth $100 billion, the difference between 10% and 8% is $2 billion. Maintaining ownership would have required additional capital during the financing, but the return on that capital may have been exceptional. Maintaining % in growth investing creates the opportunity. Follow-on capacity preserves the economics. 13. The return belongs to the portfolio, not the story. Investors should resist evaluating one position without the rest of the fund. A firm may have several losses, fees, and write-downs alongside a historic winner. The winner can still drive extraordinary fund performance, but net return must include every investment and expense. A concentrated outlier often determines venture and growth equity results. This creates a portfolio logic different from businesses where most investments are expected to produce moderate gains. 14. Value creation versus value transfer. A rising valuation can reflect new value created through products, capability, and cash flow. It can also reflect a change in market appetite or the transfer of shares between investors. The SpaceX outcome included genuine capability creation, reliable launch, reusable boosters, satellite manufacturing, Starlink, government contracts, and infrastructure. Public market enthusiasm also influenced the price investors were willing to pay. A complete analysis separates operating progress from multiple expansion. 15. The honest headline. The most accurate, concise description is, Antonio Gracias and Valor Equity Partners built, through repeated investments and long-term support, a SpaceX position that public reporting valued at approximately $68 billion at the company's June 2026 IPO. The earlier $1 million loan to Elon Musk was separate and did not itself carry SpaceX equity. The sentence is longer than the viral version. It is also more useful. Case 1. The $1 million personal bridge. Situation: a founder leads two capital-intensive companies. Both face severe financial pressure during a market crisis. The founder has exhausted available personal liquidity and asks a longtime investor and friend for a $1 million short-term loan. The loan is personal, not a company financing, and does not include equity. Questions: is the loan protecting a valuable relationship or creating an unmanaged personal conflict? What is the borrower's repayment capacity if both companies fail? Could the lender's board roles or fund responsibilities be affected? Should the loan be made personally through a fund or not at all? What documentation and disclosure are required? Analysis: the lender should separate the human decision from the fund decision. Fund capital belongs to limited partners and should not be used for a personal bridge unless the fund's mandate, process, and economics support it. A personal loan may be appropriate if the lender can absorb a complete loss and if it is documented clearly. The lender should not accept informal equity or a hidden future favor in exchange. Such an understanding could create legal, tax, and fiduciary problems. If equity is appropriate, it should be priced and approved transparently through a company financing. The decision can still create relationship capital. Helping during a crisis signals reliability. The lender must avoid treating that signal as a claim on future deals. Decision framework: make the loan only if the lender can lose the full amount without personal or institutional harm. The terms are documented. Relevant conflicts are disclosed. No fund or board duty is compromised, and the lender is comfortable receiving repayment only, with no hidden equity expectation. The public Gracias Musk story indicates that the loan was short-term and did not include SpaceX equity. Its significance was relational, not transactional. Case 2. Funding the fourth launch. Situation: A rocket company has failed in 3 launch attempts. The team believes it has identified the causes. Capital is limited. One more major attempt may consume most of the remaining runway. A successful orbital launch could unlock customers and institutional credibility. Another failure could end the company. Questions: do the prior failures demonstrate learning or structural weakness? Is the technical root cause understood and corrected? Does the team possess enough capital to act on success? What customer or government contract becomes available if the launch works? What is the recovery value if it fails? Analysis: the committee should not average the 3 failures and conclude that a 4th failure is likely. It should study whether the probability changed after each attempt. If the team identified distinct causes, improved the vehicle, and demonstrated progress, the 4th launch may have a higher probability of success than the history suggests. The committee should also avoid technical overconfidence. Independent experts should review the failure analysis. Milestone financing can release capital after tests are completed. The payoff is asymmetric only if success changes the company's financing and commercial position. A launch that reaches orbit but leaves the company without enough cash to secure contracts may not solve the survival problem. The capital plan must include the period after success. Decision framework: fund the attempt if technical evidence shows learning, the team remains capable, and a clear financing or customer path follows success. Reserve additional capital for the post-launch period. Define in advance what outcome would cause the investor to stop. Case 3. The December 2008 Tesla financing. Situation: an electric vehicle company with a compelling product concept is close to running out of cash during a global credit crisis. Costs have exceeded expectations. Leadership has changed. Existing investors must decide whether to provide more capital under severe time pressure. Questions: is the company failing because demand is absent or because execution and financing are immature? What costs can be reduced without destroying the product roadmap? How much capital is required to reach the next value-changing milestone? How should dilution and control be allocated? What happens to employee incentives after a rescue round? Analysis: the committee should separate the market thesis from the operating state. Customer enthusiasm for the Roadster and the strategic case for electric vehicles may remain strong even if the company has executed poorly. A rescue financing should include a credible operating plan, not only cash. Management must identify product cost reductions, supplier actions, staffing decisions, and the milestone that supports the next financing. Terms should reflect risk without eliminating incentives. Existing investors may deserve stronger protections. However, a structure that effectively confiscates founder and employee equity can preserve the legal entity while destroying the team. Decision framework: invest if the product thesis remains valid. Leadership can execute a revised plan, and the financing buys enough time to reach a measurable milestone. Require enhanced reporting and board oversight. Preserve sufficient employee and founder motivation. Case 4. Tesla at the IPO. Situation: an early investor owns a meaningful stake in a newly public electric vehicle company. The IPO has produced a strong gain, but the company remains unprofitable and capital-intensive. The investor must decide whether to sell, distribute, or hold. Questions: what uncertainty has been removed by the IPO? What upside remains if the company scales? How concentrated is the position relative to the fund? What liquidity needs and fund duration obligations exist? Does the public price already assume mass market success? And it is a new entry point for analysis. The investor should ignore historical cost and evaluate the current position at the public price. If the company's capability, brand, and market opportunity remain underappreciated, holding may be rational. If the position dominates the fund, staged liquidity may protect limited partners while retaining upside. The investor should also consider information restrictions. A director may face blackout periods and cannot trade on material non-public information. Decision framework: use a staged plan. Return some capital if the fund needs liquidity, but retain meaningful exposure if expected return remains attractive. Revisit the position at concentration thresholds, rather than treating the IPO as an automatic exit. Case 5. Manufacturing hell. Situation A: public company attempting to scale a mass-market product is missing production targets and burning cash. Automation has not performed as expected. The founder is deeply involved, and employees are working extreme hours. The board and investors must determine whether the crisis is temporary or evidence that the company cannot industrialize. Questions: what is the current production constraint? Are daily and weekly outputs improving? What portion of automation should be removed, redesigned, or supplemented by manual work? Does management have credible operating leadership? How much cash is required before production creates positive contribution? What safety and quality risks are increasing under pressure? Analysis: the committee should request a constraint-based operating plan, not a broad list of initiatives. Throughput, yield, rework, downtime, and station-level capacity should be measured daily. The company may need to simplify product configurations, redesign work, add temporary manual processes, and improve supplier coordination. The board should support urgency while protecting safety and reporting integrity. The key leading indicator is the rate of operational learning. If output improves through repeatable changes, the crisis may be financing the creation of a manufacturing system. If management repeatedly changes explanations without sustained improvement, the thesis may be breaking. Decision framework: continue support if the data shows rising throughput, improving yield, and credible cash planning. Add experienced operating leadership and independent safety review. Define the maximum additional capital the portfolio can commit. Case 6. Starlink as vertical integration. Situation A: launch company considers deploying thousands of its own satellites to create a global communications network. The initiative requires enormous capital, regulatory approval, satellite manufacturing, ground infrastructure, and a consumer service organization. It will also create internal demand for launches. Questions: does the satellite network improve launch economics enough to justify vertical integration? Can the company operate a telecommunications service without distracting from launch reliability? What spectrum, regulatory, and geopolitical barriers exist? How much capital is required before the network produces recurring cash flow? Will external launch customers view the company as a competitor? Analysis: vertical integration is attractive when one layer controls a critical bottleneck in another. The company can use lower internal launch cost and high cadence to deploy and refresh the constellation. The constellation creates predictable launch demand and a recurring revenue business. The risk is organizational overload. The company must build new capabilities in terminals, billing, customer service, network operations, and country-by-country regulation. The investment committee should evaluate whether the leadership system can absorb the complexity. The project should be staged. Early deployments can test satellite performance, user demand, and economics before full capital commitment. The company should preserve the option to partner or separate activities if the integration becomes unmanageable. Decision framework: proceed if launch economics create a genuine proprietary advantage, early customer evidence supports demand, and the company can finance the constellation without threatening core launch reliability. Establish separate operating accountability while preserving technical integration. Case 7. Following on at a higher valuation. Situation: an investor entered a company at a $500 million valuation. The company has achieved important milestones and is raising at $10 billion. The investor can maintain ownership by committing a much larger amount. The new round offers a lower expected multiple but significant absolute upside. Questions: would the investor buy the company today without the historical relationship? Which risks have been removed and which have increased? What ownership is lost if the investor does not participate? How does the new commitment affect fund concentration and reserves? Are the terms appropriate relative to the current stage? Analysis: the original entry price is irrelevant to the marginal decision. The investor should evaluate the new capital as a separate investment while considering strategic benefits of maintaining ownership and information rights. A lower multiple can still produce a strong return because risk has declined. Following on may also protect a valuable board relationship and avoid dilution. The committee should resist two biases. The first is price anchoring, refusing to invest because the new valuation is many times higher. The second is relationship anchoring, investing because the company has already made the fund successful. Decision framework: invest the amount justified by current expected return and portfolio construction. Do not participate solely to maintain a symbolic percentage. Preserve reserves for future rounds if the company remains capital intensive. Case 8. Friendship and a related party transaction. Situation: a controlled company proposes a major transaction with another business led by the same founder. A director is a close friend of the founder and an investor in both companies. Management argues that the transaction creates strategic integration and speed. Questions: which corporation receives the greater benefit? How is price determined? What alternatives exist? Which directors are independent of both the founder and the investor network? What disclosure and shareholder approval are required? Analysis: strategic logic does not eliminate conflict. The board should form an independent committee with authority to hire legal and financial advisors. Connected directors should disclose relationships and consider recusal. The committee should evaluate standalone alternatives, negotiate price, examine minority holder effects, and document why the transaction benefits the corporation it serves. A rushed process justified by strategic urgency can create years of litigation and reputational damage. The transaction may still proceed, but strong process protects both value and legitimacy. Decision framework: proceed only after independent review demonstrates fairness and strategic benefit. Publish clear disclosure. Do not rely on the founder's control or prior success as evidence that the transaction is appropriate. Case 9. The post-IPO $68 billion position. Situation: an investment firm holds an interest valued at approximately $68 billion after a portfolio company goes public. The position dominates the firm's public identity and may represent a large share of value across several funds. Questions: what portion belongs to each fund and investor group? What lockups and trading restrictions apply? How much should be distributed, sold, or retained? How would a 50% price decline affect the firm and limited partners? What tax and market impact costs accompany a sale? How should the firm communicate the distinction between fund value and personal wealth? Analysis: the firm should create a fund-by-fund liquidity plan. Each vehicle may have different duration, investor preferences, and obligations. Distribution in kind can transfer the holder-sell decision to limited partners, but some investors may prefer cash. The firm should conduct a zero-base review. If it held cash instead of the shares, what position would it buy today? The answer may support a continued large holding, but the process should not be driven by the emotional significance of the company. Risk management should include market decline, regulatory events, founder risk, and the possibility that trading liquidity becomes limited during stress. Decision framework: return enough capital to satisfy fund obligations and protect the institution, while retaining exposure supported by current expected return. Communicate ownership economics accurately and avoid implying that the entire headline value belongs personally to the founder of the investment firm. Case 10. Building valor beyond Musk. Situation: an investment firm's greatest returns and reputation are closely associated with one founder ecosystem. The firm has grown substantially and must demonstrate that its edge can survive succession and diversification. Questions: which capabilities are genuinely transferable? How much deal flow comes from one network? Can other partners lead investments and founder relationships? Does the operating team improve outcomes across unrelated companies? What concentration and key person risks should be disclosed to limited partners? How will the firm evaluate new celebrity founders without relaxing standards? Analysis: the institution should identify the elements behind the historic success. Frontier technology expertise, operating capability, follow-on capital, relationship building, and long duration. It should then test those elements across new companies and partners. Succession requires distributed authority. New partners need real investment ownership, economics, and visibility. The founder should remain important without being the only source of trust. The firm should also preserve the capacity to challenge its own mythology. A famous success can cause teams to search for superficial similarities. Another enormous mission, another capital-intensive company. The process should focus on mechanisms, not resemblance. Decision framework builds sector and operating teams around transferable capabilities. Publish a clear key person and concentration framework to limited partners. Evaluate the next generation through the same evidence standards that should have governed the original investments. Exercise 1. Write the one-page bet. Hashtag investment summary, hashtag problem smallholder. Farmers in sub-Saharan Africa lose 30% of harvested grain to spoilage. They currently sell at harvest when prices are lowest, then buy back grain later at double the price. Climate volatility is lengthening the lean season by 3 weeks per decade. Hashtag founder Ama Ose has run grain aggregation trials in 3 districts for 4 years. She has secured purchase agreements with 2 millers. She has not yet managed a team larger than 5 people or operated through a full harvest cycle with working capital constraints. Hashtag mechanism. The company builds village-level storage hubs that aggregate grain from 200 farmers per site. Each hub reduces per-unit transport and quality check costs. Lower costs attract more farmers, which increases volume per hub, which further reduces costs. The network effect compounds as millers prefer larger, consistent lots. Hashtag milestone is completion of the 500-ton pilot storage facility in Tamale. The second is signing a third miller to a fixed-price offtake agreement. The third is achieving a 2% spoilage rate across 2 consecutive harvests. Hashtag ownership entry price is $2.50 per share, implying a $5 million pre-money valuation. The company expects a 20% dilution in the next round. Follow-on capital of $1.5 million will be required to fund the second hub before revenue covers operating costs. Hashtag risk. The most likely cause of permanent loss is spoilage during the first wet season storage trial, which would break the offtake agreements and destroy buyer confidence before the network reaches scale. Exercise 2. Build the survival map. Create a month-by-month cash model for the next 24 months under 3 cases: management plan, 6-month delay, and severe disruption. Include payroll, facilities, debt service, capital spending, working capital, customer refunds, and financing fees. Identify the month in each case when unrestricted cash falls below the minimum operating reserve. Then list every source of bridge capital available at that moment: insiders, strategic investors, equipment finance, customer deposits, grants, asset sales, cost reductions, or a formal restructuring. The purpose is not to predict the exact crisis. It is to reveal whether the company has choices. A company with 12 months of reported runway may possess only 6 months of decision time because financing requires preparation. The survival map should mark the date on which management must begin acting, not the date cash reaches zero. Exercise 3. Separate the loan from the equity. List every financial relationship among founders, directors, investors, employees, and affiliated companies. Separate each item into one of 5 categories: personal loan, company debt, equity, service agreement, or informal support. For each relationship, record the amount, terms, approvals, disclosure, repayment source, and potential conflict. The exercise is inspired by the confusion surrounding the $1 million Gracias loan. Clean documentation protects relationships from later mythology and misunderstanding. If an arrangement cannot be explained clearly to a disinterested shareholder, it needs better structure. Exercise 4. Conduct the founder stress interview. Ask the founder to walk through the company's worst month. Required dates, decisions, data, and outcomes. What did the founder know at the beginning? What information arrived late? Who disagreed? Which decision was wrong? What changed afterward? Then ask 2 executives and 1 former employee to describe the same period. Compare the accounts. Differences are expected. Large differences in responsibility, timing, or facts may reveal a truth problem. The founder's stress interview is more useful than asking about leadership philosophy because it studies behavior under real pressure. Exercise 5. Map the invitation loop. Draw the network that produced the opportunity. Include founders, investors, advisors, customers, former employees, universities, banks, and other connectors. For each relationship, record what value flowed in both directions. Avoid describing a connection as valuable only because the person is famous. Then identify the relationship that would disappear if the firm stopped being useful. This exercise reveals whether access is based on reputation, reciprocity, or dependence. It also shows where the investor should contribute before asking for the next opportunity. Exercise 6. Find the moving bottleneck. Select one operating process and identify its current constraint. Measure the capacity of each stage. Then assume the constraint is improved by 50%. Determine where work accumulates next. Repeat the exercise twice. The result should produce a sequence of investments rather than a single project. A company that expands the wrong stage can increase cost without increasing output. For a launch company, the moving bottleneck may pass from engine production to launchpad availability, recovery operations, satellite production, regulatory approval, or customer integration. For a software company, it may pass from sales to onboarding, infrastructure, support, or retention. Exercise 7. Write the kill criteria. Before investing, list 5 conditions that would cause the firm to stop providing new capital. Examples include failure to meet a technical threshold after a defined number of attempts, loss of a critical license, evidence of fraud, inability to recruit essential leadership, or economics that fail to improve with volume. Each criterion should be measurable and linked to the thesis. Then list the person or committee authorized to apply it. Conviction becomes dangerous when no one has the authority to end it. Review the criteria at every follow-on decision. If the firm changes them, document why new evidence justifies the change. Exercise 8. Calculate the value of pro rata rights. Model 2 cap table paths. In the first, the investor does not participate after the initial round and accepts dilution. In the second, the investor exercises pro rata rights through 3 additional rounds. Calculate total capital invested, final ownership, and return under 3 exit values. The exercise will show that the earliest check may produce the highest multiple, while later checks preserve most of the absolute value. It will also reveal whether the fund has enough reserves to execute the strategy it is promising. Exercise 9. Run the independent director test. Ask every director to answer privately. Which founder decision would you oppose even if opposition damaged your relationship? What information do you receive without management filtering? Which conflict has the board discussed in the last year? Who would lead the process if the founder were unable to serve tomorrow? If directors cannot answer specifically, formal independence may not be functioning in practice. Repeat the test annually. Independence can erode as relationships and economic ties deepen. Exercise 10. Re-underwrite at the current price. Take the firm's largest winner and pretend the portfolio owns cash instead. Write a new investment memo using only current information and current price. Do not mention historical cost or past return until the analysis is complete. Would the firm buy the same position today? If not, why is it still holding? The answer may be taxes, lockups, governance, market impact, or continued expected return. Each can be valid. The exercise prevents the original success from substituting for current judgment. Exercise 11. Build the founder's delegation ladder. List the 10 most important decisions the founder makes today. For each decision, record who should make it when the company doubles in size and what capability must be built before delegation is safe. The ladder should include hiring, capital allocation, product, pricing, customer exceptions, safety, public communication, and senior compensation. Then schedule the transition. Delegation rarely happens because a founder agrees with the concept. It happens when the organization builds people, data, and trust capable of carrying the decision. The exercise turns succession from an abstract future event into a series of present design choices. Exercise 12. Measure the cost of heroics. Identify every process that depends on overtime, executive intervention, founder approval, or one irreplaceable employee. Calculate the hidden cost. Burnout, errors, delayed decisions, turnover, quality failures, and the inability to scale. Choose one heroic process and redesign it into a routine. Document the work, define the metric, train a second owner, and create an escalation rule. The goal is not to eliminate extraordinary effort during emergencies. It is to prevent emergency behavior from becoming the operating model. Exercise 13. Create the capital purpose ledger. For each financing round, list the capital raised, the promises made, the milestones achieved, and the capability that remains. Classify spending into learning capital, maintenance capital, growth capital, and rescue capital. A strong company should be able to show that prior financing created assets beyond historical losses, technology, data, customer relationships, production capability, licenses, talent, or infrastructure. If capital repeatedly disappears without durable capability, the investor should question whether the business compounds at all. Exercise 14. Perform the related party transaction review. Select every material transaction involving a founder, director, investor, family member, or affiliated company. For each transaction, answer, was the relationship disclosed before the decision? Who negotiated for the company? What independent alternatives were considered? How was price established? Which directors recused? What documentation supports fairness? Then write the public explanation a shareholder would receive. If the transaction sounds less defensible when described plainly, strengthen the process before proceeding. Exercise 15. Calculate relationship concentration. Estimate how much of the firm's value, deal flow, fundraising, and reputation depends on its 5 most important relationships. Do not measure only portfolio value. Include introductions, limited partner access, board roles, and brand association. For each relationship, create a disruption scenario: disagreement, retirement, scandal, competitive conflict, or loss of trust. Then define how the institution would continue operating. Relationship concentration is often more important than sector concentration and less frequently measured. Exercise 16. Design the bad news dashboard. Create a board dashboard that emphasizes leading indicators of failure rather than celebratory metrics. Possible indicators include cash forecast error, quality escapes, safety incidents, customer complaints, regrettable turnover, supplier delays, regulatory milestones, security events, and unresolved corrective actions. Assign a threshold and owner to each metric. The dashboard should show whether the problem is improving, stable, or deteriorating. The purpose is not pessimism. It is to prevent the board from learning the truth through the press, a missed payment, or a failure. Exercise 17. Write the non-heroic exit case. Model an outcome in which the company succeeds modestly rather than becoming a category winner. Assume slower growth, lower margins, additional dilution, and an exit multiple consistent with an ordinary public or strategic buyer. Calculate the return to each security class and fund investor. A sound investment should not require every optimistic assumption to occur. The non-heroic case reveals whether the price leaves room for ordinary success. Exercise 18. Conduct the postmortem without outcome bias. Choose one successful and one failed investment. For each, reconstruct the decision using only information available at the time. Identify assumptions, dissent, process quality, and alternatives. Then separate the result into skill, luck, and external change. A successful investment can contain a poor process. A failed investment can contain a defensible process. The firm learns only when it distinguishes decision quality from outcome. The postmortem should produce changes in sourcing, diligence, terms, reserves, governance, or monitoring. Reflection without system change is memory, not learning. Exercise 19. Create the institutional succession memo. #memorandum to all partners and senior staff from Office of the Managing Partner Re. If the founder of our investment firm could not work for the next year. #leadership and authority. The firm is led by our founder, who serves as managing partner and chair of the investment committee. In the founder's absence, the deputy managing partner assumes day-to-day leadership of the firm. The deputy managing partner reports to the executive committee, which consists of the 5 most senior partners. Investment decisions are controlled by the investment committee. The founder chairs this committee and holds final approval authority. In the founder's absence, the chief investment officer chairs the committee and exercises final approval authority. All investment decisions require a majority vote of the committee, with the chair casting the deciding vote in the event of a tie. #communication with limited partners. The founder currently leads all communications with limited partners. The head of investor relations will assume this responsibility in the founder's absence. The head of investor relations will provide quarterly updates to all limited partners and will convene an annual meeting. The deputy managing partner will join all communications with the firm's 3 largest limited partners. #key founder relationships. The founder maintains relationships with several key counterparties. These relationships exist only through the founder and require immediate reassignment. Or relationship or second partner assigned or chairman of our largest portfolio company or chief investment officer or CEO of our primary banking partner or deputy managing partner or head of our largest limited partner fund or head of investor relations or chairman of our strategic joint venture or head of Asia operations or CEO of our secondary market partner or general counsel or chairman of our industry association, or head of European operations, or each assigned partner will initiate contact within 30 days. Each assigned partner will provide a status report to the executive committee within 60 days. Hashtag compensation and authority compensation. Decisions are made by the compensation committee. The founder chairs this committee. In the founder's absence, the deputy managing partner chairs the compensation committee. All compensation decisions require a 2/3 vote of the committee. Authority to bind the firm to new commitments rests with the founder. In the founder's absence, the deputy managing partner and the chief investment officer must jointly approve any new commitment exceeding $10 million. Any commitment exceeding $50 million requires approval of the full executive committee. Hashtag culture. The firm's culture is defined by 3 behaviors. First, rigorous analysis. Every investment thesis must withstand challenge from any partner, regardless of seniority. Second, direct communication. Partners speak candidly to one another, and no topic is off limits in internal discussion. Third, long-term thinking. The firm measures success over decades, not quarters. These behaviors will be protected through explicit mechanisms. The executive committee will review culture at each quarterly meeting. The head of human resources will conduct an annual culture survey. Every partner will be evaluated on cultural contribution as part of annual compensation review. The founder's personality must not become doctrine. The founder is direct, demanding, and frugal. These traits have shaped the firm, but they are not the culture itself. The culture is the set of behaviors described above. Partners should emulate the behaviors, not the personality. No partner should feel required to imitate the founder's style, humor, or habits. The firm will thrive if the behaviors endure, even as individual styles differ. Exercise 20. Define your bet of a lifetime. Write the conditions under which you would make the largest high-conviction investment permitted by your mandate. Do not name a company. Define the evidence. What founder behavior would be required? What market structure? What technical or operating proof? What ownership and terms? What reserves? What governance? What downside can the portfolio survive? What period can the capital remain illiquid? Then compare every exciting opportunity with this standard. A bet of a lifetime should be rare by definition. If the firm sees one every quarter, the standard is not demanding enough. Principle 1. Preparation creates apparent luck. When a rare opportunity appears, the visible decision may take minutes. The capability to make it took years. Gracias could evaluate operationally difficult companies because he had already managed them. He could understand global industrial systems because he had studied finance, law, and economic development. He could support a founder because he had built an institution with capital and operating resources. Luck matters. Preparation determines how much value an investor can capture when luck arrives. Principle 2. Access is a return on prior behavior. The best private opportunities often arrive through invitation. The invitation is earned through discretion, speed, usefulness, and fair conduct in earlier relationships. An investor should treat every transaction as part of a reputation portfolio. The way he behaves during a small problem may determine whether he sees the next large opportunity. Principle 3. A bridge can be more valuable than a bargain. Investors often focus on entry price. During distress, the more important contribution may be time. A bridge allows the company to reach a technical milestone, customer contract, or financing that changes value. The bridge should still be structured responsibly. Its power comes from timing, not from ignoring risk. Principle 4. Separate the symbol from the economics. The $1 million loan became a symbol of support. The $68 billion stake came from separate equity investments. Both belong in the story, but they should not be confused. Investors and entrepreneurs should distinguish symbolic acts, contractual rights, and economic ownership. Precision protects trust. Principle 5. Founder quality is observed under pressure. A polished pitch shows communication skill. A crisis shows leadership. Study how the founder handles failure, bad news, dissent, and constraint. The relevant question is not whether the founder remains confident. It is whether the organization learns and improves because of his behavior. Principle 6. Mission needs milestones. A large mission attracts talent and capital. Milestones convert the mission into evidence. Each financing should purchase a defined reduction in uncertainty. A company that cannot state what will be proven by the next round is asking investors to finance duration rather than progress. Principle 7. Complexity can become a moat. The best companies in difficult industries learn to organize complexity that overwhelms competitors. Manufacturing, launch cadence, regulation, data, supply chains, and infrastructure become barriers after the company builds a repeatable system. Complexity by itself is not an advantage. Managed complexity is. Principle 8. Growth is pressure, not proof. Revenue growth can hide weak quality, negative unit economics, working capital strain, and organizational disorder. Investors should study what growth does to the system. A strong company improves with volume. A weak company becomes harder to understand. Principle 9. The bottleneck moves. Solving one constraint exposes another. The operating plan should anticipate the next limitation in the system. This principle prevents the investor from funding isolated improvements that fail to increase total output. Principle 10. Follow-on capital is part of the original decision. An investor entering a capital-intensive company should decide how much additional capital the strategy may require. Pro rata rights have value only if the fund can exercise them. The first check creates the opportunity. Reserves preserve the ownership. Principle 11. Concentration requires informational advantage. A large position is not evidence of courage unless the investor knows why the odds justify it. Concentration should be supported by deep knowledge, liquidity, clear kill criteria, and governance. Without those protections, it is exposure disguised as conviction. Principle 12. Diversify by failure mode. A portfolio can contain many companies and remain concentrated in one risk. Shared founder, regulation, technology, customer, geography, or capital source can create hidden correlation. Count the ways the portfolio can fail, not merely the number of names it contains. Principle 13. Friendship is not a control system. Friendship can improve communication and endurance. It cannot replace documentation, independent review, and fiduciary process. The strongest business friendships survive transparent terms and principled disagreement. Principle 14. Governance should protect the edge, not remove it. The board of a founder-led company should not make the company ordinary. It should protect the company from risks that extraordinary founders predictably create: concentration of authority, unmanaged conflicts, weak succession, impulsive communication, and insufficient internal challenge. Good governance preserves speed while improving truth and accountability. Principle 15. The board needs unfiltered information. A board that receives information only through the founder cannot evaluate the founder's performance. Directors need access to finance, legal, risk, safety, and operating leaders. This does not mean bypassing management casually. It means designing information systems that do not depend on one person's willingness to disclose. Principle 16. Public value is not personal cash. A market price provides a real reference value, but a large position may belong to funds, face lockups, create market impact, and generate taxes. Beneficial ownership can include control without full economic ownership. Accurate language protects credibility. A fund-associated stake valued at $68 billion should not be described casually as $68 billion of personal cash. Principle 17. The marginal decision deserves a new memo. Past success creates emotional momentum. Every follow-on investment and every hold decision should be evaluated at current price and current risk. The question is not whether the original investment was brilliant. The question is whether the next dollar belongs in the same company. Principle 18. A great company can be a poor investment. Price, terms, dilution, and time determine return. Investors should admire companies freely and purchase securities selectively. A company can change the world while late investors earn an ordinary or negative return. Ownership is the bridge between company quality and investor outcome. Principle 19. The best operating help creates internal capability. An investor should not become a permanent substitute for management. The goal is to leave better systems, leaders, data, and decision routines. Help that makes the company dependent on the investor may strengthen the relationship while weakening the business. Principle 20. Truth should travel faster than praise. Celebratory information moves naturally. Bad news encounters resistance. Strong institutions create channels through which defects, safety concerns, cash problems, and employee risk reach decision-makers early. The speed of bad news is a competitive advantage. Principle 21. Return follows survival. A company cannot compound if it does not remain alive. Cash forecasting, financing options, safety, compliance, and customer trust are not defensive distractions. They protect the right to pursue the upside. The investor should treat survival capability as part of value creation. Principle 22. Power expands the field of responsibility. As investors gain wealth and influence, their decisions affect institutions beyond the fund. Public service, philanthropy, media influence, and related businesses require new forms of humility and process. Success in one domain does not create automatic competence in another. Principle 23. Philanthropy is capital allocation with a different objective. Serious philanthropy requires clear purpose, capable partners, evidence, and patience. It should create human or institutional capability rather than serve only reputation. The bridge principle applies again. Timely support can preserve possibility for students, researchers, and communities. Principle 24. Do not copy the outcome. Copy the discipline. An investor cannot reproduce the SpaceX return by searching for another famous founder or another rocket company. The visible features are not the edge. The transferable disciplines are preparation, deep diligence, useful support, follow-on capacity, honest governance, and patience. Principle 25. The bet of a lifetime is made more than once. The phrase suggests one dramatic decision. In reality, a historic investment is renewed repeatedly. The investor chooses to enter, to follow on, to remain through doubt, to challenge, to protect ownership, to hold after success, and eventually to sell or distribute. The lifetime bet is a sequence of decisions connected by a thesis. Its greatness lies not in one moment of courage, but in the quality of judgment across time. Company: Meridian Orbital Systems, Inc. Round: Series C Preferred Equity. Proposed investment: $40 million initial commitment, with up to $35 million reserved for follow-on participation. Pre-money valuation: $360 million. Post-money ownership: 10% on a fully diluted basis before expected option pool expansion. Security: Series C Preferred. 1x non-participating liquidation preference, broad-based weighted average anti-dilution, pro rata rights, information rights, and 1 board seat. Executive Summary. Meridian designs and operates reusable orbital transfer vehicles that move satellites from standard launch orbits to custom destinations. The company addresses a growing problem created by the increasing number of small and medium satellite constellations. Launch providers optimize around shared rides and standard insertion points. Satellite operators often require additional propulsion, schedule flexibility, and orbital precision. The investment thesis is that reusable transfer vehicles can become logistics infrastructure between launch and final orbit. Meridian's advantage combines a high-efficiency propulsion system, standardized docking, mission software, and a dataset from 12 completed demonstrations. The company has technical evidence and signed customer backlog, but it remains capital-intensive and has not demonstrated profitable vehicle reuse. The proposed round funds 3 commercial missions, a second production line, and 24 months of runway under the management plan. We recommend investment subject to completion of propulsion life testing, customer contract diligence, export control review, and agreement on board and related party protections. Why now? The number of satellites launched annually has increased, while customers continue to demand more precise orbital placement and schedule control. Shared launch reduces cost but transfers complexity to satellite operators. Meridian's service can reduce customer propulsion mass, shorten time to revenue, and provide mission flexibility after launch. The opportunity has become investable because 3 uncertainties have changed. First, launch cadence has increased enough to support recurring transfer missions. Second, Meridian has completed 12 demonstrations, including 3 paid missions. Third, customer backlog includes 2 constellation operators with credible financing. The company remains early because reuse economics and production scale are unproven. Founder and team. Chief Executive Officer Elena Marquez is a former spacecraft systems engineer who led mission integration at a major launch provider. She demonstrates strong technical depth, customer credibility, and high learning velocity. References describe her as demanding, direct, and unusually transparent about technical failure. Her primary weakness is delegation. She remains involved in propulsion, mission planning, key sales, and senior hiring. The company needs a chief operating officer capable of owning production and mission execution.
The Chief Technology Officer has worked with Marquez for 9 years and owns propulsion development.
The Chief Financial Officer joined 8 months ago from an aerospace supplier and has improved cash forecasting, although project accounting remains immature. The board currently includes the founders, 2 early investors, and 1 independent director. The proposed financing would add our seat and require the appointment of a second independent director with safety and manufacturing experience. Product and technical diligence. Meridian's vehicle uses electric propulsion and a modular docking system. Independent technical advisors reviewed performance data and confirmed that the core propulsion efficiency is differentiated but not impossible for competitors to reproduce. The defensible advantage lies in integrated mission software, docking reliability, customer certifications, and operational data. The company has accumulated more than 4,000 hours of in-space operating data. The most important unresolved technical risk is component life under repeated thermal cycling. Management expects each vehicle to complete 5 missions. The current vehicle has completed 2 missions and accelerated testing supports but does not prove 5-mission life. The investment should be tranched. $25 million will close initially. The remaining $15 million will fund after completion of the life test and the first successful commercial reuse. Market and customer diligence. Management estimates a $12 billion market by 2032. We underwrite a narrower $3.5 billion serviceable market based on funded constellations, government missions, and launch forecasts. The company reports $210 million of backlog. We classify $95 million as high confidence, $70 million as conditional on customer financing or launch availability, and $45 million as non-binding reservations. The 2 largest customers represent 48% of high-confidence backlog. Customer calls confirm strong demand, but also show sensitivity to mission delay. Contracts include milestone payments and termination rights that could create refund obligations. Meridian's value proposition is strongest for customers that can reach revenue earlier through faster orbital placement. The company should focus on these customers rather than sell low-margin missions to maximize flight count. Competition includes satellite operators using onboard propulsion, launch providers offering direct insertion, and 3 venture-backed transfer companies. Onboard propulsion is the most important substitute. Meridian must prove that its service creates enough time to revenue and mass savings to justify price. Launch providers could enter the market, but their scheduling priorities and vehicle designs create organizational barriers. A major provider could still acquire or partner with a competitor. Meridian's moat is not propulsion alone. Its certification, mission history, standardized docking, software, and reliability data. Operations. Current production capacity is 4 vehicles annually. The proposed second line increases practical capacity to 10 after a 12-month ramp. The present bottleneck is propulsion module testing. After expansion, the bottleneck is expected to move to supplier delivery of power processing units. First pass yield is 82%. Rework is concentrated in harness assembly and fluid system testing. Management has hired a quality leader, but has not completed a closed-loop corrective action system. The operating plan includes
Qualify a second power processing supplier.
redesign harness assembly for mistake-proofing, implement serial-level cost and quality tracking, recruit a chief operating officer, and establish a mission readiness review independent of schedule ownership. Financial model. Revenue is projected to grow from $18 million in the current year to $74 million next year and $190 million in year 3. We underwrite $55 million and $135 million for the latter 2 periods. Gross margin is currently negative because development and mission costs are allocated across low volume. Management projects 42% gross margin in year 3. We underwrite 25%, assuming 2 successful reuses and lower pricing on early commercial missions. The company has $22 million of cash and burns approximately $4.5 million per month. The Series C provides 24 months of runway under management's plan and 16 months under our delay case. A 6-month delay in the first commercial reuse requires approximately $28 million of additional capital. Our proposed reserve covers part of that amount. We expect another financing before cash flow break-even. Capital structure. Prior preferred shares carry 1 times non-participating preferences. No investor holds participating preferred. The option pool will increase from 8% to 14% before the financing, diluting existing holders and the new round on a negotiated basis. The founders will own 31% after the round. Employee ownership will be approximately 17%. The structure preserves meaningful incentives. The company has $12 million of equipment debt with covenants tied to minimum liquidity. The covenant should be amended because it could create default during a normal financing process. Valuation and return scenarios. Downside: technical delay, customer cancellations, and strategic asset sale at $150 million. The Series C recovers approximately 0.8 times after senior debt and transaction cost. Base: revenue reaches $300 million in year 5 and the company is acquired for $1.8 billion. After dilution to 7%, our position is worth $126 million, or approximately 3.1 times on the initial investment, and lower on total invested capital if reserves are used. Upside: Meridian becomes the leading orbital logistics platform, reaches $800 million of revenue, and lists publicly at a $7 billion value. After dilution to 6%, the position is worth $420 million, producing a strong but not SpaceX-like outcome. Exceptional: the company expands into servicing, debris removal, and defense logistics and becomes worth more than $20 billion. We do not rely on this case for the decision. The base return is acceptable, but not sufficient without confidence in the upside. The investment should be sized as a high-risk position with follow-on capacity. Governance and conflicts. The founder owns a separate software company that licenses simulation tools to Meridian. The license must be reviewed by the independent committee and either purchased outright or priced through a third-party fairness process. The board will establish an audit and risk committee before the first commercial reuse. Safety incidents, mission anomalies, cash forecasts, and customer refund exposure will be reviewed quarterly. The founder will remain chief executive. The board will begin succession and delegation planning immediately, with recruitment of a chief operating officer as a closing priority. Key risks. Vehicle reuse may not achieve the planned life or refurbishment cost. Customer backlog may convert more slowly than management expects. The company may require more than the reserved follow-on capital. A launch provider may integrate competing transfer capability. Supplier concentration may delay production. Export controls and national security rules may limit international customers. Founder centralization may slow scale. A mission failure could damage customer trust and create liability. Kill criteria. We will not provide follow-on capital if independent testing shows that the core vehicle cannot complete at least 3 economic missions. Management withholds a material safety or customer issue. The company cannot recruit operating leadership within 12 months. High confidence backlog falls below $50 million without replacement. Or financing terms shift control in a manner inconsistent with our mandate. Value creation plan. Our operating team will support supplier qualification, quality systems, project accounting, cash forecasting, and COO recruitment. The company, not the investor, will own execution. The board will review 5 leading indicators monthly: test cycle completion, first pass yield, high confidence backlog, cash runway under delay case, and unresolved mission risk items. Recommendation: approve a $40 million commitment with an initial $25 million close and a $15 million milestone tranche. Reserve up to $35 million for follow-on participation subject to technical evidence and portfolio review. The investment is attractive because Meridian has moved beyond concept, addresses a growing constraint in space infrastructure, and can build a data and certification moat. It remains a high-risk capital-intensive investment. The structure, tranche, governance, and reserves are essential to the recommendation rather than secondary protections. 2. Valor Equity Partners, Memorandum from the Founder, Antonio Gracias, a memo from our founder, Valor Equity Partners, accessed July 2026. The memorandum describes Valor's stated values: excellence, humility, integrity, and responsibility. It is useful for understanding how the firm wishes to define its culture and the standards it presents to employees, founders, and investors. The book treats these values as declared principles and examines them against the practical demands of governance, concentration, operational involvement, and long-duration partnership. 3. Tesla 2021 Proxy Statement. Tesla Inc. Definitive Proxy Statement filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in 2021. The filing documents Gracias's service on Tesla's board from May 2007 through 2021. It also documents his tenure as lead independent director from September 2010 until April 2019. The filing also records Tesla's stated reasons for considering his private equity, operating, and supply chain experience relevant. It also records committee assignments, other directorships, ownership disclosures, and governance matters. Proxy statements are primary sources for formal board roles. However, the company's explanation of director qualifications represents the board's own judgment. 4. Tesla 2020 Proxy Statement. Tesla, Inc. Definitive Proxy Statement, filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in 2020. This filing supplies an earlier snapshot of board composition, committee structures, stock ownership, and the relationship between Tesla and entities associated with directors. It helps trace the evolution of Gracias's role and the governance debates that surrounded Tesla during a period of rapid growth and heightened public scrutiny. 5. Tesla 2018 Proxy Statement. Tesla, Inc. Definitive Proxy Statement, filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in 2018. The 2018 filing provides a detailed description of the lead independent director's duties, including presiding over executive sessions, serving as a liaison between the chief executive and independent directors, approving agendas, and helping coordinate board evaluation. Those responsibilities inform the book's discussion of the difficult line between founder support and independent oversight. 6. Tesla Annual Report and Initial Public Offering Record. Tesla Motors, Inc. Annual Report for the fiscal year ended December 31, 2010, filed in 2011. The annual report records that Tesla's initial public offering was priced at $17 per share in June 2010 and generated approximately $202 million in gross proceeds, with net proceeds of roughly $184.5 million after underwriting discounts and offering expenses. These figures establish the public market milestone described in the Tesla chapters. They illustrate how an early private position can be revalued once a company reaches a liquid exchange. 7. SpaceX Registration Statement. Space Exploration Technologies Corp. Registration Statement on Form S-1, filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission on May 20, 2026, and subsequent amendments. The registration statement is the principal primary source for SpaceX's public offering, business description, financial disclosures, risk factors, capital structure, share classes, use of proceeds, principal shareholders, and governance arrangements. It is also the foundation for the book's explanation of why economic ownership, voting control, and liquid personal wealth are not interchangeable concepts. 8. SpaceX amended registration statement, June 3, 2026. Space Exploration Technologies Corp. Amendment to Form S-1, filed June 3, 2026. The amendment supplied updated offering information. It helped make the eventual pricing and disclosed ownership structure visible to public investors. The book uses the filing to anchor its discussion of the 6.7% Class A interest associated with Gracias and Valor. It emphasizes that a fund-related position contains multiple economic claimants. It cannot be treated as a personal bank balance. 9. SpaceX offering price announcement. SpaceX announcement dated June 11, 2026, reporting the pricing of 555,555,555 Class A shares at $135 per share. The company announcement establishes the initial offering price and base number of shares. The figure is used in the book's valuation arithmetic. The announcement should be read together with the prospectus, underwriter option disclosures, and subsequent closing announcement. 10. SpaceX closing announcement. SpaceX announcement dated June 15, 2026, reporting completion of the offering after exercise of the underwriter's option. The announcement reported the sale of 638,888,888 shares and gross proceeds of approximately $85.7 billion. It provides the clearest company-issued summary of the offering's final scale. It supports the prologue's description of the transaction as a historic capital markets event. 11. Antonio Gracias initial ownership filing for SpaceX. Antonio J. Gracias, initial statement of beneficial ownership on Form 3, filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission in June 2026. The filing confirms Gracias's status as a SpaceX director at the time the company became publicly traded. It identifies the event date associated with reporting obligations. Beneficial ownership forms require careful reading. Direct holdings, indirect interests, trusts, funds, and disclaimers of beneficial ownership can produce a more complicated economic picture than a headline percentage suggests. 12. The Wall Street Journal, the Gracias and Valor SpaceX position. The Wall Street Journal, reporting published around the SpaceX initial public offering in June 2026. The journal reported that interests associated with Gracias and Valor represented approximately 6.7% of the Class A shares. They were worth roughly $68 billion at the offering valuation. The reporting also supplied biographical details, early fund history, examples of Tesla and SpaceX investments, and context on Valor's growth. The book uses the article as a secondary source. It checks transaction facts against regulatory filings whenever possible. 13. The Wall Street Journal, Valor's cumulative SpaceX investment. The Wall Street Journal, reporting on Valor Equity Partners in SpaceX 2026. The article reported that Valor had invested approximately $3.2 billion in SpaceX across multiple transactions beginning in 2008. That figure reinforces the central correction in this book. The outcome was not generated by $1 million of equity. It was the product of repeated investments, follow-on capital, retained access, and the growth of the underlying company. 14. Elon Musk's clarification of the 2008 loan. Public statement by Elon Musk in June 2026, as reproduced and discussed in contemporary reporting. Musk stated that the $1 million advance from Gracias was a short-term loan made after Musk had run out of cash. It did not provide equity. Gracias's later ownership resulted from many investments and sustained support over approximately 2 decades. This clarification is foundational to the author's note and to the book's distinction between symbolic origin and legal investment mechanics. 15. Reporting on Musk's liquidity pressure in 2008. Contemporary and retrospective reporting, including Wired's account of Musk's financial position during the crisis. These accounts describe the period in which Musk had committed much of his available wealth to Tesla and SpaceX and relied on loans from friends for personal liquidity. The book uses this reporting to establish the severity of the moment, while avoiding claims about private conversations that have not been independently documented. 16. NASA. Commercial Resupply Services Contract History. National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Commercial Resupply Services Program Materials and Technical Histories. NASA records that the first commercial resupply services contracts were awarded in December 2008. The contract was pivotal because it provided SpaceX with a large, credible customer and a path from experimental launcher to operational supplier. The book uses NASA as the primary source for the date and public purpose of the award. 17. NASA. Falcon 1 reaches orbit. NASA and related government records concerning the September 2008 Falcon 1 flight. The fourth Falcon 1 mission became the first privately developed liquid-fueled launch vehicle to reach Earth orbit. The achievement followed 3 failures and changed the credibility of the company at a moment when its capital position remained precarious. The book distinguishes this technical milestone from the later NASA contract and from the financing required to keep the company operating. 18. Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. Georgetown University materials concerning Antonio Gracias' education, advisory service, and philanthropy. These sources support the account of his undergraduate and graduate work in international finance and economics, his participation on the School of Foreign Service Board of Advisors, and his continuing relationship with the university. They also illuminate the international orientation that preceded his operating and investment career. 19. Georgetown University. Gracias Family Foundation Gift. Georgetown University announcement concerning a $5 million commitment by Antonio and Sabrina Gracias to support students affected by the war in Ukraine. The announcement supplies a documented example of family philanthropy directed toward education and displaced or war-affected students. The book includes the gift not as proof of a complete philanthropic philosophy, but as evidence of how capital accumulated through private enterprise can be redeployed toward institutional and humanitarian objectives. 20. University of Chicago Law School. University of Chicago materials concerning Gracias's legal education and alumni involvement. These sources verify his JD and help situate the role of legal training in his approach to ownership, transactions, governance, and institutional design. The book does not claim that law school determined his investing philosophy. It treats the training as one element in a broader formation. 21. University of Chicago Medical Research Philanthropy. University of Chicago announcement concerning a $3 million gift from the Gracias Family Foundation supporting research related to heart disease. This source documents another philanthropic commitment and provides context for the discussion of legacy as a capital allocation problem with a different objective function from private investing. The Aspen Institute, Institutional Biography and Leadership Materials for Antonio Gracias. Aspen's biography provides an independent institutional summary of Gracias's career, board service, and civic involvement. It is useful as a cross-check against the Valor biography, particularly for nonprofit affiliations and public service roles. Antonio Gracias interview Colossus, Pro-Entropic Investing, podcast and show notes. The conversation provides direct insight into Gracias's intellectual framework, including his interest in systems that can become stronger or more capable as complexity increases. It informs the book's discussion of pro-entropic investing, operational learning, and why some frontier companies may turn expanding complexity into an advantage rather than a source of collapse. The book paraphrases the concepts rather than treating promotional language as proven fact. 24. Valor Portfolio and Company Materials. Valor Equity Partners portfolio pages and related company announcements, accessed through July 2026. These materials identify selected investments, sectors, and current or prior board relationships. Portfolio pages are useful for mapping exposure, but do not by themselves disclose the size, cost, return, ownership percentage, or realized economics of each investment. The book therefore avoids converting a portfolio logo into an unsupported claim about performance. 25. Tesla and SpaceX company histories. Tesla investor relations materials, SpaceX company announcements, NASA records, and regulatory filings. Together, these sources establish major dates: Tesla's early financings, board evolution, 2010 public offering, production transitions, and SpaceX's launch, contract, reusable rocket, satellite, and public market milestones. The narrative compresses some technical history for readability, but preserves the sequence necessary to understand how risk changed over time. 26. Public shareholder criticism of Tesla governance. XTW Investment Group and other public shareholder communications concerning Tesla's board independence, related relationships, and director tenure. These materials articulate the critical case against treating close founder relationships as automatically compatible with robust independent oversight. They are included because a serious account must present the governance objection, not only the economic success. Shareholder letters are advocacy documents. Their claims must be evaluated against filings, board procedures, and subsequent outcomes. 27. Court records and public reporting concerning Tesla governance. Public court opinions, settlement materials, and reporting concerning Tesla board decisions and director independence. These sources provide legal context for the difference between formal independence, practical independence, friendship, repeated co-investment, and fiduciary duty. The book does not offer legal conclusions beyond the public record and does not substitute narrative judgment for a court's findings. 28. Regulatory guidance on beneficial ownership and share classes, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission investor materials, forms, and regulations relating to beneficial ownership, public company reporting, and registered offerings. These materials support Appendix C and the chapters explaining direct and indirect ownership, economic and voting interests, lockups, underwriter options, dilution, and the limitations of headline market value. The explanations are educational and simplified. Readers analyzing a specific security should consult the actual governing documents and professional advisors. 29. Private equity and venture capital fund mechanics, institutional limited partnership agreements, industry literature and regulatory materials concerning management companies, general partners, limited partners, carried interest, special purpose vehicles, and co-investment structures. These sources inform the distinction between a fund's asset value and the personal wealth of the firm's founder. A private fund can control or beneficially own a large block, while most economic proceeds belong to outside limited partners. The manager may receive management fees, carried interest, and its own invested capital return, but those components depend on the governing agreements. 30. Manufacturing and operations literature. Research and practitioner literature on constraints, throughput, quality, supply chains, learning curves, vertical integration, and production system design. The operational chapters synthesize widely used concepts rather than attributing every framework to a single source. They are used to explain why a company can possess high demand and valuable technology, yet still fail through poor yield, bottlenecks, working capital pressure, weak supplier development, or inadequate management systems. 31. Public reporting on Valor's assets under management. Regulatory filings and contemporary reporting concerning Valor Equity Partners' regulated assets under management through the end of 2025. The reported figures illustrate the transformation of a firm that began with smaller industrial transactions into a major private markets institution. Assets under management are not revenue, profit, or owner net worth. They represent assets over which an advisor exercises specified regulatory or contractual authority. 32. Public materials on Musk-affiliated companies. Company announcements, regulatory filings, and reputable reporting concerning Neuralink, The Boring Company, SolarCity, X, and XII. These sources support the ecosystem map and show how Gracias and Valor extended their relationship beyond Tesla and SpaceX. The book avoids implying identical ownership or performance across the companies. Each entity has a distinct capital structure, governance arrangement, risk profile, and degree of public disclosure. 33. Biographical reporting on family and early life. Reputable profiles and interviews describe Gracias's Detroit upbringing, family background, and early interest in investing. These materials supply human context for the biography, including the widely reported story that his mother helped him make an early Apple investment. Such anecdotes are valuable because they show early curiosity. However, they should not be retroactively treated as proof that a later career was inevitable. 34. Public market price and valuation data. Exchange data, offering documents and reputable financial reporting relating to Tesla and SpaceX at specific dates. All market value figures in the book are tied to stated moments. Public prices move continuously. A quoted value is therefore a historical observation, not a permanent fact, and not a representation of sale proceeds after taxes, lockups, market impact, or fund-level distribution rights. 35. Method used for reconstructed narrative. Where the book describes a public event in narrative form, the sequence is reconstructed from filings, public statements, institutional histories, and contemporaneous reporting. No private dialogue has been invented and placed inside quotation marks. Descriptions of what an actor may have seen, would have faced, or could have concluded are analytical interpretations, not assertions of undocumented private thought. The method follows 3 rules. First, the public record controls the chronology. Second, uncertain motives remain uncertain. Third, a vivid scene must never require the reader to mistake imagination for evidence. A final word to the reader. The lesson of this story is not that everyone should search for a charismatic founder, lend $1 million, and wait for a fortune. The lesson is harder. Prepare before the opportunity arrives. Become useful enough to earn access. Understand the machine, not only the vision. Preserve independent judgment inside close relationships. Distinguish a temporary crisis from a broken thesis. Keep reserves for the moments when conviction becomes expensive. Re-underwrite every additional dollar. Share the economics honestly. Build institutions that can survive the people who made them famous. Most important, remember that the investment described by history as one decision was usually a chain of decisions made under changing conditions. The bet of a lifetime is rarely one bet. It is a lifetime of becoming the person capable of making it.